Hey everyone. Hope you're all doing well. We're all about bringing high-quality web novel audiobooks to life, and most of our content is completely free to enjoy. Just a quick note, web novels and web novel audiobooks aren't the same thing. Simply reading a novel out loud doesn't always make for a great listening experience. That's why I go through multiple rounds of rewriting and careful editing for every chapter to make sure the narration flows naturally and immerses you in the story, just like reading it yourself. These audiobooks are not just direct copies of the original novels. I've adapted them for a smoother, more engaging experience. And to be fully transparent, these adaptations are made for commercial purposes, so some chapters are paid content. But don't worry, this process is fully copyright compliant. I do all of this because I truly love web novels and audiobooks. I'm a huge fan, and this story is one of my personal favorites. YouTube update: recently, YouTube flagged some of our content for including mature themes, realistic violence, and darker story elements. As a result, we've decided to stop uploading anything that violates YouTube's guidelines. If you'd like access to the full, uncut versions including the more intense or mature content, you can find them on our Patreon page, where we upload everything first. Available now on Patreon: I Am a Legendary Boss audiobook, Versatile Mage starting with the White Tiger Pendant, Naruto the Wind Calamity, the Necromancer is amassing troops like crazy in the apocalypse, the mighty dragons are dead, Naruto, leader of Hidden Grass Village, Naruto Uchiha's Unserious Saga, your lord has a screw loose, Apocalypse I can see the health point bar, killing monsters drops loot, Starsea Fleet Age of the Lord, my monster fuses everything, Naruto, I traveled with a max level account, Fate in Bleach Unlimited Blade Works, killed for 100 years in Hueco Mundo, Aizen invited me to Soul Society, the world conquest giving birth to become a god, my master only breaks through on the edge of death, Bleach the Invincible Slacker from Rukongai, Naruto's Special Shop, One Piece the strongest female pirate cruise, Reborn as Danzō's grandson, must I offend the entire ninja world, Naruto starting with snatching the Mangekyo Sharingan, Naruto Card King, in Hueco Mundo with Shindu template, Naruto the Hidden Danzō, my journey as fourth Kusagakure, Naruto Troublesome Ninja Haruto, Naruto the Hyuga Mastermind, Bleach the strongest Shinigami, Bleach the 5th Division Captain, Fate Ultimate Antagonist, Fate of DXD, Fate I Heard After Death, you can ascend to the throne of heroes, Fate DXD Archer Reborn, Fate beginning with Type Moon, a Berserk Heart, Fate Grand Order Insert, One Piece take the Uchiha clan to the Grand Line, One Piece don't worry, I'm a doctor, building harem and dungeon with monster girls, DXD, Multiverse the day-to-day life of the Sephiroth hero, I'm the bad guy but heroines are obsessed with me, in Naruto, I have an affair with Mikoto and Kushina, many children bring happiness, a shameless start, Naruto Reborn with a Tenseigan, Naruto sleeping Invincible, One Piece, life choice ask me to kiss marine goddess Hina, reborn as the genius son of the richest family, start by eating jacket fruit model, jacket human devil fruit, the days of being the richest man in the ninja world, the Witcher and Madara Uchiha, villain I possess the dragon Yang Dao physique, all saintesses turns into villainesses, all beautiful girls want to stick with me, interdimensional farming in another world, Naruto from Hidden Leaf Village to One Piece, and more. Most of our content there is free, and it's the best place to follow and support our work. The default audio speed is set to 3x, but if that's too fast for you, just let me know, I'm happy to adjust it. Got a favorite web novel you'd love to hear as an audiobook? Drop a suggestion. I'm always open to new ideas. And don't forget to follow us on Facebook and Twitter, X for the latest updates, new releases, and behind-the-scenes content. Thanks so much for your continued support and happy listening. Chapter 1, Uncle and Nephew. Zumo's head throbbed with a sharp pain, as if it might split open at any moment. Countless images flashed in his mind like a movie. He wanted to wake up, but his eyelids remained stubbornly shut. Was it sleep paralysis? A thought flickered in his mind as his consciousness continued to struggle. Finally, his left hand twitched, feeling cold and sticky, while his right hand seemed to be pressed under something heavy, already numb. Phew. Zumo finally opened his eyes, gasping for breath, feeling extremely exhausted. Sensing something, Zumo quickly raised his left hand to take a look. His palm was stained red, shocking him and making his eyes glaze over as his heart raced. His right arm still couldn't move. He turned his head slightly to look at it and saw a small body curled up there, its tattered clothes also stained with blood. The young face had both blood and tear marks. It was a girl around 5 years old, still sobbing even in her sleep. Zumo carefully turned his body, bending his arm and propping himself up with his elbow to sit up, letting the girl lean against his chest. Sitting up, Zumo looked around him, his heart clenched violently with a sudden, intense pain. In the small house, 2 cold bodies lay on the floor, already faintly turning dark purple, with bloodstains coloring the floor. They had obviously been dead for some time. A memory floated to the surface of Zumo's mind, bringing a piercing pain along with a strong sadness and heart-wrenching sorrow. He seemed to have lost his sense of who he was. Looking down at the sobbing girl in his arms, he felt even worse. Zumo vaguely realized what had happened to him. He looked down at the floor, scattered with broken furniture. Zumo found a piece of broken mirror, shifted his body, and picked it up with his left hand. As he looked into it, he saw a slightly youthful face, around 15 years old, pale with a sickly pallor. The girl's eyelashes fluttered as she opened her eyes and called out, "Brother." As if she remembered something, the girl suddenly started crying harder, struggling in Zumo's arms. But Zumo grabbed her head, his right hand tightly holding her neck, his arm exerting just enough pressure to keep her from breaking free. "Don't look," Zumo said softly, his heart aching, each breath filled with pain. A 5-year-old girl witnessing her parents and brother being beaten to death, what a horrific scene. "Brother, I'm scared." The girl sobbed and trembled in Zumo's arms, her small hands clutching him tightly. Zumo's heart quivered with the sound of her crying, and his grip tightened. "Don't be afraid, brother's here." Zumo tried to make his voice as gentle as possible. "Brother, are mommy and daddy asleep? Why are they bleeding? Brother, can you wake them up?" The girl cried. "Yaoer, mommy and daddy are tired. Let's let them sleep a bit, okay?" Zumo looked down at the girl and said softly, forcing a smile. "Okay." The girl nodded obediently, though still crying. Holding the girl, Zumo stood up and looked around. The shabby room was only about 20 square meters, with a living room and kitchen combined, dust everywhere, and only one small bedroom. Zumo carefully walked into the bedroom, placing the girl on the bed. She looked at him, seemingly a bit scared. "Yaoer, sleep for a while. Brother will stay with you, okay?" Zumo whispered to the girl, who nodded, still clutching his hand. "Go to sleep, everything will be better when you wake up." Zumo gently stroked the girl's hair, moving from her forehead down, helping her close her eyes. The girl obediently complied, not resisting. Zumo stayed by her side for a while, then gently pulled back his hand and covered her with a quilt. The room was a mess, with clothes piled up. Zumo found 2 old quilts, walked out of the bedroom, and covered the bodies with them. He searched his memory for what to do in this situation, but the original owner clearly had no such knowledge. At not quite 15, he lacked life experience. He only vaguely knew that the dead could be buried or cremated. Money. Zumo glanced at the messy room, which had already been ransacked. Anything of value was likely gone. This world seemed even crueler than the original owner remembered. Thump, thump, thump. There was a sound. The door, left ajar, was pushed open. A middle-aged figure walked in, glanced at the bodies covered with white cloth, and then at Zumo. His eyelid twitched as he asked, "Was it the people from the munitions factory?" "It should be," Zumo nodded. In his memory, his parents were ordinary workers at a munitions factory, but one day they suddenly rushed home and dared not go back. They even went to the law enforcement team, seemingly encountering something. According to Zumo's memory, his parents hadn't told him what happened, but he vaguely heard them discussing that the munitions factory was hiding some secrets. They were frightened, wanted to report it, but ended up like this. The entire family of 4, except for not quite 5-year-old Zhu Yao, were beaten to death. "Fools, I told them not to meddle in other people's business. They wouldn't be in this mess if they'd listened," the middle-aged man said. He was Zumo's father's brother, Zumo's uncle. Zumo looked at him and noticed his eyes lacked any sorrow or anger, too calm to be a genuine sibling. From his memory, Zumo knew his parents were honest people, while his uncle was sly. The brothers rarely interacted. "Zumo, what's done is done. We need to take care of your parents' funeral," Uncle Zu sighed. "But cremation costs money, and I don't have much savings. I'll try to borrow some to make it presentable, and then we'll sell this old house. What do you think?" Zumo looked at him warily. In his memory, his uncle wasn't so agreeable. "Where will I and Yaoer live?" Zumo asked. "I'll apply to be your guardian. You and Yaoer will come live with me," Uncle Zu said. "But your house isn't big. Adding me and Yaoer, it might be crowded, and Yaoer will grow up." "It won't be convenient," Zumo replied. Uncle Zu's eyes flashed with impatience. This Zumo was usually timid and naive. How could he suddenly be so aware, thinking about the future? "Don't worry about that. I'll find a way," Uncle Zu said irritably. Zumo stared at him for a moment, then said, "Thank you for the offer, Uncle, but we won't trouble you. I'll take care of Yaoer myself." "What do kids know?" Uncle Zu barked, glaring at Zumo, his eyes filled with a fierce look. Scaring him, he said, "You're lucky to be alive. How will you protect Yaoer? Follow me, and don't worry about her. She's young, she'll forget in a few years." I'll find her a good family. If a big shot wants to adopt a child, Yaoer might have a good life." He added assertively, "That's final." Zumo looked at Uncle Zu with a cold heart. In his memory, Zumo could get by on his own. He couldn't make a lot of money but enough to live. Yaoer needed care, and Uncle Zu wanted to send her away, send or sell, he didn't know. The chance of finding a good family was almost zero. This was a ploy to seize the house, taking advantage of his brother's death. Uncle Zu felt uncomfortable under Zumo's gaze. This little brat seemed different now, more daring. But he still didn't believe he couldn't handle a boy not even 15. "I don't want to," a childish voice came. Zumo turned to see Yaoer standing barefoot in the doorway, clearly frightened awake. Tears welled up in her big, damp eyes as she looked at Zumo. "I don't want to be given away." Seeing the tears in the girl's eyes, Zumo's heart ached. He walked over and hugged her. "Brother won't send you away." "Children shouldn't speak out of turn," Uncle Zu glared at Yaoer. Yaoer shrank back, looking at Zumo. Zumo felt a surge of anger. He placed Yaoer on the bed, ruffled her hair, and said, "Be good, Yaoer. Brother will protect you. Stay in the room, okay?" "Okay, I'll listen to brother." The girl nodded obediently. "Good girl." Zumo kissed the girl's forehead and walked out, closing the door. "Uncle, you should leave." "I'll handle things here," Zumo said to Uncle Zu, not expecting his help. Uncle Zu glared at him with a vicious look, his mouth curling into a sneer as he stepped toward Zumo. Coldly, he said, "You ungrateful brat. Your parents are dead, understand?" He kicked Zumo, who, already weak, fell to the ground. Uncle Zu said, "Just cooperate, and things will be fine. Do you think I want to take you in? Yaoer will fetch a good price, some men in the black market love this type." Zumo coughed, his clenched fists trembling. "Humphrey," Uncle Zu glanced coldly at Zumo, stepping over him and heading toward the room. "Yaoer, Uncle will take you to play." He pushed the door open. Suddenly, there was a sound behind him. Uncle Zu turned, a murderous look in his eyes. He thought Zumo might still be useful, to make some money. But now, no one would care what happened here. As he turned, he saw a sharp piece of glass coming at him. His pupils contracted violently. He never thought his usually cowardly nephew would do such a thing. Panicked, he tried to block, but it was too late. Zumo used all his strength, and the glass shard plunged from his eye downward. Chapter 2 The Underworld. The sharp glass pierced the other person's eye. Zumo didn't stop, he used all his strength, covering the other person's mouth with his left hand and pinning the body to the ground directly. The person struggled violently, but Zumo held him down firmly. The sharp object stabbed repeatedly and wildly, blood splattering everywhere, quickly reducing the flesh and blood to a mess. The person started convulsing, the resistance grew weaker and finally stopped moving. Zumo looked at the disfigured face, his body and hands trembling slightly. Forcing down the turn in his stomach, Zumo dragged the corpse away from the bedroom door. He found a piece of bedcloth to cover the body and cleaned up the bloodstains on himself and the floor. After finishing all this, Zumo leaned against the old sofa, breathing heavily. His arms still trembled slightly. The dangers of this world made him feel a little afraid. Underworld. Zumo murmured softly. Only then did he have the time to review his memories, realizing that the place he lived in was the underworld. In the original owner's memory, the world above was a blank. He only knew that the Earth world was full of big shots. For instance, the munitions factory where his parents worked, it was said that the president was a big shot from the Earth world. There were many factories in the underworld, all serving the Earth world. However, he didn't believe for a second that everyone in the Earth world was a big shot. It's just that those capable of controlling the resources of the underworld wouldn't be ordinary in the Earth world either. As for the original owner himself, he worked at Master Batu's department store. In the underworld, the order was extremely chaotic, otherwise, today's events wouldn't have happened. Parallel world or another cosmic civilization? Zumo thought to himself. Humanity was so insignificant in the face of the universe, and their exploration was but a drop in the ocean. Even if there were other cosmic civilizations, Zumo wouldn't be surprised. Zumo sorted through the original owner's memories, finding that the owner's understanding of this world was pitifully small, his knowledge only extended to his surroundings. This small area was his entire world. At this moment, Zumo suddenly heard a noise. It seemed to be coming towards him. Soon, the sound of people coming up the stairs came, and Zumo could hear their heavy breathing. "Zumo!" A worried voice came from outside. The half-closed door was pushed open, and a woman in a beige dress walked in, breathing heavily. The people following her entered the room at a more leisurely pace, scanning it with sharp eyes. The woman let out a cry of surprise at the sight of the room, covering her mouth with her right hand, her body trembling slightly. Zumo. Seeing Zumo curled up in front of the sofa, she felt a pang of pain and tears slid down her face. Ms. Mia. Seeing the woman, Zumo called out. She was the daughter of his boss, Master Batu. In the original owner's memories, Miss Mia was beautiful and kind, had a good voice, and sang very well. The original owner had always had a secret crush on Miss Mia, but he felt very inferior in front of her and didn't dare to speak much. I'm sorry I came too late, Mia said painfully. She couldn't imagine what Zumo had been through. I'm from the law enforcement team. Do you remember what happened? Who was the killer? The man who came with Mia squatted down and examined the corpse, then looked at Zumo and asked. Zumo recalled the chaotic memories in his mind, shook his head, and said somewhat confused, my head hurts. It seems like I've forgotten. The man glanced at Zumo's head, seeing a noticeable wound still bleeding slightly. It was a miracle he was still alive. You can't remember anything? Do you know anything about your parents' death? Did you offend anyone? The man continued to ask, this is very important for the investigation. You want to find the killer, right? Zumo pretended to recall and then, as if in discomfort, held his head and shook it. I don't know, I can't remember anything. The man smiled indifferently, got up, and didn't continue the questioning. We'll take the body. We'll investigate the case later. The others who entered the room then scanned it briefly, lifted the body, and walked out without Zumo's permission. These people were from the law enforcement team. The underworld wasn't completely without order, but ordinary people had it hard. Zumo glanced at the man speaking. The man couldn't even be bothered to pretend interest, but this was expected. The order of the underworld was set by the so-called big shots. The president of the munitions factory must hold substantial power in the underworld, otherwise, how could he dare to commit such a blatant murder? Moreover, Zumo knew that the original owner's parents had visited the law enforcement team before their deaths. He didn't know what happened, so he dared not say anything. Zumo didn't stop them. He couldn't stop them, and besides, he couldn't handle the bodies, especially since one of them was killed by him. In the bedroom, Yaoer peeked out, crying softly, but seemed to be holding back. She wiped her tears with her small hands. Yaoer. Seeing her, Zumo walked over and held Yaoer in his arms, watching as they took the body away. The man who questioned Zumo smiled at Mia and said, Miss Mia, thank you for your hard work. We will go back to investigate now. Please, I beg you. Mia bowed, tears still streaming from her eyes. The innocent Mia did not seem to realize that the man was merely going through the motions. After they left, Mia looked at Zumo, who was holding the girl, unsure how to comfort him. At 18, she had never encountered such a tragic scene. Are you hurt? Mia stepped forward and saw a wound on Zumo's head, with bloodstains. Zumo, I'll take you to see a doctor, Mia said anxiously. No need, the wound has healed, and I don't feel any discomfort. Zumo replied. In fact, the original owner had already died from the head injury. Miss Mia, why did you come here? Zumo asked. My father heard the news at the black market and told me when he returned. I went to the law enforcement team first, but I was too late. I'm sorry. Mia said with her head down. Master Batu. In Zumo's memory, Master Batu was the opposite of Miss Mia. He was a greedy, cunning, heartless fat man. Zumo never understood how Master Batu could have such a kind and beautiful daughter. Yes. Mia nodded. Zumo, take Yaoer and come with me. It's not safe here. She worried that those people wouldn't spare Zumo. Zumo recalled the previous scene. Those thugs indeed didn't plan to spare him, not even Yaoer. After that, he collapsed and didn't know why Yaoer was unharmed. Now that he was still alive, staying here might indeed be dangerous. Looking at the girl in his arms, Zumo didn't refuse Mia's suggestion and nodded. Zumo lived in a dilapidated building, with the doors of other floors tightly shut. They came downstairs, and Zumo glanced at the area. The dense, decrepit buildings looked like cages, extending endlessly, with the population extremely dense. There was no sky, no sunlight. Zumo felt very oppressed. The girl in his arms held onto Zumo's neck tightly, lying on his shoulder. Because his parents worked at the munitions factory and had little time, Zumo took care of his young sister most of the time. The siblings had always relied on each other, making the girl especially close to Zumo and very obedient to him. Brother, will Mom and Dad come back? The girl asked softly, her eyes brimming with tears. When Yaoer grows up, Mom and Dad will come back. Zumo said softly, holding the girl's head with his right hand. Then Yaoer will grow up faster. The girl said innocently. Mia wiped her tears beside them, not looking at Zumo and the girl but leading the way. Zumo followed, holding Yaoer. Too tragic. I just saw the law enforcement team drag away 3 people, all beaten to death. Don't talk nonsense. Watch your mouth. In the corner, some people whispered. It was clear that many knew what had happened at Zumo's house, but no one dared to meddle, not even to discuss it. All these sounds reached Zumo's ears. He felt that his senses indeed had become sharper. Even though these people spoke softly, he could hear them clearly. Was it a peculiarity of this world? If it were a different cosmic civilization, humans should have differences too. Continuing forward, Zumo sensed this distinctiveness. Soon he showed a look of surprise, pausing briefly and suddenly becoming tense, glancing around. Someone was following. He could sense that someone was following him, but he couldn't pinpoint the specific location. The passers-by showed no anomalies. Could it be that the thugs had returned? What's wrong? Seeing Zumo stop, Mia turned around and asked. It's nothing. Zumo continued forward, but the feeling of being followed didn't disappear, keeping him on edge. They left the residential area, walked through a few more streets, and arrived at another district. This one looked like a commercial street where Master Batu's department store was located. In Zumo's impression, Master Batu was the epitome of capitalist exploitation. The environment here was far better than where Zumo lived. The feeling of being followed disappeared at this point, making Zumo breathe a sigh of relief. Chapter 3 Threats. Master Batu was very fat. Extremely fat. He weighed over 300 pounds, and when he walked, the fat on his body would giggle. However, Master Batu was very wealthy, at least to Zumo, he was very wealthy. He had a not too big, not too small department store at the street intersection, in a very conspicuous location. The department store had 2 floors, the upper floor was the living area. When Zumo and the others arrived, Master Batu had just opened the door. A drunkard staggered forward, threw an arm around Batu's shoulder, and said, Batu, why are you opening the door just now? Give me a few bottles of liquor. I'll pay you another day. Get lost, get lost. Batu pushed the drunkard away. Due to his weight, he was very strong, and the drunkard who was pushed off the steps landed on his buttocks on the ground. If you have no money, go earn some. All you ever think about is drinking. No wonder your wife ran off with someone else. Batu's words were sharp and caustic. The drunkard sobered up a bit after being scolded and pointed at Batu, saying, mind your own damn business. If it has nothing to do with me, pay your tab. Batu glared at him. The intimidation from Batu's over 300 pounds made the drunkard get up and back off a few steps before walking away cursing. Loser. Batu didn't hide his voice when he cursed. The drunkard, whose face flushed bright red, bumped right into Mia walking up. Mia bowed and said, Uncle Heron, I'm sorry. My dad is just like that. Please don't take it to heart. How could that fat pig father such a lovely girl like Miss Mia? Better get a paternity test, the drunkard muttered as he left. Mia angrily walked up to Master Batu and said, Dad, can you control your temper? Change, I'll definitely change. But that bastard not only drinks but also gambles. He even lost his wife. Now his kids are starving at home, yet he's still drinking on credit. How can I be kind to him? Batu grumbled, then looked at Zumo who was standing behind Mia. Master Batu. Zumo called out. The original persona was very afraid of Master Batu, whose temperament was irritable, devious, and greedy, but feared his daughter. However, Zumo now believed that the original impression might not be entirely accurate, and at least had some obvious errors. He even suspected that the earlier tailing incident might have been orchestrated by Master Batu. After all, with something like this happening, Batu wouldn't let Mia go alone, and the department store had just opened. Besides, with the original persona's knowledge of the underworld, how could the incompetent Master Batu open a department store here? Master Batu nodded. It's good that you're alive. Don't worry too much about other things for now. Business at the department store has been okay. You stay and work here. However, no overtime pay. Batu emphasized. Thank you, Master Batu. Zumo knew that Master Batu was indirectly helping him and was naturally grateful. Batu glanced at him, then went back into the store and took out a lollipop, smiling at the girl Zumo was holding. Yaoer, have some candy. When he smiled, his eyes squinted into slits, almost blocked by the flesh on his face. Yaoer didn't accept it immediately but looked at Zumo. Only after Zumo nodded did she take it and say in a childish voice, Thank you, Master Batu, for the candy. Good girl. Master Batu pinched Yaoer's cheek, then said to Zumo, Do you need to rest for a while? No, I'll watch the store. Zumo shook his head. Alright, Batu nodded. He said to Mia, Mia, take Yaoer to rest. Zumo, you watch the store. But are you really okay? Mia glanced at Zumo's wound, which was healing quickly. I'm fine, Zumo nodded. He said to Yaoer, Yaoer, go take a nap with Sister Mia, okay? Okay, Yaoer obediently nodded. Zumo handed her to Mia. Mia hugged Yaoer tightly, looked at Zumo worriedly, and said, Then I'll take Yaoer upstairs first. On the way here, she felt that Zumo was too calm, fearing he might be holding it all in. Thank you, Miss Mia, Zumo nodded. Seeing Zumo's normal expression, Mia felt reassured and left, with Master Batu following behind. Zumo sat at the counter in front of the department store, looking at the unfamiliar world in front of him with some confusion. These experiences felt like a dream but were so real. Constant sounds reached his ears from the surroundings, along with faint sobbing from upstairs. Zumo was no longer surprised by his own senses and could even hear what Miss Mia was saying. Outside the bedroom on the second floor of the department store, after settling Yaoer, Mia recounted the events to Master Batu and pleaded, "Dad, can we let Zumo and Yaoer stay here?" Batu showed a thoughtful expression, his brows knitted. He wasn't sure if those people would continue to trouble Zumo. Moreover, he knew Zumo had been secretly in love with Mia. Though Zumo wouldn't dare to have any serious thoughts, if they lived together, Mia's excessive sympathy could lead to unforeseen circumstances. While he pitied Zumo's situation, Mia was his precious daughter, and Zumo was far from being enough. "Dad." Mia looked at Batu with a grievance, causing him to soften. Sternly, he said, all right, let him stay for now, but no long-term promises. And Zumo is growing up, keep your distance. Got it, thank you, Dad." Mia didn't mind, Zumo was only 15 years old. She always treated Zumo as a younger brother, with no other thoughts. Her father was overthinking. Their conversation fell into Zumo's ears. If everyone here were the same, Master Batu and Mia should know he could hear them. They might control the volume, but they clearly didn't. Also, the original persona seemingly had no such memories. It seemed that his arrival caused some changes in this body. His vision, hearing, and sensory perception improved. "Zumo, you damned wretch, you killed your uncle." Just as Zumo was eavesdropping, a voice came from outside. Zumo looked out and saw a middle-aged woman running towards the department store, crying and grabbing his clothes. "You little beast, did you kill your uncle?" The woman roared, spitting as she spoke. Zumo closed his eyes and recognized the woman, his aunt. Others didn't know why Uncle Zu went to Zumo's house, but she must have known something. "And, what are you saying? Uncle was killed by bad guys while protecting me and Yaoer." Zumo grabbed her hand to make her let go and opened his eyes to stare at her coldly, causing her sobs to pause. The law enforcement team wouldn't investigate this, so blaming her was no problem. "You're lying. When your uncle went to your house, they had already left." The woman glared at Zumo. "And, you know so well, were you watching at my house? Should we go to the law enforcement team and accuse the murderer?" Zumo's eyes grew colder, fearing his aunt had the same thoughts as Uncle Zu. The woman's face changed in fear, clearly lacking the courage. "Anyway, your uncle died because of you. Zumo, how do you plan to compensate?" The woman calmed down, seemingly not saddened by her husband's death but wanting to extort something. "Not a single good soul among them. And, you must be joking. My parents just had an accident, and I have no money. Besides, for compensation, you should find the murderer." Zumo said. "Don't you still have a house? There are also many things in this store." The woman stared inside the department store. "What kind of shrew is this? Get out." Just then, Master Batu came down and scolded the woman loudly. The shout scared her back several steps, almost falling down the steps. "You little bastard, you killed your uncle and colluded with outsiders to bully your aunt?" The woman sat on the ground outside the department store, crying loudly, "You little wretch, you'll die a horrible death." Master Batu walked out, his 300 pounds of weight imposing. The woman's cries gradually weakened as Batu clenched his fists, making cracking noises. The woman retreated repeatedly. But then Zumo came out and said, "Master Batu, let me talk to her." Batu turned to look at Zumo and stepped aside. The woman glared venomously at Zumo walking up. Zumo squatted next to her and whispered in her ear, "And, you should know who killed my parents. The law enforcement team didn't dare make it public. If you make a fuss, they'll have to act. Who knows what those ruthless killers will do? And, you're alone now. Be careful. My parents died so unjustly." The woman shivered at Zumo's words and scrambled away. Zumo watched her leave, expressionless. This underworld seemed to be a man-eating place. Batu curiously watched Zumo standing there. This little brat seemed different. Was it because of this incident? Chapter 4 Master Batu in the underworld. There was no true sense of day and night, but at certain times, the artificial light overhead would extinguish. At this moment, the residents of the underworld would light lamps or candles, signaling the arrival of night time. At this hour, many places in the underworld would become even more lively. The entire order of the underworld would become more chaotic. Ordinary people would close their doors, turn off their lights, and quietly wait for the next day to come. When night fell, Master Batu's department store would also close. There were 4 rooms upstairs in the department store. Master Batu and Mia each occupied one room, and now one had been cleaned out for Zumo and his sister. Mia, after laying out the mattress, stood up, patted her hands, and said to Zumo, "Zumo, if you need anything, let me know." The room was very clean, not large, about 15 square meters, but it was much better than his own house. Zumo shook his head and said, "No, thank you, Ms. Mia." "Then you should rest early. Call me if you need anything. I live in the room opposite." Mia gave a sweet smile, then looked at Yaoer and said, "Yaoer, you should rest early too." "Thank you, Sister Mia," Yaoer said obediently. Mia smiled and pinched her cheek, then left the room and closed the door. Taking a deep breath, the smile on her face turned into worry. She did not dare bring up what had happened today, hoping only that Zumo and his sister could recover quickly. "Brother, Yaoer likes Sister Mia." The little girl looked up at Zumo and said in a childish voice. Zumo rubbed her head and said softly, "Sister Mia likes Yaoer too." "Yes," the girl nodded happily. "Brother, do you like Sister Mia?" "Of course," Zumo nodded. "Now lie down and sleep." "Brother, stay with me," the girl looked at Zumo with her big eyes. "Okay, brother won't go," Zumo nodded. Yaoer then lay down, burrowing into Zumo's arms and quickly falling asleep. Zumo couldn't sleep, staring blankly at the light on the ceiling. In less than a day, it felt like he had experienced so much. He had come to a completely unfamiliar world and gone through life and death. If it weren't for Mia and Master Batu taking them in, he might have been in even worse shape. Phew. Zumo took a deep breath. At this moment, he heard singing. It was coming from upstairs. It was Mia's voice. She obviously wasn't asleep either and had gone to the rooftop to sing. The singing was gentle, with a touch of sadness. Mia's voice wasn't loud, but Zumo could hear it clearly, perhaps because his hearing had become sharper. Her voice was ethereal and pure, reminiscent of a diva from the previous world. The song itself was beautiful. Although it was a different world with a different language, the appreciation of music seemed universal. Zumo closed his eyes, quietly listening to the beautiful sound from this world. Unconsciously, he seemed to see a scene. On the empty rooftop, surrounded by flowers and greenery, a girl sat on a rocking chair, quietly singing. "Can I see it?" Zumo faintly felt that this was not an imagined scene but a real one. He sensed it, not just with his hearing, his perception seemed to reach places he couldn't see. In a state of concentrated spiritual power, his perception actually grew stronger. The singing became clearer, as if he was right next to Mia. "How did I do that?" Zumo was somewhat surprised. This world seemed to have some hidden power. His mind was exceptionally clear at that moment. Zumo even had a thought. He retracted his perception and focused on the light above. Zumo could clearly perceive that the light moved slightly. He concentrated his spiritual power and continued to try. Sizzle. The light flickered erratically, as if affected by something, and began to shake. Phew. Zumo suddenly opened his eyes, gasping for breath, staring at the light above. It didn't go out again, but it was still shaking. Clearly, what had just happened was not an illusion, it was real. Zumo suddenly felt very tired. The attempt just now had made his head weary, but his eyes were exceptionally bright, extremely surprised that he could influence the light. Could it be that after coming to this world, his brain domain had undergone some changes? Could spiritual power touch the outside world? Or perhaps, the humans in this world had evolved differently from those in the previous world, capable of awakening some supernatural abilities. In the previous world, humans, though they dominated the planet, were very small in the face of the universe. Would this world be different? At this moment, Zumo felt this world was full of imagination, but first, he had to survive. Given his current understanding of the underworld, survival was not a simple task, especially since there were potential dangers. If the murderer did not intend to spare him, there might still be danger. Without thinking further, Zumo closed his eyes. In the middle of the night, the number of people on the street dwindled. Outside the department store, 2 figures appeared, heading to the window and prying it open. Occasionally, someone would pass by on the road, but such things were not uncommon. No one would intervene, pretending not to see. "That fat man's daughter is very pretty. Should we go for a big hit?" whispered a tall, thin man as he pried the window. "The fat man runs a store here, he probably isn't simple," another man said, frowning. "With perfume in hand, what are you afraid of? How long has it been since we had something fresh?" The other man hesitated but nodded. "Try not to alarm the fat man." "All right." While talking, their hands didn't stop working. With a snap, the window was opened. Zumo had already opened his eyes and sat up. He had heard their conversation clearly, his heart tightening. The chaos of the underworld exceeded his expectations. He needed to notify Master Batu. In his perception, the two had already jumped into the department store and were rummaging through the counters. Zumo concentrated his spiritual power, sensing Master Batu's room. Sizzle. As if an electric current passed, the light in Batu's room flickered, causing Batu to open his eyes, showing a strange expression, but just for a moment. The light went out again. At the same time, the lights downstairs behaved the same way. Who? A slight exclamation came. One of the two ransacking the cabinets had bumped into the shelf, making a noise. The already dim light above made no sound again. It seemed like a false alarm. The two exchanged nervous glances. At this moment, they heard heavy footsteps coming from upstairs. They hid behind the shelves. One held a bottle of liquid, and the other a dagger. Come out. Batu's cold voice rang out, but the two remained motionless, controlling their breath as best as they could. Batu's footsteps came closer. The two exchanged a look, then rushed out simultaneously. One sprayed perfume at Batu, while the other raised a dagger and stabbed at Batu. Batu directly held his breath and reached out with his left hand, catching the dagger. The sharp blade couldn't pierce his skin. With a mighty pull, the man holding the dagger leaned forward. Batu's right hand directly cupped the man's mouth, his large palm covering his entire face, preventing any sound. He let go of the dagger with his left hand, placing it on the man's shoulder. With enormous strength, he pinned the man's body to the ground, immobilizing him. With a twist, a crisp sound followed. The man's neck snapped, his face filled with horror. The other man was scared out of his wits, turning to flee. But Batu, dropping the corpse, stepped forward and grabbed the other man's shoulder. Spare. The man tried to speak, but Batu covered his mouth with his other hand. Another twist. A crisp sound. The man's neck also broke. After finishing all this, Batu opened the door, grabbed the heads of both men with his huge hands, and dragged the bodies out. Zumo had witnessed everything, his heart beating slightly. He knew Master Batu wasn't an ordinary person to be able to run a department store here, but he hadn't expected him to be extraordinary to such an extent. Lying down again, Zumo felt mentally fatigued. His thoughts could influence electrical currents. Who knew what else might happen in the future? Master Batu returned not long after, closing the doors and windows securely and going back to his room. Instead of resting, he grumbled lightly, seemingly scolding himself for sleeping soundly. Sitting there, with his fat legs crossed with difficulty, Master Batu looked as if he was meditating. What is this? Zumo, who had been observing Batu, showed a hint of curiosity. His spiritual power concentrated. He soon discovered that Master Batu was breathing in a peculiar rhythm. In this breathing, Master Batu quickly calmed down, his body motionless. Zumo faintly sensed that a unique energy field formed around him. Having witnessed what had just happened, Zumo wasn't surprised. This world had many mysteries, entirely different from the previous world. He memorized Master Batu's breathing rhythm, then sat up and practiced breathing similarly. After a few attempts, Zumo entered an extraordinary state. He felt his spiritual power seemingly expanding. He saw farther, his perception sharpening, like countless pairs of eyes in the air, able to clearly sense everything around him. The breathing Master Batu, the sleeping Miss Mia, the figures walking outside the department store, and the murmured conversations, none of it escaped his perception. A peculiar magnetic field formed in his spiritual world, or rather an energy field. He couldn't accurately describe it. He faintly sensed an invisible energy flowing in the air, even able to influence the energy field. His body was immersed in the energy field. Chapter 5 The Culprit Zumo, Yaoer, it's time to get up. In the early morning, Mia knocked on the door and then pushed it open. She saw Zumo was not asleep but sitting there with his eyes closed. Zumo opened his eyes, revealing a sharp gaze as if a strange light was shining from them. A beautiful figure entered his sight. Mia had very fair skin, wore a dress, had clear and bright eyes with long eyelashes, and smiled with an innocent purity, making her very pleasant to look at. However, Zumo glanced at her and then closed his eyes, as if he had seen something he shouldn't have. What's going on? He shook his head. When he opened his eyes again, he could no longer see through the dress. What's the matter? Mia noticed Zumo's strange reaction. Nothing. Good morning, Miss Mia, Zumo said with a smile. Good morning. I have prepared breakfast and your toiletries are ready too. Wash up with Yaoer and come down to eat. I have to go out for a while, Mia instructed before closing the door and leaving. After Mia left, Zumo took a deep breath, feeling the changes in his body. He faintly felt entirely different, not just in terms of spiritual perception. The physical qualities of his body seemed to be transforming too. When he clenched his palm, he could clearly feel some changes within. Just now. Zumo thought about the earlier scene, where his spiritual power focused on his eyes. Looking at his arm, his eyes penetrated the sleeve, and the skin underneath came into view. It was evidently not an illusion. His eyes had developed a penetrative ability, although it couldn't yet pierce through skin. X-ray. Its intensity wasn't very strong, but did this mean his eyes could release penetrative energy waves? Brother. Yaoer interrupted Zumo's thoughts. She opened her sleepy eyes, then sat up and nestled into Zumo's arms. Zumo gently stroked Yaoer's hair, ruffling her head, and sighed silently. Although he had merely inherited the original owner's identity, he still saw the girl as his own sister. Besides being influenced by the original owner's memories and emotions, there was also perhaps an innate human compassion. Sister Mia has prepared breakfast. Let's get up and eat, Zumo said softly. Okay. Yaoer nodded gently, then climbed up and kissed Zumo on the cheek, before dressing herself obediently, which was heart-wrenching to watch. Zumo looked at the girl and smiled. From now on, they would depend on each other in this unfamiliar world. After washing up and having breakfast, they went downstairs. Ms. Mia had gone out, and Master Bata had not yet risen, so Zumo took Yaoer to mind the shop. Brother, are we going to live in Sister Mia's house forever? Yaoer asked innocently, looking up. Do you like it here, Yaoer? Zumo asked back. I do. I like Sister Mia, and the breakfast is very tasty, Yaoer said, her small body slim, but her eyes exceptionally bright, smiling innocently. Silly Yaoer. Zumo felt a pang of sadness. Before, they barely had breakfast, at most just some compressed biscuits to share. In the future, brother will take you to live in a big house and have delicious food every day, Zumo said with a smile. Bigger than Ms. Mia's house? Yaoer asked. Bigger than here, Zumo replied. He. Yaoer laughed foolishly, her small head seemingly filled with a bit of hope for the future. Zumo, come help me. A voice called out from a distance, and Zumo looked up to see Mia returning with a stack of books so large she could hardly move. Zumo hurried over to her side, and Mia's hands unloaded the books onto him as if her arms could no longer hold on. Zumo caught most of them, though some books still fell to the ground. So sore. Mia shook her arm with a bright smile, then squatted down to pick up the fallen books. Why did you buy so many books, Ms. Mia? Zumo asked, looking down at Mia, his eyes catching a beautiful scene, causing him to awkwardly shift his gaze. To let you get familiar with the writings here. You can read them when you're bored, Mia said with a smile, and, noticing Zumo's reaction, seemed to realize something. She glanced down and a blush swept across her face before standing up, hugging the books, and walking forward. Indeed, I still don't recognize many characters. Could you teach me, Miss Mia? Zumo asked. The original owner had never attended school. In the underworld, only a very few had the privilege of schooling, and there were hardly any schools. Zumo wanted to familiarize himself with this world, and reading books was undoubtedly a way to do so. Mia had surprisingly helped him with it. Of course, if you want to, Mia responded, smiling. She didn't pay much attention to what had just happened. After all, she saw Zumo as young and had bought the books to divert his attention, fearing he might dwell on his parents. Zumo noticed that this world had many similarities to his previous one. The writing had traces of Chinese characters but was more concise, and Latin letters and Arabic numerals also existed. The clocks here had 24 hours. Even while reading, Zumo found many terms identical to those in his past life. This made Zumo wonder if this was another cosmic civilization or a parallel universe. During his studies, Zumo discovered that his memory had greatly improved. He guessed that his brain might have undergone some unknown changes. His perceptual ability, memory, and computational skills had all significantly enhanced, as if his brain region was evolving. This made Zumo increasingly curious and somewhat expectant about this unfamiliar world. These days, Zumo was very diligent. He studied at the shop during the day, practiced the breathing technique at night, and sometimes trained his body. Both mentally and physically, he was far beyond his former self, clearly feeling these changes, his entire demeanor renewed. Yaoer was also gradually adapting to the new life. One day, while Zumo was reading, Mia walked up behind him and noticed his serious profile. She felt that Zumo had changed. Previously, his eyes were dull, but now they were deep and spirited, as if he were a different person. Zumo, have you grown taller? Mia asked softly. Miss Mia, Zumo said, smiling, I didn't notice. Stand up and let's compare, Mia laughed. She was 1.7 meters tall, and Zumo had previously been shorter than her. Okay. Zumo nodded and stood in front of Mia. She measured their heads with her hand and found they were almost the same height. Her bright eyes revealed a smile of surprise. Zumo, you've grown so much. Zumo had overlooked his height, not realizing it was also changing. You're only 15, you should grow more and soon surpass me, Mia said happily. Mia. As they spoke, A voice came from outside. Looking out, they saw a carriage with a coachman and a beautiful young girl in a white dress sitting inside, wearing thin white transparent gloves, appearing elegant and noble. "Elsa," Mia called out with a smile. "I want to stroll around West Street." "Mia, do you want to join me?" Elsa invited. Mia glanced at Zumo and asked, "Zumo, are you interested?" Zumo shook his head. He didn't look at Elsa but instead focused on a figure in the distance. The person wore a vest and long pants, revealing solid muscle lines and exuding a fierce aura, a temperament formed from long-term experience in certain environments, a tough character by any look. It was one of the assailants who had intruded into his home that day. "Elsa, you go ahead. I'll join you next time," Mia replied with a smile. "All right, next time then," Elsa said, looking at Zumo, puzzled about why Mia would seek his opinion. The carriage began to move away, and the tough-looking assailant walked quickly, ahead of the carriage. "Miss Mia, I want to go out for a while. Could you look after Yaoer for me?" Zumo asked, looking at Mia. "Of course," Mia nodded. "Where are you going?" "I saw an acquaintance," Zumo replied. "Go ahead, I'll take care of Yaoer," Mia said with a smile. Zumo walked out and followed the assailant. With his powerful vision, even maintaining a significant distance, he could still easily track him. The assailant walked swiftly, and Zumo matched his pace. Approximately 20 minutes later, the assailant turned into an area. Zumo glanced around outside. There was a door at the corner, with the word Black Market carved on it. The order in the underworld was very chaotic, but on the surface, it adhered to some rules. But in the black market, there was no order at all. It was a haven for criminals, with most people engaged in illegal trades. Zumo's perceptual power infiltrated inside, and he followed it into the black market without any hesitation. After he entered, Elsa's carriage slowly approached. She glanced inside, feeling puzzled, and wondered if she should tell Mia. If there was a chance, she should remind Mia, Elsa thought as the carriage passed by. Chapter 6, Fighting Arena. The black market used to be the largest slum in the underground city, where people from the bottom rung gathered and crime grew rampant. Over time, it evolved into today's black market, a paradise for criminals. Zumo approached the black market, seeing rows of dilapidated houses, crowded streets, dense crowds, trash everywhere, and a terrible environment. The assailant had already walked into the crowded area. Zumo had locked his perception on him and followed along the path ahead. "Hey, handsome, want to have some fun?" A scantily clad, sexy woman puffed smoke at Zumo as he passed by. Zumo ignored her and walked on, but she reached out and tried to drag him into a nearby small house. Zumo's body, however, didn't budge. He glanced at the thick foundation on her face and asked, "Andy, are you paying me?" "You." The woman's face changed, and Zumo directly shook off her hand and continued forward. He encountered several such situations along the way. Someone's following. Zumo quickly realized someone was tailing him. In fact, there were two people. They had been following him since he entered the black market and were clearly targeting him now. 30 meters, Zumo calculated the distance. "It's a fresh face," one man whispered. "So young, his organs should fetch a good price," the other responded, gripping a dagger as he sped up, closing in on Zumo. When they were about 10 meters away, both put on masks. 5 meters. Zumo estimated the distance, spreading his perception to be fully aware of his surroundings. The two men quickened their pace, daggers already drawn. Zumo also accelerated and turned into an alley on his left. The two realized they were discovered and ran to follow. Once in the alley, Zumo saw another right turn halfway through. After turning, he stopped and turned around. This alley could only accommodate one person at a time. The follower emerged, spotting Zumo standing face to face. Before he could react, Zumo pressed his left arm against the man's head, smashing it against the wall. His right hand grabbed the hand holding the dagger and drove it into the man's throat. The immense power rendered the man incapable of resisting, the dagger piercing his own throat. Behind the mask, the man's eyes bulged wide, seemingly unable to comprehend how he had died. The second man halted, witnessing it all in an instant. Realizing he was outmatched, he turned and fled. Zumo pulled the dagger from the man's throat and hurled it at the fleeing figure. With a precise sound, it pierced the man's neck, his body collapsing to the ground. Zumo crouched, took the mask off the fallen man, and wore it himself. He pocketed the cash he found, then exited the alley. He had lost the target. His perception had a limited range, and this delay allowed the fugitive to escape. But Zumo didn't leave. He quickened his pace, the earlier kills giving him a better understanding of his own strength. Powerful brain calculations allowed him to execute his actions clearly, and his body coordination was remarkably strong. Even without practice, his thrown dagger was highly accurate. This made him more acutely aware of his body's current changes. As for killing the organ traffickers, Zumo felt no guilt. On his first day in this world, he understood the survival laws of the underworld. As Zumo walked, he memorized the black market's layout, familiarizing himself with the areas he traversed. Better safe than sorry. Need genetic evolution liquid? A middle-aged man approached Zumo and whispered. Genetic evolution liquid? It was the first time Zumo had heard the term. This world actually had such a thing? He didn't stop, brushing past the man, continuing onward. Selling genetic evolution liquid on the streets of the black market seemed like shouting martial arts secrets in a past life. As Zumo moved deeper into the black market, he noticed the crowd converging towards a single destination. He followed, soon spotting an iron door. He glanced inside, seeing burly guards armed and patrolling both inside and outside. Inside, chaotic noises reached Zumo's ears, the roar of crowds and heavy metal music. A casino? Zumo observed for a moment before walking in. The dim iron door led to a packed space. Zumo squeezed in with the flow of people, the cacophony bombarding his ears. Zumo passed through the iron doors and found himself in a vast space, with alternating light and dark flashing overhead. 5 floors crowded with people gathered around various gambling tables. Zumo walked slowly, taking in the surroundings. Many surveillance cameras and numerous patrolling guards monitored key areas. The noise, curses, and heavy metal music mixed chaotically, making Zumo's head throb. He didn't like the scene but maintained his perception. There. Zumo found the person he was looking for, who he had previously lost track of. Locking on his target, Zumo closed in slowly. The person gambled at a table twice before heading deeper into the casino. Zumo blended into the crowd, remaining inconspicuous. As he passed a gambling table, he used his special ability to glance at the cards, seeing through the bottom cards. However, the material of the dice cups varied at different tables, with some cups being opaque to his sight. What's that? Continuing inward, Zumo noticed a densely packed area. The heavy metal music was deafening, lights swung dynamically overhead. It was far more lively than the gambling tables. Zumo perceived the scene there. It was a fighting arena surrounded by people. He saw his target enter a side corridor, destination unknown. Zumo squeezed into the crowd, using his spiritual power continuously. He noticed fatigue creeping in. His lean body and strong strength allowed him to easily push to the front. Being at the front of the arena, his view was still obstructed. The upper floors offered better views, especially the 5th floor, with closed rooms likely reserved for important figures. In the fighting arena, 2 figures appeared. One was burly, bald, and shirtless, with solid muscular lines exuding power. He held a shield in his left hand and a heavy axe in his right. In contrast, the opponent was slimmer, had a buzz cut, a long face, and wore a white ghost mask. He was unarmed. The deafening cheers even drowned the blaring heavy metal music. Everyone was excited, roaring at the fighters. Begin. With the signal from above, the burly fighter charged at Baigui. At the same time, Baigui moved, his arm extending and transforming into extremely sharp metal blades. Screech. Sharp metal spikes shot from his arm, aimed directly at the opponent's eyes. Mechanical arm. Zumo's heart jolted at the sight. The original owner knew too little about this world, he needed to see for himself. The scene before him resembled a sci-fi movie. The mechanical arm turned into blades, shooting out. The opponent raised his shield to block, but the sharp objects, like tentacles, clung to the shield's edges. Baigui's body used the momentum to spring towards the burly fighter. A loud roar erupted as the burly fighter's axe swung at the mechanical arm. The immense power was so violent it made the surrounding audience scream wildly in excitement. Zumo felt his ears might burst. The mechanical arm's tentacles immediately released, the axe slicing through the air. Baigui's charging figure didn't stop, both arms extending into sharp claws, both arms mechanical. The burly fighter lunged, using his momentum to smash the shield forward, the power immense. Boom. A loud collision sent Baigui flying, his mechanical arms twisted, showing the immense force. Kill him. Kill him. Wild roars mixed with heavy metal music made the blood surge. So crazy, Zumo glanced around, not expecting the underworld's fighting to be so intense. Was it because normal life was too repressive? It seemed strength was highly valued in the underworld. And, could the fight end with a death? The axe-wielding fighter, barefoot, ran steadily across the arena toward the opponent, clearly trained. In the subsequent clash, the axe-wielding fighter remained dominant. Zumo ignored the cheers, focusing his spiritual power on the arena, observing their moves, power, and speed. He wondered if he could beat an opponent in the arena with his current combat power. Baigui's going to lose. An idea formed in Zumo's mind, as if he had already calculated the outcome. Baigui's mechanical arms could extend as weapons, but their material was too ordinary. The immense power strained the mechanical arms, and Baigui's agility was insufficient. In this situation, he couldn't break the opponent's defense. Continuing to fight would only lead to one possible outcome. Chapter 700 Shah Arthur, kill him. In the fighting arena under heavy metal music, the surrounding crowd's roars were like a pack of beasts bellowing. The axe-wielding strongman Shah Arthur kept attacking, pushing his opponent towards the corner of the ring. Blood dripped from beneath Baigui's ghost mask, and his arms trembled. He had been an ordinary person, incurring debts at the casino, lost a hand, and got a cybernetic arm from the doctor as reparation, conditioned on his participation in fights to pay off his debts. After some training, he entered the fighting arena and won several bouts, until the day when he met Shah Arthur. I don't want to die. Baigui's face beneath the mask turned pale, his gaze grim as he stared at the approaching Shah Arthur. The music and the crowd's roars stimulated his nerves, and he let out a mad roar, his body shooting up, both arms whipping forward, aiming to pierce the pressing Shah Arthur. Shah Arthur raised his giant shield in front of him. With a loud clang, the shield blocked one cybernetic arm, while the other grabbed his exposed leg, the sharp blade slicing through skin, blood gushing out. Shah Arthur let out a roar, moved the shield aside, and hurled his axe forward. Splat! The axe cleaved directly into the ghost-faced man's head, the tremendous force splitting it open. The gruesome scene made Zumo close his eyes, his heart trembling slightly, so ruthless. Yet the crowd around the fighting arena erupted in deafening cheers, like frenzied beasts roaring to tear their prey apart, making him feel out of place, as if disconnected from the world before him. Someone stepped into the arena to clean, and the injured Shah Arthur, after enjoying the cheers, walked towards the passage opposite Zumo, the crowd's roars gradually dying down. Shah Arthur is too powerful, already with 5 consecutive wins. The appearance fee must be considerable by now. Depends on the opponent. This match against Baigui was likely quite profitable. If he meets stronger foes later, the appearance fee will only increase. Damn, that's real earning. I wanna make money too. You'll be throwing your life away. The surrounding chatter continued, flowing into Zumo's ears. It seemed somewhat similar to boxing from his previous life, only more bloody and cruel, with lives at stake. Who's in the next match? Someone asked. Just saw Ryan enter the backstage, he might fight. Ryan, hasn't he won 3 consecutive matches too? He's quite strong. Yeah, Ryan is with Cobra. Fighting here is probably on Cobra's orders, risking his life. Ruthless. SHH, do you want to die? Ryan? Zumo thought to himself. Is that the villain? The passage he just walked through should lead to the backstage of the arena. His senses couldn't penetrate it. Most people hadn't left. Zumo didn't either, waiting for a while. The passage opposite Zumo opened, and 2 figures stepped into the ring, standing in the 2 light circles. It's him. Zumo stared at one person on the left side of the arena. He wore a silver helmet, his hands clad in metallic arm guards protecting his wrists. His opponent, a more burly man, wielded a steel knife, eyes filled with killing intent. Challenger, 3-time winner Ryan, defender, 3-time winner Bayren, a metallic voice echoed through the arena, instantly igniting the crowd around the fighting ground. Both had 3 wins. When titans clash, the victor reaches 4 wins, the loser dies. Explosive heavy metal music boomed in their eardrums. Among the roaring waves of the crowd, a voice shouted, "Begin." With that command, Bayren advanced step by step towards Ryan, steel knife in hand, while Ryan stood his ground, raising his arms in a blocking stance. In the violent music, Bayren's steel knife slashed down straight, filled with a brutal beauty. Ryan lifted his arms to block. Clang. A sharp, piercing sound mixed with the music and roars. Ryan's arm was knocked down, his steps retreating a bit. Bayren's movements didn't stop, the steel knife chopping down again, seemingly carrying immense power. Clang, clang, clang. The violent clash sounds continued, exciting the crowd's nerves. Ryan took steps backward, his arms numb. Cut him down, cut him down. Seeing Bayren gaining the upper hand, wild howls surged, eager to see Bayren cut Ryan down. Zumo focused on the battle. Though Bayren had the upper hand, he exposed many flaws. If Ryan had any strength left, as long as he seized a counterattack opportunity, the outcome could reverse in an instant. Apparently driven by the shouting, Bayren became wilder, both hands gripping the steel knife with greater power, determined to end it all in one move, to kill Ryan. Screech. The sound of metallic friction rang out, sharp and piercing. Ryan's arm deflected downward, making Bayren's body follow the momentum downward. At that moment, Ryan suddenly sprang up, violently swinging his right arm out, the steel arm guard smashing directly into Bayren's head. Blood splattered, Bayren's head smashed open, his body flying leftward, blood streaming out, and his body twitching in agony. The crowd around the arena went completely wild. Smash him, smash him. The roars drowned out the loud music. Ryan, picking up the fallen steel knife, walked towards Bayren, raising the knife and stabbing it down amid the wild roars, piercing directly into Bayren's head, blood splashing onto him. Zumo didn't close his eyes this time, staring at the arena, the surrounding roars seeming automatically isolated from him. His mind recalled that day's scene, the boundless fear of a family of 4, the thug breaking into the room with a blade stabbing directly into his parents' hearts, eyes showing a cruel smile. He remembered his helplessness huddled in a corner, remembered the 5-year-old girl's despairing, hysterical crying. These scenes flooded in instantly, like a nightmare, filling his mind. A surge of violent emotion rose in his heart, and Zumo turned and squeezed through the crowd. In that wild roar, his figure appeared somewhat out of place. This is a savage world. Zumo squeezed out of the crowd, heading towards the passage Ryan had previously walked through, but was stopped at a door inside. "I want to participate in the fight," Zumo said. One person opened the door, and another led Zumo into the passage's interior, the backstage of the fighting arena. A sexy woman wearing glasses received him. She wore a fake smile and asked, "Sir, participating in the fight?" "Yes." Zumo nodded. "Familiar with the rules?" The woman asked. "The loser dies?" Zumo asked. "Depends on the winner's mood," the woman smiled. "But in the arena, the victor rarely showed mercy, usually choosing to kill the opponent." "What's the appearance fee?" Zumo asked. "Depends on your opponent, but it's given after the fight," the woman smiled warmly. "If you die in the arena, naturally, you can't take the fee." "How much for challenging Ryan?" Zumo asked. The woman was stunned, then her smile grew even brighter. "A rookie, challenging Ryan?" Though Zumo wore a mask, he seemed frail, especially in the arena, among the skinniest. Judging by his voice, he wasn't that old. He wanted to challenge Ryan? "Let me calculate." The woman counted seriously for a moment, then smiled. "Winning would get you 1,800 Federation credits, losing would be 300, but I need to ask Mr. Ryan if he accepts." The fee differed whether you won or lost. However, losing likely meant not taking the fee. "Okay." Zumo couldn't understand how she calculated it, but 1,800 Federation credits was no small amount. His original parents' monthly salary was about 200 Federation credits. Not little, but definitely not much. Losing meant only 300, with a high chance of leaving his life behind. It's a gamble with life. Even so, many took the risk. In the underworld, many were already desperate. Of course, the biggest source of new fighters was the adjacent casino, full of gamblers. For old hands like Shaw, Arthur and Ryan, they were already experienced. "Please wait." The woman left, and Zumo sensed her approaching Ryan coming from backstage. Ryan looked over, disdainfully agreeing. The woman returned smiling at Zumo. "What's your name, sir?" "Real name or code name is fine." Zumo came masked, likely using a code name. "Hunter." Zumo said. The woman seriously looked at Zumo's expression under the mask. "Hunter." The code name seemed meaningful. "Mr. Hunter, please rest in the backstage." The woman led Zumo to the backstage area where several people were. The injured Shaw Arthur already had bandages, recovering. Ryan, shirtless, had someone massaging his arm, fatigue showing from the previous fight. Ryan sneered at Zumo, thinking of him as a dead man. Fighting a rookie, although the fee wasn't high, brutalizing a rookie was easy, and frequent appearances could boost his popularity. The more popular, the higher future appearance fees. Zumo stared at Ryan, eyes unwavering under the mask, making Ryan frown. From the rookie's eyes, he saw an intensely fierce aura, like wanting to devour him. After a while, the woman came to Zumo. "Mr. Hunter, follow me to the arsenal to select a weapon." "Okay." Zumo averted his gaze, following the woman through another door to the arena's arsenal, filled with various weapons of different kinds and weights. You can select a set or a single weapon, or use your own. Once confirmed, no switching during the fight, or you'll be executed on the spot, the attendant warned Zumo. Zumo filtered out the heavy weapons, armor, and guards which held no meaning for him. He needed offensive weapons. Zumo walked to the blade section, filled with different knives of varying lengths, weights, and hardness. Reaching out, Zumo gripped a scimitar. Chapter 8, One cut on the 5th floor of the fighting arena, 2 figures stood before the floor-to-ceiling windows, easily overlooking the entire arena. "A newcomer, interesting," remarked the middle-aged man standing on the left, his glasses perched on the bridge of his nose. He squinted at the fighting arena, resembling a cold, venomous snake. "Cobra, aren't you afraid of losing a subordinate by letting Ryan fight?" The other middle-aged man, in his 40s, swirled the wine in his glass. "He needs the money himself, that's all." Cobra's voice was somewhat hoarse. He stared at Zumo opposite Ryan below, Why do newcomers always seem so eager to die? Kinzong, care to place a bet? Betting on Ryan against a newcomer? Do you think I'm stupid, Cobra? Kinzong laughed. 10 to 1 odds, I put in 10,000, you put in 1,000, just a small game, Cobra turned to Kinzong. Kinzong glanced below and nodded. 1,000 is not a small amount for me, but since you're interested, I'll play along, consider it a contribution to the arena's funds. With that, they both took out their money and handed it to a tall woman standing behind them, an attendant of the arena. For each betting agreement, the arena's attendants acted as referees, taking a commission as their fee. Kinzong, the direct manager of the fighting arena. In the arena, heavy metal music stirred the emotions of the audience. Even before the fight began, many people were already shouting, "Ryan, crush him. Take his knife and stab it into his heart." Many people yelled madly, feeling more excited than Ryan himself in the arena. Challenger, newcomer, codename, Hunter, opponent, Ryan, 4 wins. A mechanical voice sounded from above. Ryan didn't even wear a helmet, only arm guards. He looked at the thin Zumo with extreme disdain. Could this weak body withstand a punch? Is this newcomer another gambler coming to die? Looking so frail, how dare he step into the fighting arena? He must be desperate for money. Ryan has killed his opponents in all 4 matches so far. This kid is most likely a dead man. Hunter? Crush him, Ryan. Don't use a second punch. Countless voices drilled into Zumo's ears. He stood quietly in the arena as the lights scanned his body. In this wild atmosphere, he felt isolated from the entire world. Zumo closed his eyes, and everything around him clearly imprinted in his mind, including the frenzied, ghastly expressions of those around the fighting arena. Everything seemed to slow down, frame by frame, as his mind operated like a machine. His hand was very steady, strongly suppressing his intense hostility. The curved blade in his hand flashed with cold light under the spotlight. Zumo gripped the handle tightly. At that moment, his aura changed, exuding strong confidence, as if facing yet another extreme challenge. Moreover, in his calculations, the danger of this fight was 0, he could not lose. Begin. As the voice rang out, Zumo opened his eyes, a cold gleam shooting from his pupils. His body moved, stepping across the arena, his frail body demonstrating powerful explosiveness as he charged at Ryan. Roar, roar, roar. The audience around the arena shouted excitedly. A newcomer, taking the initiative? They seemed to foresee Ryan's arm guard smashing his opponent's head. Ryan raised both arms and stepped forward, his eyes fixed on the approaching Zumo, assuming a blocking stance. Zumo's body approached Ryan, his curved blade slashing down in one fluid motion. In his spiritual powers perception, Ryan's movements were slow. Ryan glanced at the position of Zumo's slashing blade and sneered, raising his left arm to block with his arm guard, using the same move as before. Ryan suddenly found the blade's trajectory somewhat strange. It wasn't a straight slash but an arc, like a crescent moon. As he raised his arm, the blade's speed suddenly increased, as if precisely calculating his movement. Blood splashed on his face. Ryan didn't feel pain, just saw the blade cutting off his fingers and then entering his vision. PSH. The sharp blade slashed down, a line of blood appeared on Ryan's forehead. His eyes didn't close, staring fixedly at the thin masked figure before him. Then, his body fell, blood staining the arena red. One slash. The spectators suddenly fell silent, the roars stopping abruptly. Only the heavy metal music continued to shock their eardrums as all eyes fixed on Zumo. After a moment's pause, even crazier roars echoed throughout the arena. To the audience, who won or lost didn't matter. They craved excitement, something to ignite their nerves. This slash had undoubtedly achieved that. No one had given a chance to Zumo, thinking he'd be smashed with one punch. He killed Ryan, the 4-match winner, with one slash. At this moment, Zumo's curved blade still dripped with blood. Zumo stared at the corpse without a hint of guilt in his eyes. The scene of Ryan breaking into his home to kill still vividly replayed in his mind, the deepest memory left by the original owner. Throwing the curved blade onto the arena, Zumo turned and walked toward the passage. He didn't savor the surrounding cheers. These people weren't cheering for him, they were cheering for savagery and slaughter. In the arena's passage, the previous female attendant was already waiting. Seeing Zumo approaching, she bowed politely and said, "Mr. Hunter, here is your appearance fee." Zumo received the 1800 Federation coins and said softly, "Thank you." Then he walked ahead. The others backstage all watched Zumo, including Shazir, who had seen the fight. Although Ryan might have underestimated his opponent, Zumo's slash was incredibly impressive. He made a mental note to be cautious of him. "Mr. Hunter, would you like to rest here for a while?" the attendant asked, catching up to Zumo. "No need." Zumo shook his head. I'll see you out. The attendant didn't insist, escorting Zumo to the exit. Mr. Hunter, next time you come, your appearance fee will be much higher. Got it. Zumo nodded slightly, continuing to leave quickly. He exited the fighting arena without even staying at the casino and left the area directly. Ryan was one of the murderers who killed his family. There were still 3 others unaccounted for. Although their identities were unknown, Ryan had appeared in the black market, making it likely that the others operated there too. The arms factory's influence should be strong. However, they might not handle such matters directly. Ryan was likely hired, and he heard someone say that Ryan worked for Cobra. Who was Cobra? What role did the law enforcement team play in this? Killing Ryan through the fight appeared as just a regular match to outsiders, not an act of revenge. No one should notice, but he had to be cautious not to be traced. Zumo left the casino and quickly walked toward the black market's exit. Soon, he noticed someone following him, evidently curious about his identity. Although he didn't know who it was, Zumo was mentally prepared. After several swift moves through the alleys of the black market, his mask vanished, and he donned a different outfit. Only when he confirmed no one was tracking him did he leave the black market. Returning to the department store, Zumo felt as though a lifetime had passed. Here and the black market seemed like 2 different worlds. Zumo, you're back. Mia greeted him with a sweet smile as she told a story to Yaoer. Yes, thank you, Miss Mia, Zumo replied. No need to be so polite. Mia pretended to be angry and didn't ask where Zumo had been. She looked at Yaoer and said, Zumo, Yaoer is very smart. I plan to teach her to read in the future. Sitting beside her, Yaoer looked at Zumo and smiled foolishly, saying in a childish voice, Brother, Yaoer likes listening to Sister Mia's stories. Zumo walked over and rubbed Yaoer's head, saying softly, Then Yaoer must remember to be good to Sister Mia, okay? Okay. Yaoer nodded seriously. Miss Mia, I'll go change my clothes, Zumo said and walked inside. He returned shortly, saying, Miss Mia, I'll watch the store so you can rest. It's alright, you can watch the store while I continue telling stories to Yaoer. Mia made space for Zumo to sit. Zumo sat down, the faint fragrance flowing into his nostrils. He turned his head to look at Mia seriously telling a story. Kind and gentle, Mia seemed like a stream of clean water in this savage world. She shouldn't have been born into such a brutal place. He wondered if Master Bata could always protect Miss Mia. Zumo, what are you looking at? Mia sensed something and turned to glance at him. Nothing. Zumo turned his gaze away. Mia felt a bit strange. Zumo seemed different from before, but she couldn't pinpoint what had changed. Chapter 9, The Gambler in the Room. Zumo closed his eyes, his breathing even. These days, he spent most of his free time cultivating his breathing technique. Now, he could more clearly sense the energy field forming around him. The farther it was from him, the weaker the sensed energy field became. In this state, he sensed Mia playing with Yaoer, sensed passers-by on the streets, shopkeepers calling out, and even the sound of movement next door. Zumo controlled the energy field with his thoughts, only to see a book in front of him slowly move, float up in the air, and gently land before him. Phew. Zumo took a deep breath. Recently, with a breathing technique, he could simply control the energy field to retrieve objects from a distance. His sensing ability and perceived vision had also continuously transformed, as had his physical qualities. He took out a row of leather sheaths from under the bed and opened them. Inside were many darts, which Zumo had specifically commissioned as meteor darts. They had 4 corners, like 4 small knives forming a ring, making them very powerful as hidden weapons. He wasn't in a hurry to find the culprits. Instead, he focused on improving his strength to face potential future situations. In this savage world, he had to live cautiously. Zumo took out a dart and placed it in his palm, gazing at it. With a thought, the dart floated in the air, spinning faster and faster under his control. Stop. Beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. The dart suddenly stopped, returning to Zumo's hand. He felt somewhat dizzy and mentally exhausted. Clearly, with his current control of the energy field, he could only use telekinesis on one dart for fast flight, but the burden was significant. Nevertheless, Zumo was quite satisfied with this, as it hadn't been long since he started cultivating the breathing technique, and he could already be said to have acquired a superpower. After a short rest, Zumo left the room and went downstairs. Miss Mia, I'm heading out for a bit. Zumo greeted Mia. Having gained significant strength recently, he wanted to check the dark market to see if he could encounter the other assailants. Okay. Mia nodded with a smile. Come back early. Brother, where are you going? Yaoer walked up and held Zumo's hand, asking. Brother is just going for a walk. Be good and listen to Miss Mia. Zumo pinched Yaoer's cheek. Nowadays, Yaoer and Mia had grown closer and often slept together at night. Then come back early, brother. I'll be waiting. The girl nodded obediently. Got it. Zumo rubbed the little girl's cheeks and then left the department store. Watching his departing figure, Mia felt a bit worried. Walking on the road, Zumo thought to himself that although he was working at the department store, Miss Mia was doing most of the work. This couldn't go on, he had to move out eventually. Additionally, the law enforcement team had intentionally questioned him before without getting any useful information. The assailants hadn't come for him either. He wasn't sure if they didn't know he was alive or didn't care about his existence, but in any case, he couldn't let his guard down. Arriving at the dark market again, Zumo donned both a mask and a hat, wearing loose clothing to hide his figure. This time, he wasn't followed. Perhaps due to his disguise, no women tried to pull him into small rooms along the way. The dark market was a mix of all kinds of people. Someone with a peculiar attire like Zumo's, whose background was unclear, naturally wouldn't be provoked. The casino and fighting arena were still the liveliest places in the dark market. Upon arriving outside, Zumo saw many people gathered, watching. Approaching, he saw a young woman in white lying on the ground, her clothing torn and stained with blood. The girl looked around 19 years old. Although her hair was disheveled and her face had traces of blood, one could barely make out a delicate face under her fair skin. Her features were very refined. Beside the girl was a middle-aged man, stepping on her leg to prevent her from crawling forward. 2,000, I just need 2,000, the middle-aged man said to one of the people standing outside the casino's iron gate. The person was relatively young, not even 30, looked refined, wore gold-rimmed glasses, and smiled warmly at the middle-aged man. I've always been strict in my discipline. This girl has been obedient and well-behaved since childhood. She's pretty too, worth at least 2,000. The middle-aged man clenched his hands, a bit of madness in his eyes. Oh, so she's a virgin? People around started to jeer, their eyes fixated on the girl, seeming as if they could devour her. Boss Bay, you know your own situation. If it was before, your daughter could have been a wealthy lady. But now. The young man with gold-rimmed glasses adjusted his glasses and looked at the middle-aged man. Walk around the dark market and see who can pay that price. The middle-aged man known as Boss Bay looked ashen. He faced the crowd. Whoever can pay, take her right away and do whatever you want with her. The girl struggled to crawl forward, her hands stained with blood. Stay put. The middle-aged man crushed her leg, his face twisted as he roared. The girl screamed in agony, her face pressed against the cold ground, lying there in despair. This was her biological father. Since getting addicted to gambling, he had squandered the family fortune, driven her mother to suicide, and still hadn't repented, now wanting to sell her too. A good girl beaten like this, if it was before, maybe she'd be worth 2,000. Now, at most 1,000. The gold-rimmed glasses man looked at Boss Bay and sighed. Or Boss Bay, let's bet. If I win, I take the girl. If you win, I'll give you 3,000, and I won't take her. How about that? Boss Bay appeared to struggle, staring at the other man, then nodded. Fine. Great, Boss Bay, come on in, the young man said with a smile, walking through the iron gate. Boss Bay glared at the girl, lifted her collar from behind. Don't worry, Dad will win this time. Yes, definitely win. Zumo watched everything from the sidelines. The surrounding crowd also laughed and followed them inside, showing no hint of sympathy. Having lived through 2 lives, he still couldn't understand the existence of gamblers. Not only did they lose their humanity, but they also lost basic judgment. It was clear the other man just wanted to gamble and didn't need to pay a price to take the girl. Zumo followed through the iron gate too. Inside, a crowd gathered around a gambling table. The gold-rimmed glasses man and Boss Bay stood on opposite sides. In the middle was the casino attendant, acting as a referee. When customers gambled, the casino acted as the intermediary, taking a small commission from each bet. The attendant handed each man a set of dice, 3 each. After examining and covering them, he said, 1 round to decide the winner. The higher the total, the winner. Please. After you, Boss Bay, the gold-rimmed glasses man said with a smile. Boss Bay's hand holding the dice cup trembled slightly. He stared hard at his hand and then started shaking the cup. His opponent watched him with a smile, also shaking his cup. Both of them shook for a long time before stopping, placing their cups down and stepping away from the table. The attendant placed his hand over Boss Bay's cup, whose entire body trembled slightly. He opened the cup, revealing the dice showing 4, 4, and 6. 14. A lot of commotion erupted around them. Boss Bay clenched his fists and his eyes lit up. 14 was quite high. The gold-rimmed glasses man smiled. The attendant moved his hand to the gold-rimmed man's cup and opened it, revealing the dice. Everyone's eyes focused there. 5, 5, 5. 15. Wow. The crowd erupted loudly, jeering. Boss Bay's face turned ashen as he stared at the dice. Impossible, impossible. Boss Bay, you lost. The young man with gold-rimmed glasses smiled, glancing playfully at the girl beside him. The girl tried to escape but was stopped by two of the man's subordinates. You cheated, yelled Boss Bay. Boss Bay, some things are better left unsaid here, the young man with glasses warned. The attendant also glared at Boss Bay coldly. Boss Bay turned pale and collapsed onto the ground. The man with glasses sneered, approaching the girl, looking at her face arrogantly. Miss Bay, you'll be coming with me. Bayway's face turned ashen. Seeing the faces around her, her heart turned cold. How about we have a bet? A voice sounded. The man in glasses turned to see a masked and hatted man sitting at the gambling table with his back to him. Are you talking to me? The glasses man asked. Zumo nodded, placing his 1,700 Federation coins on the table. The man with glasses seemed intrigued. How do we bet? This is my wager. Same rules as before, Zumo pointed to the Federation coins. If I win, the woman is mine. The man with glasses glanced at Bayway and smiled. Miss Bay seems quite charming. He then took a position opposite Zumo. All right. The crowd gathered again, curious about this new guy. The attendant placed dice and cups before them, and after checking, made a gesture to proceed. The man with glasses smiled at Zumo and began shaking his cup. Zumo watched him and began shaking his cup shortly after, pausing only after a moment and stepping back from the table. After Zumo, the glasses man also stopped and stepped back. Both men stared at each other. Zumo's gaze was calm under his mask, while the glasses man's face held a faint mockery. Few people could beat him at gambling. Sir, please go first, the attendant gestured to Zumo. Zumo nodded. The attendant opened Zumo's cup. The crowd looked at the dice, and disdainful boos erupted, mixed with curses. A rookie, after all. Even worse than me, scoffed many voices. The dice showed 2, 3, and 3. 8. The crowd, initially thinking Zumo's getup signaled expertise, now lost interest, seeing him as just giving away money. Thank you. The glasses man said with a confident smile, stretching his hand to take the money even before glancing at the dice. Look closely at your dice, Zumo reminded him. Simultaneously, shocked gasps sounded around. Feeling the crowd's abnormal reaction, the glasses man stopped reaching for the money, glanced at Zumo, and then down at his own dice. The smile on his face slowly froze, his eyes squinted, his expression turning grim. Were these the dice results? Was this a mistake? Did this guy get lucky? People around were also astonished at the results, finding it strange, as they themselves could likely win with such results. Chapter 10 Otai 2, 1. 5 points. The dice cup was revealed, and these were the points of the man with gold-framed glasses. His eyes locked onto the 3 dice, his face changing colors. 5 points? How could this be the points he rolled? Thanks. Zumo directly returned the man's words. The man adjusted his glasses and stared at Zumo, saying, one more round. Release the person first. Zumo said coldly. The man glanced at Bayway's direction. His subordinate moved behind him, and Bayway tried to escape. To her, Zumo might not be any different from the man with gold-framed glasses. If you leave now, will your father let you go? Zumo said with his back to Bayway. She froze, staring at Boss Bay who had just stood up on the other side, her face pale. A wave of sadness surged in her heart. It seemed that no matter how hard she struggled, it was meaningless. How do you want to play? Zumo asked the man with gold-framed glasses. 3,400 Federation coins, betting against the Federation coins on your table along with her. The man with gold-framed glasses fixed his gaze on Zumo, wanting to make it all back in one go. Not enough. Zumo tapped his fingers on the table. 5,000. You. The man with gold-framed glasses stared at Zumo. Earlier, Zumo had bet with 1,700 Federation coins on Bayway. Now, doubling it shouldn't be a problem, but Zumo suddenly upped the ante. Are you playing or not? Zumo's voice remained calm. Fine. The man with gold-framed glasses stared at Zumo, his eyes cold. At this point, it wasn't just about the money for him anymore. He handed over 5,000 Federation coins to the waiter, and they started again. The waiter covered the dice cups and then made a gesture of invitation. The man with gold-framed glasses withdrew his gaze from Zumo and looked at the dice cup. This time, he was obviously serious. Zumo, however, still looked at his opponent with a calm demeanor as he shook the dice cup. For Boss Bay to gamble against him was seeking death. And for his opponent to gamble against him was the same. No matter how skilled the gambler, the outcome would be the same. The dice cup shook continuously. After a long while, the man with gold-framed glasses released his hand and looked up at Zumo, a cold smile in his eyes. Zumo also stopped. This time, the waiter revealed the dice cup of the man with gold-framed glasses first. The surrounding onlookers seemed even more nervous than the two gamblers at the table, all eyes fixed on the waiter's hand. The dice cup was uncovered, revealing the dice inside. A burst of noise erupted suddenly. The 3 dice showed 5 points, 5 points, 6 points, 16 points. Your turn. Squinting, the man with gold-framed glasses spoke. Zumo remained expressionless as the waiter placed his hand on Zumo's dice cup. Everyone was watching. The crowd quieted down, focusing on the waiter's movements. Under their gaze, the waiter unveiled the dice cup. Boom. As soon as the dice were revealed, the surrounding noise erupted instantly. A commotion broke out, with everyone staring incredulously at the 3 dice. Exciting. Impressive. How did he do it? Voices mixed together, as the man with gold-framed glasses stared fixedly at Zumo's points. 5, 6, 6. 17 points. The first round, small stakes. The second round, high stakes. Master. At this moment, everyone understood that the man with gold-framed glasses was up against a gambling master, someone whom they hadn't seen before. What's your name? The man with gold-framed glasses apparently realized this as well, taking a deep breath to calm down. Smiling, he asked Zumo, not intending to gamble further. After losing 2 rounds in a row, why would he think he could win the third? He wasn't a gambler. Hunter. Zumo pocketed the Federation coins. With over 6,000 Federation coins, that was considerable in the underworld. Those who participated in the fighting arena risked their lives for just a few hundred or thousand Federation coins. The hunter who killed Ryan? The man with gold-framed glasses clearly knew about the last fight. Zumo glanced at him. It seemed he could get some information here. He turned and left the gambling table, and immediately, Boss Bay stepped forward and addressed Zumo. Mr. Hunter, 2,000 Federation coins, my daughter is yours. Zumo stared at Boss Bay. Was he trying to sell her again? If I remember correctly, you already sold your daughter once, Zumo said, smiling peacefully. Mr. Hunter. Boss Bay blocked Zumo's path, bowing like a beggar. Move. Zumo's tone remained calm. Boss Bay's face twisted as he lunged at Zumo's pocket, attempting to rob him. Bang. Zumo raised a foot and kicked him away, sending him crashing into the gambling table. Blood flowed from his head as he curled up on the ground. Looking at Bai Wei, he cried, Wire, save Daddy. Tears streaked Bai Wei's face. She stared at Boss Bai lying on the ground, her expression complex, a mix of compassion and hatred. If you want to be sold again, I won't stop you. Zumo said to Bai Wei over his shoulder, then walked forward. For a gambler who had reached a dead end, any sympathy or pity would only enable further evil. Bai Wei watched Zumo's back, then resolutely followed him, not giving her father another glance. The edges of the fighting arena were still crowded with people, the atmosphere as frenzied as ever. In the underworld, the population density was extremely high, with hardly any greenery. Outside were houses upon houses, and the black market was a hub of people. To watch fights in the black market, you had to squeeze in. This time, Zumo did not squeeze into the crowd but headed directly to the backstage area. Chapter 10 Not tied to Mr. Hunter. Although Zumo had changed his outfit, he still wore the same mask as the last time. The reception lady recognized him and very politely guided him. This way, please. Can you get some clothes for her to wear? I can purchase them. Zumo pointed to Bai Wei, who was following behind him. Please wait a moment, Mr. Hunter. The reception lady left for a while and then returned with some clothes, which she draped over Bai Wei. Looking at Zumo, she said, It's my honor to assist you, no payment is necessary. Thank you. Zumo expressed his gratitude, feeling a bit strange. Such high-quality service might be urging you to walk toward your death. After all, once you stepped into the fighting arena, there was nearly a 50% chance of dying. Are you planning to participate in a fight, Mr. Hunter? I can arrange it for you. Of course, once the opponent is arranged, we will seek your consent. The reception lady said. I currently do not accept any passive challenges. Zumo said, causing the reception lady to be momentarily stunned, but she still politely nodded. That's fine. As a newcomer, it was quite common not to accept challenges for safety reasons. They would opt to observe their opponents first, but no one would outright say it for the sake of their pride. At most, they would refuse challenges from those with high winning streaks. May I look around here? Zumo asked again. Since Ryan appeared here, might the others also be here? Please feel free, Mr. Hunter. The lady smiled and nodded. Thank you. Zumo walked to the front rest area. There were quite a few people seated there. Like the casino, the fighting arena was not short of gamblers. However, it was more brutal here as people were betting their lives. Sitting there, Zumo felt someone staring at him. He looked across and saw a muscular man even more burly than Shrial, staring back at him. Despite sitting, he was taller than Zumo, resembling a giant. When Zumo looked at him, the man grinned and extended a massive hand, seemingly wanting to crush Zumo's head. Someone like you, I could crush with one hand. Are you here to die? The giant said to Zumo, why not go home early and enjoy the bed with that chick behind you? Beiwei's expression changed, and she lowered her head. She wasn't used to this kind of atmosphere, like a lamb among wolves. Of those who come here, how many are not seeking death? Zumo looked at the giant and said. The giant was taken aback, then burst into laughter. That's right. This life is one of 9 deaths. From your voice, you don't sound very old. Plus, you have a pretty girl with you. If you win enough, just quit. Why be so greedy? Everyone harbors the hope that they can win one more match. Zumo responded. The giant was stunned and stared at Zumo. You're an interesting fellow. If we were outside, I'd consider being friends. I'm Atai, what's your name? Hunter, Zumo replied. Why don't you quit? I want to save money. I have a daughter, she's very cute. I want to get her out of here. Atai looked at Zumo and said, in this cannibalistic underworld, I don't want her to stay here forever. I want her to see what the world above is like. When Atai talked about his daughter, a naive smile appeared on his face. How much federal currency do you need to get out? Zumo felt a bit emotional. Not long ago, he saw someone selling their daughter, but in the fighting arena, he witnessed someone fighting for their daughter's life. I don't know. I heard a pass costs millions. Atai said, I don't know if I'll have a chance to live long enough to earn it. I'll just keep trying, and if not, I'll give up. Actually, life has already improved now. Millions. Zumo was shocked. Even if the appearance fee for one fight was 10,000 Federation currency, it would take over 100 matches to earn that. Who could survive 100 battles? From Atai's tone, it seemed he also had the intention of retiring but always held some hope, wanting to try a bit more, to win one more match. This was a common psychology among gamblers, until the moment they lost everything. Mr. Atai, it's your turn to fight. At this moment, someone walked up and announced. Atai glanced at Zumo and smiled, let's have a match later. I won't go all out. If you lose, just go home and don't come back. Alright, same to you. Zumo nodded. It's a deal. Atai laughed, standing up and walking to the backstage. Zumo looked outside. Through the glass, he could see the scene in the fighting arena. When Atai walked onto the fighting arena, he put on a suit of armor, while his opponent wore a half-face mask and wielded knives in both hands, a dual-wielding weapon. Even through the glass door, the deafening roars and music could still be heard, with a hint of vibration. How do you think Atai's strength compares to his opponent? Zumo asked the female reception next to him. Mr. Atai is on a 7-win streak. He's a strong man, with great strength. However, his opponent is also strong, with the same 7-win streak and very fast sword techniques. His code name is Bone Scissors, the female reception introduced. Zumo didn't say anything more and just watched the fighting arena. It's starting. Atai stood about 2.2 meters tall, standing there like a mountain. Bone Scissors circled around him with his body, tightly gripping his dual blades, suddenly charging towards Atai. The flash of the blades, whether in footsteps or speed of the slash, was very quick. The two briefly collided, and Bone Scissors was knocked back, his steps sliding. However, he left a bloody mark on Atai, with blood dripping onto the fighting arena. The armor on Atai did not protect all parts of his body. The sight of blood made the audience even more frenzied. Atai didn't look at his wound but strode towards Bone Scissors. He needed to finish the fight quickly and couldn't drag it out with his opponent. Bone Scissors understood this too. He didn't engage directly with Atai, using his footwork to maneuver and occasionally slashing out. This is bad. Zumo thought to himself, Atai would lose. The sword technique of Bone Scissors was very quick, sooner or later, he would find an opportunity. SHHH. Blood sprayed on the fighting arena, and Atai screamed in pain. A blade of light flashed across his eyes, blinding him. He stumbled around in agony, becoming a sitting duck without his sight. Bone Scissors' dual blades left one bloody mark after another on his body. Scream followed scream, with fresh blood staining the fighting arena red. Beiwei, behind Zumo, let out a low gasp. She closed her eyes, unable to bear watching the bloody scene. The bloody scene instead stimulated the nerves of the onlookers, their shouts shaking the place. Many stood up to watch the fighting arena. Someone whispered, Bone Scissors is starting to debone. This bastard is really cruel, never fight this guy. Even the fighters watching were horrified. Zumo couldn't bear to watch. He looked back at the attendant. Can't it be stopped? Mr. Hunter, once the fight starts, only the fighters in the arena can decide when to stop, the attendant responded. Zumo looked towards the fighting arena. Atai had finally fallen but was still twitching in pain. Ask Bone Scissors if he's willing to take on the next fight challenge immediately. Zumo stared at the fighting arena and said. Chapter 11, Reunion with the blade. Outside the glass doors of the fighting arena, Bone Scissors basked in the roars and cheers of the crowd. He didn't rush to finish off Atai, seeming to enjoy the process. Someone stepped into the fighting arena to inquire, and at the same time, the female receptionist approached Zumo, saying, Mr. Hunter, if you challenge Mr. Bone Scissors, the reward for winning is 3,500 Federation credits, and the reward for losing is 600 Federation credits. Do you accept? I accept. Zumo nodded, only to see Bone Scissors on the arena glance over, the blood from his twin blades dripping incessantly. Can't you avoid going? Beiwei's hand clutched tightly, her voice trembled. The brutality in the arena scared her, she feared Zumo might also die there. Though she didn't yet know who Zumo was, everything here filled her with dread. He was the only person she could follow in this place. However, Zumo walked past her without a word. Bone Scissors accepted Zumo's challenge. To the pulse of heavy metal music, the crowd reveled wildly, indulging in the thrill of the bloodshed. Zumo stepped onto the arena, holding his scimitar. They were preparing to carry Atai off the ground. The giant over 2 meters tall convulsed in extreme pain. He wasn't dead yet. Atai. Zumo called out. Atai seemed to hear and struggled to extend his hand. Zumo gripped his bloody, damaged hand, and heard Atai weakly say, This is the ultimate fate of fighting. If you win, don't ever come back. A trickle of fresh blood continued to flow from his mouth as he spoke. His hand quivered before going completely stiff. Zumo released his grip, watching as Atai was carried away. Did you know him? Came a voice from behind. Zumo turned to see Bone Scissors, half his face hidden by a mask. Yes, Zumo replied. Bone Scissors chuckled. Seeing how he died and still daring to come up here, what are you thinking? Zumo looked at Bone Scissors, silent for a moment. I'm thinking about how you're going to die. Their conversation electrified the atmosphere. Both of them wielded blades. Amid the booming music, the spectators screamed. Bone Scissors licked the blood off his blade, fixing a cruel smile on Zumo. At that moment, a mechanical voice announced, Challenger, 1 victory, Hunter, Defender, 8 victories, Bone Scissors. Roar. With this announcement, the crowd went entirely wild. Bone Scissors, how many cuts this time? Sever his head. Someone shouted madly. Bone Scissors didn't rush to attack this time but said, 1 victory? And you dare come up here, I'll make your death slower this time. Zumo responded, my first cut will gouge out your eyes. Really? Bone Scissors smirked, his body moved, and he charged at Zumo with incredible speed, slashing his blade. Zumo's perception enveloped the arena. The moment he entered the state, all the surrounding noise vanished to him. Everything was imprinted in his mind, including the wind noise from Bone Scissors' swing. The blade flashed like lightning. It didn't strike Zumo but sliced through the air in front of him. Zumo dodged it perfectly as if he knew the exact trajectory. His movements seemed uncoordinated but were immensely precise. This was just the first strike. Bone Scissors' speed was swift. With a rotational slash, he closed the distance and unleashed a second cut. His splendid technique made the crowd roar, as they seemed to see Zumo being struck down by this blow. The blade grazed past Zumo's body but didn't touch him, an apparent stroke of luck. Yet, Zumo's seemingly fortunate escapes continued, evading each strike narrowly but flawlessly. None of Bone Scissors' blows could touch him. This isn't luck, he's an expert. His reaction speed and physical fitness are exceptional. Observant spectators noted Zumo's actions, thinking to themselves. The battle between Zumo and Bone Scissors felt reminiscent of Bone Scissors' earlier fight with Atai. This fight promised to be spectacular. Despite Hunter only having 1 victory, his audacity to challenge suggested he was no ordinary fighter. However, most people still believed Zumo would eventually fall to Bone Scissors' blade brutally. Failing with 2 attacks didn't slow Bone Scissors. He closed in, swinging his dual blades rapidly like a butcher chopping meat. Each move was lethal, vicious to the extreme. Even so, his blades failed to touch Zumo. As Bone Scissors delivered a frenzied series of slashes, the crowd reveled, eager to see how long Zumo could last. Yet, some sensed something wrong. Despite the danger, Zumo's reactions were terrifying, anticipating every move and evading perfectly. Was it remarkable calculation or an extraordinary nervous reaction speed? Either way, the hunter was formidable. Moreover, Zumo still hadn't drawn his blade. Zumo didn't draw his blade because his sword technique wasn't superior. His strength lay elsewhere. His past adventures had seen him through countless deadly scenarios, and now, his overall capabilities were far beyond before. Bone Scissors' attacks were menacing but still within human bounds. He was simply skilled in combat. All it took was the right moment. Bone Scissors grew frustrated by his lack of progress. His attacks became fiercer, slashing horizontally in a sweeping move. Yet, he met Zumo's eyes remarkably calm, like a cold-blooded killer, giving him a sense of danger. In that instant, Zumo's arm moved for the first time. He drew his blade. The scimitar. His blade was swift, faster than Bone Scissors', even faster than the flashing lights. It was a strike fueled by immense power, purely about speed, no fancy technique. The cold gleam of the blade burned into Bone Scissors' eyes. The next moment, his vision darkened, the light was gone, followed by severe pain. A horrified scream echoed through the arena, pausing the crowd's cheers. Only the music continued its relentless beat. What happened? The onlookers hadn't comprehended. Had Bone Scissors' eyes been gouged out with a single strike? Just like what Bone Scissors did to Autai. One strike, again with one strike. A spectator who had witnessed Zumo's previous fight against Ryan was excited. He saw this remarkable strike again, only against an even stronger opponent, Bone Scissors, with the same conclusion. The Hunter, his code name was Hunter. Instinctively, Bone Scissors dropped the blade in his left hand to cover his eyes, but he kept flailing wildly with the right. At this moment, he recalled Zumo's words, the first strike would gouge his eyes. Stop, I give up, spare me. Bone Scissors' voice softened. Ah! Another scream as he dropped the blade from his right hand, his wrist bleeding. Cooling scimitar strikes continued. Bone Scissors kneeled, his knees bleeding before he collapsed completely. At that moment, he experienced Autai's pain. For some reason, seeing such a frenzied scene, the crowd went silent, subdued by the coldness of Zumo's blade. Zumo walked to the fallen Bone Scissors. Under countless gazes, his scimitar sliced across Bone Scissors' throat, then he turned and left. Watching Zumo's back, the audience erupted again, shouting wildly. 2 consecutive fights had been too thrilling. Zumo headed to the backstage. The female receptionist handed him the reward, 3,500 Federation credits. Zumo pocketed the reward, feeling a mix of emotions. This was the blood money of the fighting arena. Mr. Hunter, would you like to continue? The female receptionist asked. No. Zumo declined, glancing at Bei Wei, then walked out. Zumo had gained quite a sum now, with over 10,000 Federation credits. In the underworld, this amount was considered a fortune, at least for an ordinary person in the underworld. Zumo left the casino. Bei Wei followed quietly, always keeping a distance. Zumo turned to look at her. Bei Wei avoided his gaze, seemingly fearful. After witnessing Zumo's performance in the arena, it was hard not to be afraid. Zumo could tell. You can leave any time if you want. Zumo told Bei Wei. His mood wasn't great, today's experiences left him feeling unsettled. Bei Wei paused, then saw Zumo walking alone, apparently serious. Zumo was willing to let her go. Bei Wei bit her lip, tightened her clothes around herself, then hurried to catch up with Zumo. She didn't know where else to go. Despite her fear of Zumo, she feared the black market people more. Zumo knew Bei Wei was following and didn't say much. He felt many people tailing him. This time, the commotion had drawn more attention. It was inconvenient to shake them off with Bei Wei around. He decided to get her out of the black market first. Chapter 12. The tracker. Zumo escorted Bei Wei to the outskirts of the black market, then said to her, "It should be safe now. You can go." Bei Wei raised her head and looked at Zumo. She had witnessed everything he had done both at the casino and the fighting arena. Zumo seemed to handle everything with ease, especially in the fighting arena. Zumo did not appear to be a good person, yet he was truly willing to let her go, even escorting her all the way out. He didn't seem like a bad person either. "I have other things to do. You should leave first," Zumo said again when he saw Bei Wei wasn't moving. But Bei Wei didn't leave and continued to stand there, slightly lowering her head. "Is there something else?" Zumo asked. "I have nowhere to go." Bei Wei raised her head to look at Zumo and said, "If I go home, my father still won't let me go." Zumo stared at Bei Wei, noticing the tear marks at the corners of her eyes. For her, everything that happened today was too cruel. Her biological father wanted to sell her, and in the black market, she was treated like merchandise, becoming a wager. Zumo took out 200 Federation coins from his pocket and handed them to Bei Wei, pointing to the road on his right with his other hand. "Follow this main road straight ahead for 3 kilometers. You'll reach a T intersection, where there are many places with rooms for rent. Find a place to stay." Bei Wei hesitated for a moment, then took the Federation coins from Zumo's hand, clutching them tightly in her palm. "Go on," Zumo said, turning back towards the black market. "Thank you," Beiwei said softly, watching Zumo's retreating figure. She wiped the tear marks from her eyes and ran off in the direction Zumo had pointed. Bray felt very frustrated. He had received orders to follow Hunter, and though he had done this kind of thing often and was good at it, he didn't want to this time, because he had witnessed firsthand how Hunter killed Bone Scissors. He was ruthless. Bray naturally wanted to avoid such a ruthless person, especially since Ryan had also died at his hands. At this moment, Bray was leaning against a nearby wall, smoking a cigarette. Not far away, a street girl was throwing flirtatious glances at him. Bray glared at her viciously and muttered under his breath, "Get lost." The woman rolled her eyes and muttered back, "Pauper." Bray spat on the ground, then stomped out his cigarette butt and pulled his leather jacket tighter as he walked forward. He saw Hunter returning, but the experienced Bray knew how to blend in. He didn't look directly at Hunter and deliberately walked straight toward him to avoid drawing attention. As they got closer, Bray felt a sudden tension, a bad premonition. The distance between them shortened. Bray sighed and was about to pass by when Hunter suddenly took a step toward him. They collided head-on. Bray reacted quickly, pulling a knife from his pocket. But he felt a powerful force pin his arm down, and then a sharp pain in his chest. Bray's face went pale, he didn't understand how he had been exposed. Another hand clamped over his mouth, and Bray was pushed back into an alley. The black market was an old slum area, full of narrow passages. Bah! The woman who had cursed Bray earlier saw two men embracing as they walked into an alley. She muttered, "So he likes that. No wonder he didn't fall for my charms. I ask, you answer. If you get it wrong, you die." Zumo cornered Bray in the alley, his tone icy. Bray nodded vigorously. Zumo then released his mouth. "Ah!" A hoarse scream escaped Bray's mouth as he tried to contain it. He glanced down at the knife buried in his chest, his face full of terror. "Who sent you to follow me?" Zumo asked. "Cobra." Bray replied, breathing heavily. "Who is Cobra?" Zumo continued to ask. "Cobra, a lot of people in the black market know him," Bray said, sweating. "You can ask around at the fighting arena. Ryan, the man you killed earlier, was also one of his men." "Just as I thought." Zumo thought to himself. Bray was one of the thugs who had invaded his home, just like Ryan. So Zumo showed no mercy. It seemed Bray and Ryan were both Cobra's men. The mastermind behind everything was likely Cobra. Getting someone from the black market to do the job was undoubtedly convenient. This Cobra was probably an expert at such tasks. "Why did Cobra order you to kill the Zoo family of 4? Zumo's eyes bore into Bray's. Hearing this sudden question, Bray's mind went blank, his eyes filled with terror. Zumo knew who he was. But the Zoo family of 4 were nobodies. How did the hunter know them? "I don't know." Bray suddenly struggled violently to escape. Clearly, he realized he wouldn't survive. Hunter was here with a plan. Slash. The knife twisted in his chest. Bray wanted to scream but was silenced by a powerful hand over his mouth, his fear intensifying. "Speak." Zumo released his hand, glaring at the thug in front of him. "I really don't know." Bray struggled desperately. He knew Zumo wouldn't spare him. The knife sank deeper, piercing his heart. Zumo clamped his hand over Bray's mouth. He watched the terror and despair in Bray's eyes with no trace of pity. Zumo remembered the smile on Bray's face when he had killed his parents. Bray's body convulsed, then went limp. Zumo let go, allowing the body to fall to the ground. Bray didn't seem to know the truth. The only ones who might know why the armory wanted to kill his parents were Cobra and the people from the law enforcement team. Zumo looked at the corpse, wiped the blood away, and exited the alley from another direction. He noticed fewer people were following him now, but there were still 2, and one of them was closing in. Zumo walked to a secluded area and stopped. Behind him, a middle-aged man also stopped, not hiding his presence. Zumo turned to face the man, who was wearing a leather jacket and a hat, exposing only his face. "Hunter." The man was tall, with a broad frame and a deep voice. Zumo said nothing, suddenly sprinting toward the man with incredible speed. A sharp blade appeared in his hand, aimed directly at the man's throat. Bang! The man in the leather jacket stepped forward, raising his arm to punch. His fist, covered in a white steel glove, struck directly at Zumo's knife. A tremendous force made Zumo nearly drop the blade, pain spreading through his hand. Zumo was sent flying back, and when he looked at the knife, it had broken. An expert. Zumo realized he had encountered a formidable opponent. This world held many unknowns. What he had seen was merely the tip of the iceberg. The man before him was much stronger than any opponent he had faced in the fighting arena. Those opponents were only slightly stronger than ordinary people. The man walked toward Zumo. Zumo tossed the broken knife aside, reached into his waistband, and pulled out 2 meteor darts. Turning around, Zumo suddenly sprinted away. The man was a clear threat, and there was another lurking in the shadows. They were hard to deal with. The man stomped the ground and gave chase. Just as he picked up speed, Zumo turned and hurled 2 meteor darts. The darts seemed to have eyes, spinning rapidly toward the man's eyes. The man's reaction was terrifyingly quick. He extended his hands, attempting to catch the darts with his steel-covered hands. Swoosh! A third meteor dart sliced through the air. The man snorted and leaped like a spring, dodging the dart and lunging at Zumo, only to be met by a 4th dart. At this moment, Zumo was unnaturally calm, everything around him crystal clear, including the man's jumping trajectory. As he threw the meteor dart, his spiritual power was highly concentrated, sensing the surrounding energy field. Pa! The man gave a shout, his steel fist smashing the meteor dart, which then arced perfectly over his fist, heading for his throat. Bang! A loud noise erupted. The meteor dart was struck aside, the man landing on the ground. Zumo immediately turned and ran without pausing. This time, the man didn't pursue. Cold sweat trickled from his forehead as he watched Zumo's back. Meanwhile, a figure leaped down beside the man. It was a woman in a seductive outfit, wearing a butterfly mask and holding a gun. She had just shot the meteor dart aiming for the man's throat. Who was that guy? His strength isn't great, but he's incredibly tricky. If your gun skill weren't excellent, I would have been done for. The man spoke gloomily, puzzled that his fist hadn't hit the dart. Did you sense source power? The woman asked. Strangely, he doesn't have it. But just now, I felt a wave of source power. His control and calculation abilities are astonishing, each dart seemed to follow a calculated trajectory. The man shook his head, his expression puzzled. Someone's coming. Let's go. The woman said. The man nodded, and they left. Under her butterfly mask, the woman's eyes held a peculiar look. She vaguely felt their target knew they were tailing him, which was why he had doubled back to kill one of them. Zumo left the black market and walked on the street in his usual attire, unnoticed by anyone. He recalled his recent fight. Both the man in the open and the woman in the shadows were strong, especially the woman's terrifying gun skill, which would have caused trouble if she had attacked him. But they didn't seem to want to kill him, just test him. Who were these people? Could they be from the fighting arena? When he returned to the department store, Miss Mia was still at the front desk. Seeing Zumo back, Mia smiled and said, "You were gone for a long time." "Yes, I was delayed a bit." Zumo replied with a smile. "Miss Mia, let me take over." "It's okay, you just got back. Go rest first," Mia said gently. "I'll go change my clothes," Zumo said. After placing his things upstairs, Zumo returned to the front counter of the department store. As soon as he sat down, he saw a figure across the street glancing around before walking toward them. Zumo was surprised. Why would she choose this place? Beiwei had followed Zumo's directions and found a place to rent. The unscrupulous landlord demanded a deposit, almost draining the Federation coins Zumo had given her. She had to find a job to survive. She had asked several places but found no work. Then, she saw a young woman around her age and a 5-year-old girl minding the department store, so she decided to try here. "Miss, are you hiring?" Beiwei asked Mia with a slight bow. She hadn't changed her clothes or had any clean ones to change into, only tidying up a bit. Her face still looked haggard, with visible wounds. Chapter 13 Farewell. Mia looked at Beiwei. Although she was very messy, one could vaguely see a delicate face. She also saw the scars and torn clothes on Beiwei's body, and couldn't help but feel some pain. She glanced at Zumo beside her, not knowing how to respond for a moment. As long as you can provide meals, a low salary is fine. Just enough to pay rent will do. Beiwei hadn't seen Zumo before, but now, upon seeing him, she suspected the department store might not need more people. She slightly lowered her head and spoke with a hint of pleading in her voice. She had already tried several places. Seeing Beiwei's disappointed look, Mia couldn't bear to refuse and asked softly, "What happened to the injuries on your body? Do you need to see a doctor?" "No need, it's fine." Beiwei lowered her head and didn't say much more. She slightly bowed to Mia, "Sorry for bothering you." Saying that, she turned to leave, planning to try elsewhere. While she walked away, her steps were limping, suggesting that she was injured on her leg as well. "Do you know how to cook?" Mia asked, almost unable to bear it. Beiwei turned around, a glimmer of light in her eyes, and nodded, "Yes." "Then stay. However, the work might be a bit miscellaneous, and for the salary, I need to discuss it with my father," Mia said with a smile. "Thank you," Beiwei said gratefully. "Come in and sit down." Mia stood up and walked forward, extending her hand. I'm Mia, and you are? Beiwei. Zumo saw Mia helping Beiwei and couldn't help but feel a headache, not knowing whether it was good or bad. Zumo, this is his younger sister Yaoer. They are both my friends, Mia introduced Beiwei. Hello, Beiwei nodded to Zumo. Hello, Miss Bei. I'm a worker here too, Zumo said with a faint smile. Beiwei felt that Zumo's voice sounded familiar, somewhat like the hunter who saved her, though the hunter's voice was deeper and colder, whereas Zumo's voice still carried some youthful tone. Not thinking much of it, Beiwei naturally wouldn't believe that a 15-year-old Zumo could be the same hunter who maneuvered expertly in the casino and fighting arena. Mia, why are we hiring more people? Master Batu came down from upstairs. Hearing the noise, Beiwei stood up and saw Master Batu looking her over. Dad, Mia walked up, holding Master Batu's arm, and laughed. With Zumo and Yaoer here, I have to cook a lot and do the laundry by myself. It's exhausting. Beiwei can help. My dear daughter, our little store can't afford to support so many people. Master Batu lost his temper as Mia pouted. Dad. Mia shook his arm. Master Batu, helpless, said, okay, but I can't pay much in salary. Beiwei felt a bit uncomfortable watching this, not because of the salary but because seeing Master Batu and Mia made her think of her own father. Master Batu, Yaoer and I have been a burden to you and Miss Mia, not doing much work. You don't have to pay me a salary anymore, Zumo said to Master Batu. Since Mia had already agreed to keep Beiwei, he tried to free himself so that Beiwei could replace him, giving him more time for cultivation and the breathing technique. No, Mia said. Since Zumo is so considerate, let him do less work. Beiwei can share the load, Bai said bluntly. Okay, Zumo nodded and looked at Beiwei. In the future, Beiwei, you'll have to work hard. No problem, I can handle it all. Beiwei naturally was willing to do more work to secure stability. Master Batu agreed to pay Beiwei 50 Federation coins per month and provide meals, so Beiwei settled at the department store. Afterward, Mia personally applied medicine to Beiwei's wounds. At night, after the artificial lights in the underworld were extinguished, the department store also closed. Zumo and his group dined on the rooftop. Beiwei, eat more. Mia put a piece of bread on Beiwei's plate. She had learned about Beiwei's ordeal from her. Thank you, Miss Mia, Beiwei said. Beiwei, you said the person who saved you told you to come to this area. Do you think he might be nearby and could protect you? Mia asked. Beiwei shook her head. I don't know. Recalling everything that had happened today, she understood that the hunter was different from other people in the black market. Would he come looking for her again? Zumo sat across from them, quietly eating while holding Yaoer. Beiwei, it just so happens that I feel a bit lonely at night. Would you stay and keep me company? Mia looked at Beiwei with a sincere smile. Beiwei was stunned for a moment but saw the genuine smile in Mia's eyes. Ahem, Master Batu coughed and said, Zumo, it's not safe for Beiwei to walk alone. From now on, escort her. Zumo looked at Master Batu, then nodded and said, okay. Beiwei felt flustered hearing Master Batu's words. She timidly finished her bread and said, I'm full. I'll go back first. Beiwei, let me walk you. Zumo also stood up. Okay, Beiwei stood up and said, Master Batu, Miss Mia, see you tomorrow. See you tomorrow. Mia stood up. Go to Sister Mia. Zumo handed Yaoer to Mia and went downstairs with Beiwei. As soon as they left, Mia felt a bit aggrieved. I'm full too. Chapter 13 Farewell to Are You Angry? Master Batu looked at Mia and asked. Dad, don't we still have a room at home? Can't Sister Beiwei live here too? Mia looked up at her father and asked. Last time it was Zumo, this time it's her. And next time? Master Batu looked at Mia and said, Mia, your dad runs a department store. Mia lowered her head slightly. She understood many things, but it still made her uncomfortable. Master Batu glanced at his daughter, sighed silently in his heart, then tore the bread into pieces and fed it to Yaoer, saying, Yaoer, eat. Thank you, Master Batu, Yaoer said with a child's voice, smiling. Good girl. Master Batu pinched Yaoer's cheek with his large hand, then stood up to leave, his obese body appearing somewhat unsteady. How could he protect so many people? He could only protect his daughter. Anyone else, no matter how pitiful, were strangers to him. What's more, it was just Beiwei's side of the story. Compared to his understanding of Zumo, Beiwei was completely unfamiliar to him. Downstairs, Zumo heard the conversation between the father and daughter. Naturally, he could understand Master Batu. He didn't expect Beiwei to just happen to find the department store. Master Batu had already taken a risk by sheltering him and Yaoer. Now he had also arranged a job for Beiwei. As he said, he ran a department store, not a shelter. Beiwei's rented place wasn't far. Zumo was familiar with the area, which was why he had suggested Beiwei come to this area before. Walking across the street and turning right not far ahead, then turning a few more times in the alleyways, they arrived at Beiwei's rented place. The lighting here was dim, with garbage everywhere. You could even smell the stench of the sewers. The building had several floors and was quite old, not much better than where he used to live. Zumo, I live on the 3rd floor. Can you take me up? Beiwei was somewhat scared in the dimly lit staircase. Okay. Zumo nodded, leading the way first. Arriving on the 3rd floor, Beiwei opened the door and turned on the lights, finally breathing a sigh of relief. Looking at Zumo at the door, she said, "Thank you, Zumo, you're really brave. Be careful on your way back." Hearing Beiwei's praise made Zumo feel a bit strange. However, Beiwei was several years older than him and treated him like a 15-year-old boy, which was understandable. If Beiwei knew that the boy escorting her was indeed the hunter, what would she think? "Alright, Sister Beiwei. See you tomorrow." Zumo waved with a smile. "See you tomorrow." Beiwei nodded, closing the door only after seeing Zumo turn around and go downstairs. After Beiwei closed the door, Zumo sensed that she moved a table to block the door from the inside, then sat down next to it, curling up as she began to cry. She buried her head in her knees, stifling her sobs. Walking down the street, Zumo sighed silently. He felt uncomfortable the whole way back. The underworld was far more oppressive than he had imagined. When he returned to the department store, he heard the sound of an instrument coming from the roof, along with Mia's gentle singing. On the rooftop, he saw Mia sitting on a chair, playing an instrument that resembled a guitar from his previous life but with better sound quality. Yaoer sat obediently beside her, seemingly understanding the music. The music and singing were very sorrowful, like Mia's inner voice. This made Zumo doubt his understanding of Mia. He had always thought Mia was kind, cheerful, and optimistic. Now, it seemed he was wrong. People who smile a lot aren't necessarily happy inside. Kind people might have more fragile hearts, making them more sentimental. "Zumo, when did you come back?" Mia noticed Zumo had stopped. "Just now." Ms. Mia's singing was quite entrancing, Zumo replied. "How is Sister Beiwei?" Mia asked with some concern. "She's fine. I only left after taking her to her room," Zumo said. "Oh." Mia nodded in relief. "Miss Mia, are you unhappy?" Zumo asked as he sat on a nearby chair. "Zumo, what kind of world is this?" Mia asked with some doubt. Zumo was momentarily speechless. "No one cares about your situation. The law enforcement team hasn't given any explanation. And Sister Beiwei's ordeal, people are being bought and sold, and it's their own parents doing it. I know there are many such things happening in the underworld," Mia said, feeling distressed. Tears appeared in the corners of her eyes. Seeing Zumo not speaking, she added, "Zumo, I'm sorry." She didn't want to bring up Zumo's situation, but it weighed heavily on her heart. It turned out she always remembered Zumo's story but didn't dare to mention it. "It's okay." Zumo smiled and shook his head. The world, though dark, also had many lights, like Mia, Master Batu, and Otai. "Zumo, what do you think the world above is like?" Mia suddenly asked. "I don't know either." Zumo shook his head. "I read in books about sunlight, grasslands, mountains, and seas. What are those like? Do they really exist?" Mia looked up at the ceiling, with some longing in her eyes. "Maybe." Zumo didn't know, but he had experienced it all before. Mia smiled and said, "And who created such beautiful music? I really want to see the world above." "You surely can." Zumo sat beside Mia, holding Yaoer gently. He said, "I heard a piece of music but can only hum it. Can you play it with your instrument, Miss Mia?" "I'll try." Although feeling a bit strange, Mia nodded. "Okay." Zumo responded and then started humming softly. It was one of his favorite pure music pieces, one he had listened to many times. In just a moment, Mia's eyes sparkled with a hint of wonder. It was such beautiful music. There was a trace of excitement on her face, but she didn't interrupt Zumo, closing her eyes to listen quietly. When Zumo finished humming, Mia still seemed immersed, nodding her head lightly as if humming in her mind. "So beautiful." "It's the most beautiful music I've heard," Mia said in surprise. "Zumo, where did you hear it?" "What's its name?" "I forgot where I heard it, but I remember the name, Wind Valley." "Windy Hill, you can listen to it," Zumo replied, shaking his head. "Miss Mia, can you play it?" "You need to teach me a few more times," Mia said. "Okay." Zumo nodded. They repeated it several times, with Mia trying numerous times. Before they knew it, quite a while had passed. "I think I've got it," Mia said softly. "Okay." Zumo nodded. Mia closed her eyes, starting to play. A very beautiful piece of music flowed into the night. Zumo closed his eyes. A smile sometimes appeared on his face, sometimes sadness. He thought of his past, the mountains he had climbed, the waves he had conquered, the skies he had soared. He remembered the path he had walked, the dreams he had pursued, those once happy and thrilling times. His family, his lover, his friends, his extreme experiences. All of it had vanished like the wind, gone forever. The heartache, the deep-seated sorrow, only he could feel it. Mia was also immersed in the music. When the piece ended, there were tears on her face, but when she opened her eyes, she was smiling. Zumo, I saw it. I saw the world above. It's so beautiful. Mia's voice was heart-wrenching. Why does such beautiful music make me so sad? Because it comes from deep inside your heart, Zumo sighed, opening his eyes. Glancing at the sleeping girl in his arms, Zumo thought to himself, it was time to say goodbye to the past. Chapter 14, Underground City. Granny Lucy, you look more energetic than ever. Miss Linny, this outfit really complements your temperament. In the department store, Zumo greeted the incoming customers with a smile. Zumo, you seem more energetic too. Did you grow taller? An old white-haired lady carrying a shopping basket smiled and said. He has indeed grown more handsome. Shouldn't Master Batu be considering a son-in-law? The middle-aged woman next to her, dressed rather fashionably with light makeup, also smiled when she heard Zumo being addressed. Granny Lucy, Miss Linny, what do you need? Beiwei shouted from the side, knowing Zumo was teaching her. Beiwei admired Zumo a lot. He could remember the names and preferences of every customer, always making them feel happy with his polite demeanor. Sometimes she thought, it would be great if she could be as sunny as Zumo. Zumo could indeed sense his changes. Ever since he came to this world and started cultivating the breathing technique, he was changing every day. Or rather, evolving. It was like a mysterious energy was causing his brain and body to evolve simultaneously. He could clearly sense that his memory and learning abilities were far superior to before. After teaching Mia Wind Valley that day, Mia also tried to teach him instruments, which Zumo picked up with ease. His physical fitness was improving every day. Zumo, I'm ready. Mia came down, carrying her instrument on her back and holding Yaoer, who was wearing new clothes, with her right hand. Yaoer looks so pretty today. Zumo extended his hands to pick up Yaoer, who smiled happily. Did you thank Miss Mia? Zumo asked. Yes. Yaoer nodded. Mia glanced at Zumo, looking at his old clothes. Mia. A voice came from outside. Zumo turned around and saw a carriage approaching from a distance, with Elsa waving at Mia from it. Coming, Mia replied, smiling. Zumo, let's go. Sister Beiwei, sorry to trouble you with the store. We'll go together next time. No problem. Goodbye, Ms. Mia. Beiwei smiled. Mia and Zumo approached the carriage. Elsa helped Mia up and sat with her. Mia then took Yaoer into her arms while Zumo sat below them next to the coachman. Sitting in the carriage, Zumo looked up and saw Master Batu standing by the window upstairs. Zumo, be careful on the road, Master Batu reminded Zumo. Master Batu, don't worry. I'll take good care of Miss Mia. Zumo nodded. Mia was going to attend a concert and asked him to bring Yaoer along. Zumo did not refuse. He was a bit worried about Mia going alone, and besides, he wanted to understand more about this world. From the information he had, it seemed he really was underground. Moreover, he felt that the ideology and technology in the underworld were constrained. There were almost no schools, ordinary people could only exchange labor for basic survival rights, which were not even guaranteed. He wanted to know what his parents discovered that brought about their death. Let's go, Elsa said, and the coachman urged the carriage forward. Besides carriages, Zumo could also see bicycles and motorbikes on the road. He hadn't seen any cars yet and wondered if he would see them this time. Goodbye, Sister Beiwei. Mia waved at Beiwei. Goodbye, Ms. Mia. Have a safe trip. Beiwei smiled in response as the carriage departed from the department store and proceeded down the main road. In Zumo's memory, the original host had never traveled far in the underground city. Without a mode of transport, he only moved around nearby areas. The farthest he had been was the black market after coming to this world. Mia, Wind Valley has such a beautiful atmosphere. Suzai said everyone was immersed in it, and no one had heard that piece before. Are you sure you didn't compose it? The carriage bumped along, and Elsa, holding Mia's hand, exclaimed. Both were music enthusiasts. In the underworld, most people struggled for basic necessities. Those who surpassed that level had little to satisfy their spiritual entertainment. Hence, music and poetry were widely loved by many girls. As for men's preferences, Zumo had seen them in the black market. Mia glanced at Zumo in front of her with a look of curiosity. After that day, Zumo had taught her several pieces of music, all with as beautiful atmospheres as Wind Valley. Zumo had only said he had heard them but couldn't explain where, which made her suspicious. Additionally, Zumo asked her not to tell anyone else, saying she had heard them herself. Yes. Mia nodded. Elsa, do you think I could create such beautiful music? Elsa looked at Mia, thinking she didn't seem to be lying. By the way, Elsa, has Miss Arena really lived in the upper world? Mia asked. Ms. Arena, who initiated this concert, had invited the composer of Wind Valley. Hence, Elsa had invited Mia. Yes, Miss Arena is the daughter of a city-state member. I hadn't met her before either, Elsa said. Then she must know what the upper world is like, Mia said with a look of longing. I wonder if I might have a chance to ask Miss Arena about it. Sitting in the front, Zumo heard their conversation and couldn't help but ask, Miss Elsa, Ms. Mia told me it's quite far. I've never traveled far before. Where is the concert being held? Elsa looked down at Zumo. To her, Zumo was like her coachman, a servant. She didn't understand why Mia treated her servant so well, and moreover, he was still young and already mingling in the black market, making Elsa see him as a delinquent. Though feeling superior internally, Elsa courteously replied to Zumo, the concert is being held at the church in the main city of the city-state. It's the center of the underworld. There was a hint of pride in Elsa's voice, which Zumo naturally picked up on. He didn't say much but felt an indescribable sensation. If someone were born in the underworld, they might think this was their entire world. To Zumo, this was undoubtedly very sad. Thank you, Miss Elsa, Zumo said. Elsa didn't respond. I rarely go to the main city either. The last time was long ago. This time, I must have a good look, Mia said to ease any awkwardness, smiling at Zumo. Zumo, let's tour around with Yaoer later. Yes. Zumo nodded lightly. The carriage continued down the road silently. The coachman didn't say a word, and Zumo remained quiet too, leaving Mia and Elsa to chat throughout the journey. It was indeed a long journey. After an hour, the carriage reached the outskirts of the main city. Zumo could see a giant gate ahead, with many people and motorcycles passing through, along with small four-wheeled vehicles. The architecture and streets conveyed a mechanical style, reminiscent of a primitive steel city. The carriage passed through the gate and moved along the spacious streets of the main city, where people bustled about. It was evident that their residence was just on the outskirts of the underworld, which was much more bustling here. Shops lined both sides of the streets, with various street vendors selling goods. Brother, what's that? Yaoer pointed to a stall selling candied haws. Elsa, I want to stop for a while, Mia said. Stop the carriage, Elsa called, and the coachman halted. Zumo helped Mia off the carriage, and she ran to buy a stick of candied haws for Yaoer. Thank you, Sister Mia, Yaoer said happily. Elsa couldn't understand the smile on Mia's face. She would jest with Yaoer on the road but wasn't too enthusiastic, only doing so for Mia's sake. She couldn't fathom why Mia treated her servant's sister like her own, always holding on to her. However, Elsa was very kind to her friends. Her family was evidently better off than Mia's, but she still regarded Mia as a good friend. They shared similar interests, and Elsa had always admired Mia's singing voice, even envying it a bit. We have some time. Mia, shall we stroll down Xiangsh Street? There are lots of beautiful dresses there, Elsa suggested. Many are designed in the upper world. All right, as you say, Mia nodded. The carriage entered the main city. Zumo could see iron castles standing tall in different places far away. He didn't expect such luxurious buildings in the underworld, once again criticizing the original host's perception of the underground city. On Xiangsh Street, the shops on both sides were dazzling, with many having unique decorations that opened Zumo's eyes. It was a style completely different from his original world. The group got off the carriage, and Elsa took Mia to shop for beautiful dresses. While shopping, Mia took Yaoer inside, and Zumo waited outside. After visiting several stores, Elsa bought quite a few dresses, but Mia still held Yaoer's hand while her other hand was empty. Mia, so many pretty dresses suit you. It's a pity not to buy them, Elsa said, walking ahead of Zumo with Mia. It's too expensive here. I have plenty of clothes at home, Mia said indifferently. Huh? At that moment, Mia stopped and looked at a children's clothing store beside them, which was very dreamy. How beautiful, Mia's eyes lit up, and she pulled Yaoer inside. Let's try it on. Elsa stood there, stunned. She had been urging Mia to try on clothes all the time, but Mia never did. Yet now, she was taking Yaoer to try them on. She stomped her foot in frustration and didn't go in, just standing outside watching. Seeing this scene, Zumo wanted to laugh. He didn't mind Elsa's small notions as long as she wasn't malicious. As for class concepts, who doesn't have them? Not everyone is as foolish as Mia. Zumo, come and see. Does this look good? Mia had already dressed Yaoer in a new dress and called out to Zumo outside. It looks good. Zumo smiled as Yaoer happily twirled around. Brother, can I wear it? Yaoer asked Zumo. Yes, as long as Yaoer likes it, Zumo nodded. Elsa looked at Zumo and Mia, sighing secretly. The clothes on Xiangsh Street had a minimum price of several dozen Federation coins. Buying a few pieces would amount to a servant's monthly pay. Mia was stingy towards herself but generous in picking dresses for her servant's sister. Elsa could only sigh that Mia was too foolish. Chapter 15, Magic Show. Mia chose a skirt for Yaoer but still didn't buy anything for herself and instead picked out 2 pieces of clothing for Zumo. Even though Mia paid secretly, Zumo noticed. He and Yaoer each got 2 new items of clothing, totaling 145 Federation coins. This was a significant expense for Mia. Zumo could sense that she felt a bit of heartache while paying, but she didn't hesitate and refrained from buying anything for herself. After buying the clothes, they continued on their way. In the carriage, Elsa looked at Mia's joyous expression throughout the trip with disdain. Elsa, is that the City-State Grand Theater? Have you ever been there? Mia pointed to a building in the distance. Yes, I have. Elsa replied grumpily, lacking her earlier enthusiasm. She was angry because Mia did not buy anything for herself on this trip to Xiangsh Street but spent quite a bit on her servants. But this was Mia's personal business, and Elsa felt it wasn't her place to say anything, even though she couldn't understand Mia's behavior. I heard that a ticket costs tens of Federation coins. If there's a chance, I definitely want to see it. Mia said with some longing. Elsa heard her words and felt even more annoyed, responding, you just spent the equivalent of several tickets. It's not the same. Mia said with a smile. Though it pained her a bit, she was still happy. Zumo thought that if Mia were born in his previous life, she would be the type to give foolishly in a relationship, easy to take advantage of. In fact, he shared Elsa's disapproval of Mia's behavior. But in this brutal underworld, this kind of kindness was extremely precious. Miss Mia, what's that place? Zumo looked into the distance at a massive circular building, requiring one to climb tall steps. Even from afar, its majestic outline was visible. That is the center of the main district, the arena, Mia responded. However, I don't like it there. I don't like it either, but it's the most popular place in the main district. Elsa said, also looking in that direction. The arena. Zumo murmured, wondering if it was similar to sports arenas from his previous life. The carriage passed by a square and entered another street, which was narrower but bustling with vehicles and pedestrians. There are so many people there. Mia looked at a spot by the roadside ahead, congested with a crowd making it almost impossible for the carriage to pass easily. Cooper, slow down. Elsa told the coachman and stood up to look into the crowd. Mia, look quickly. It's a magic show. Elsa said with some excitement. Really? Mia stood up, holding Yaoer. At her age, she was curious about the wonders of magic. Zumo, it's really a magic show. You should take a look too. Mia said to Zumo. Zumo wasn't particularly interested. He knew magic was just an illusion. Those mysterious performances often felt insulting to one's intelligence once the secrets were revealed. But he still stood up to look. In the center of the crowd, there was a small performance area extending from the roadside. A magician was performing, spitting fire to the cheers of the audience. Brother, how does he spit fire? Yaoer asked excitedly. Zumo saw that, before spitting fire, the magician took a sip of liquid and sprayed it into the air. It should be a liquid similar to alcohol. As for the flame, Zumo sensed it carefully and noticed something peculiar. Energy. He keenly felt a weak energy, similar to what he sensed during his cultivation of breathing technique. Although weak, it was enough to generate a flame. Combined with the alcohol-like liquid, it created the fire-spitting illusion. How is it done? Mia asked, intrigued. As the carriage moved to the perimeter of the crowd, the magician's assistant brought out a large box and placed it on the ground. A woman lay inside and the box was locked tight. Zumo scrutinized the magician, who wore a mask and performed silently with only body movements. Even his assistants wore masks. After a while, the box was reopened, and it was empty. The crowd burst into applause. The magician pointed upward, and the audience looked up to see the woman from the box waving at them. Amazing! Elsa exclaimed. Mia and Yaoer clapped happily. Zumo saw through the magician's disguise. The same mask, costume, and similar body type, but a different face behind the mask. It wasn't the same person. He knew such magic often involved hidden mechanisms or passages, but this one used a double, making it an incomplete trick. Even so, the box must have had hidden mechanisms to drop the woman. However, Zumo's eyes couldn't penetrate the hidden passage. Facing the crowd, one of the magician's assistants spoke. The magician wishes to invite a few children to experience the magic firsthand. Are there any children who would like to feel the wonder of magic? Many parents in the crowd brought their children, and some were eager to participate. Mom, I want to go. A little girl said. I want to go too. More children began to speak, and several were soon brought onto the stage. Chapter 15, Magic Show to anyone else? We can split into several groups, the magician's assistant continued. He glanced at the crowd, then smiled and bowed toward Mia, who was holding Yaoer. Beautiful lady, would the little princess like to participate? Ah. Mia was taken aback and hesitated. Yaoer seemed a bit eager to go, but Zumo's expression turned unusually serious. No, Zumo said bluntly. At that moment, he felt a chill run through him. The smile beneath the mask looked sinister, and he noticed the person had weapons hidden on them. Given that the previous magic trick used a substitute, clearly dropping into a hidden passage would not allow someone to emerge from above, otherwise, there would be no need for a substitute. Thus, that hidden passage must lead somewhere else, meaning once someone went in, they might not come back. Mia was stunned by Zumo's serious tone, then shook her head and declined, no, thank you. The assistant placed a hand on his chest in a salute, glanced at Zumo coldly, then turned away without acknowledging them further. Instead, he picked up a participating child and placed him inside the box. Zumo stared at the scene, his eyes changing. His senses heightened to the maximum, extremely serious. He suspected these people might be a criminal gang, luring victims into traps with the magic show. Zumo, what's wrong? Mia asked him. Miss Mia, I noticed just now that the woman who went into the box and the woman who appeared above had different nail lengths, Zumo said. That was a double. Mia was surprised. Then where is she? There must be a hidden passage beneath the box and the floor. She fell through, Zumo continued. Then why are they letting children participate? Mia asked, puzzled. Zumo turned to Mia and said, I've heard stories of kidnappers using magic shows to abduct children. These people wear masks, no one knows who they are. Ah. Mia gasped, her face showing anxious concern. What should we do? Their conversation was drowned out by the surrounding noise, and no one else heard them. What nonsense are you talking about? This is the main area of the underworld. There are law enforcement teams patrolling everywhere, and security is very good. Do you think this is the black market? Elsa rebuked, clearly thinking Zumo had been to the black market too many times and was jumping to conclusions. Zumo glanced at Elsa, expressionless. Seeing his look made Elsa a little angry. She turned to the stage and said, the show is starting. Watch and see for yourself. Zumo also kept his eyes on the magician, ignoring Elsa. He had experienced many such realistic and surreal situations, especially in the underworld. The box prepared for the magic show was very large. Several children excitedly crawled into it, laughing joyfully as they went in, seemingly anticipating what would happen next. Zumo watched those smiling faces. They had no idea what they were about to face, and at that moment, he could do nothing. Elsa wouldn't believe him, nor would any strangers around them. As the box closed, Zumo's heart pounded. The magician began his exaggerated performance. At that moment, the bottom of the box opened, and a hidden compartment appeared on the ground. Zumo heard the children's startled gasps, but it was only for a moment before the voices ceased. There's someone below, operating the mechanism from underground. Zumo stared at the magician. When the box opened, it was empty, the children had vanished. The crowd looked up, but there was no one above. Next, we will reappear with the children. Everyone, please witness the magic, the magician's assistant said as he opened the box, ready to enter with the magician. The surrounding crowd cheered enthusiastically, even Elsa appeared excited, seemingly looking forward to the upcoming miracle. Zumo's expression changed. They were preparing to leave. No time left. Seeing the box already open, Zumo shouted, frauds, the woman who entered the box and the one who appeared above had different nail lengths. They are not the same person. His voice was loud, drawing the attention of many people around, including Mia and Elsa, who both looked at him, wondering what he would do next. You are mistaken. The magician's assistant glanced at Zumo and then ignored him, continuing to step into the box. The surrounding people remained indifferent. I bet there's a mechanism under the box. Be careful, this is a child trafficking scheme, Zumo said, seeing the situation. The crowd started whispering among themselves. The children's parents couldn't sit still any longer and rushed forward, with someone saying, we don't want to participate anymore, give us back our kids. The crowd began to stir. The faces of the magician and his assistants, hidden under their masks, turned extremely grim. It became hard for them to leave once exposed. Don't listen to this kid's nonsense. They'll naturally reappear when the magic show ends, the magician's assistant said, trying to control his emotions. No, I want to see my child now. That's right, magician, let them appear now. Concerned for their children's safety, how could they not be anxious? Even if Zumo was talking nonsense, they needed to see the results. Everyone, please step back. The magician's assistant stepped forward to push the crowd. What are you doing? Could he be telling the truth? Magician, quickly bring out the kids, voices shouted from the crowd below. People had extreme hatred for child trafficking. Chapter 15, Magic Show 3. That's right, hand over the child quickly. The crowd was already in chaos, heading towards an uncontrollable direction. Seeing the people pressing in, the magician waved his hand. Boom, a wave of heat hit them, forcing them back with flames. Someone's hair even caught fire, and they hurriedly patted it out with their hands. Catch them! Someone shouted, as the child's parents charged forward in a frenzy. Watch out, Zumo shouted, as he saw the assistant magician, who had spoken earlier, suddenly produce a short knife and stab someone in the abdomen. Screams erupted, and everyone instantly recoiled in fear. He's killed someone, quickly notify the law enforcement team. The chaotic noise grew louder. Mia and Elsa were also terrified. Mia sat on the carriage, holding Yaoer's head, while the people around them ran in panic, causing the horse to become restless and agitated. Zumo focused in that direction, releasing his spiritual power and keeping his gaze fixed ahead. When the magician was grabbed, he spat out a burst of flames to force people back, but the child's parents still charged forward. The magician threw out liquid again, and the flames arose, but this time the fire uncontrollably surged towards him, burning even more fiercely. A terrifying wave of flames engulfed him. He screamed in agony, emitting painful howls, and his companions, seeing this, fled without attempting to save him. The flames grew larger, engulfing the magician's body, making him roll on the ground in extreme torment. Quick, smash the floor open, Zumo controlled the flames and shouted again. The child's parents had already lifted a box and, hearing Zumo's urging, they smashed it hard against the ground. As expected, the floor was hollow, and they quickly broke open a hole. Zumo's perception immediately invaded. The people below seemed to realize something was wrong above and started escaping through the passage. Some of the child's parents jumped directly into the passage, shouting the child's name loudly. Seeing this, Zumo felt a bit relieved, but then he saw the knife-wielding assistant magician charging towards him, causing the crowd in between to scatter wildly. Zumo! Mia exclaimed in shock. Zumo focused on the opponent, dodging sideways when the opponent lunged with a knife, and kicked him from the carriage, causing him to stumble backward. At the same time, the coachman, Cooper, kicked out, hitting the opponent's head and knocking him to the ground, but Cooper did not move away, instead protecting Elsa in front of him. The opponent got up and turned to flee. Elsa and Mia had not yet regained their composure, still feeling horrified. Miss Elsa, the law enforcement team should arrive soon to control the situation, right? Zumo asked Elsa. Huh? Elsa was taken aback, looking at Zumo with complex emotions. Just a moment ago, she had accused Zumo of talking nonsense, not expecting that it was indeed a case of child abduction. Without Zumo, the criminals would have succeeded. Yes, the main city's patrol teams are relatively more numerous and the security is much better. They should learn of the situation and arrive quickly. Elsa nodded and said, I didn't expect someone to commit such blatant crimes. It's too vile. Then they shouldn't be able to escape. Let's leave first, Zumo suggested. He could only do so much since it was inconvenient for him to take action. The crowd had already dispersed, and the carriage could pass. Cooper drove the carriage forward again. Zumo, you are too brave. Once they had left the scene, Mia still felt some lingering fear and said, luckily, nothing happened. But I would have done the same. Aside from the fright, there was also a sense of surprise. Zumo was truly courageous. Elsa also looked at Zumo, her expression complex. I misunderstood you earlier, Elsa said to Zumo, her words simple and lacking any apology. For her, apologizing to a servant was difficult, though she did feel some admiration for Zumo's bravery. Zumo turned back and asked, Miss Elsa, were you speaking to me? Yes. Elsa nodded but diverted her gaze elsewhere. It's all right, Zumo replied indifferently. He had no expectation that Elsa would put aside her noble pride. No one spoke in the carriage, and a brief silence followed. Turning a corner and moving forward, the surroundings became open. In the distance, there was a splendid building, and Elsa quietly said, We've arrived. The carriage entered the church area. The pure white building symbolized purity, adorned with white doves. Inside, the sound of clear music could be heard, bringing a sense of peace. Apart from them, there were quite a few carriages arriving. Elsa, a figure stepped out of another carriage and called out to them. Suzai. Elsa waved at her and then introduced her to Mia, that's Suzai. She shared Wind Valley at a music concert with her friends. Yes. Mia acknowledged, smiling and nodding towards Suzai. Suzai noticed her but only glanced briefly before looking away, not engaging further. The group parked the carriage in front of the church. Zumo seemed to remember something and said to Mia, "Miss Mia, you go inside first. I'll go back to check on something." "Where are you going?" Mia asked nervously, hearing Zumo's words. "Don't worry, Ms. Mia. I'm just going to see if those people have been caught by the law enforcement team," Zumo said. "I'll be careful." Mia hesitated but eventually nodded. "Just don't be reckless like before. Leave it to the law enforcement team." "I know." Zumo nodded, then bid goodbye to Mia and turned to leave. Something didn't seem right. If the security was truly good, how could they dare to so brazenly commit crimes with magic? He had no trust in the law enforcement team at all. Chapter 16, Providing Inspiration. Zumo returned to the scene of the incident. There were still many people around, discussing what had happened before. "Has the magician been arrested?" Someone who had just heard about the incident asked. "No, he burned himself to death." "This is retribution for the wicked," replied someone nearby. "These people are too arrogant. They got what they deserved. Luckily, a young man warned us. Otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable." No one discovered the magician's real cause of death. "Were the others arrested?" "What about the children?" Zumo walked over and asked. "Yes, the law enforcement team has most of the people under control. The children are fine," someone responded. He was new here and didn't recognize Zumo. "It might not be that simple." A harsh voice sounded. Zumo glanced at the speaker and saw a middle-aged man with distinct facial features and piercing eyes. Standing there, he exuded an invisible aura of pressure. "It's him," Zumo thought to himself. He had seen this man before and had fought with him. He encountered him in the black market. Zumo didn't expect to see him here. Things have been unsettled lately. Children are disappearing everywhere. "Be careful," the middle-aged man said, seeming to sense something. He looked over at Zumo, who quickly averted his gaze. The middle-aged man only glanced and then turned his eyes away, leaving. "Children are disappearing everywhere?" Zumo pondered this sentence with caution. Who could this middle-aged man be? Why did he come from the black market to here? The security in the main city wouldn't be as good as Elsa had said. Finding nothing useful, Zumo returned to the church. Outside the white church, the crisp sound of children's voices echoed, pure and innocent, giving Zumo a rare sense of peace. Zumo walked lightly up the stairs into the white church. Ahead, a group of girls were singing in chorus, their voices ethereal. Behind them, a group played instruments to accompany their singing. To the right, a graceful woman sat quietly playing a piano-like instrument. This woman was of similar age to Mia. She dressed simply and cleanly, not luxuriously, like a uniform that resembled an academic style. There were many tables and chairs below, with many people quietly listening. Among them were the girls from the concert, some parents, and people praying at the church. Elsa and Mia sat towards the back. Zumo quietly walked up and sat beside Mia. Even Yaoer was watching intently. Mia smiled at Zumo without speaking as he returned. The church was silent, filled only with song. The girls' voices were heavenly, giving Zumo a moment of peace. Since coming to this world, it was the first time he felt so relaxed, quietly listening to those pure, flawless songs. The music gradually stopped, and the church erupted in applause. The girl playing the piano stood up and walked to the girls. The priest handed her a gift, and she squatted down to give it to the girls. "That's Miss Irina," Mia whispered in Zumo's ear, watching Irina gently ruffle the girls' heads. She smiled. "Miss Irina must be very kind." Zumo looked at Irina. Her smile was very genuine, not like a show. The city-state councilman's daughter, she could probably get a pass. If Mia could befriend her, she might have a chance to go to the upper world. The priest took the girls away. Irina then looked at the crowd below and said, "A few days ago, I was lucky to hear a beautiful piece of music. Today, I'd like to seize the opportunity to play it here with friends, so more people can hear it, and also thank its creator." With that, Irina bowed slightly, looking at the crowd with a smile. Many people went up with different instruments. "Mia, it's starting," Elsa said to Mia, looking a bit excited. This music had been passed to Irina by her. To hear it performed in the church made her very happy. "Yes," Mia smiled and nodded. She glanced at Zumo beside her, her smile bright. The church gradually quieted down as the music started. Irina placed her hands on the piano keys and began to play. The moment the music started, it transported people to the ethereal beauty of Wind Valley. Zumo closed his eyes and listened quietly. Different times evoke different feelings when listening to music. At this moment, he felt exceptionally peaceful, letting go of stray thoughts and immersing himself in the music. Even though the performers were just a group of girls, Zumo had to admit their musical skills. After refining the groundwork laid by him and Mia, This music was no longer inferior to the original. The only regret was that Mia wasn't part of the Wind Valley performance. The music stopped, and the people in the church stood up to applaud. Zumo, Mia, and even Yaoer clapped joyfully, looking adorable. Irina and the performers stood up, bowing to the crowd. I've heard many pieces, but this music remains one of the most beautiful. Many thanks to Miss Suzai and her friends for creating it, Irina said, looking at Suzai and others beside her. Zumo and Mia's applause abruptly stopped, their smiles fading. No one noticed their reaction amid the enthusiastic applause and praises for the music. Suzai and her friends created this music? Elsa was stunned. She looked at Mia, bewildered, clearly unaware of what had happened. Mia looked at Zumo. It was evident that Suzai had lied and taken credit for the music. But was this music original? Zumo claimed he had heard it somewhere. However, from Irina's words and Suzai's claim, Mia guessed that Wind Valley might be original. Mia, I don't know, Elsa whispered. It's not just my work, it took everyone's efforts and also the inspiration from my friend, Miss Elsa. Suzai looked at Elsa and nodded with a smile, then continued, and the final presentation of this music also owes to Miss Irina, who is also a creator of Wind Valley. This completely excluded Mia. Moreover, Suzai made this piece a social favor, making Irina one of the creators. She desperately needed Irina's friendship. Before she came, her parents had instructed her that this was a rare opportunity to establish a good relationship with Irina. Elsa was at a loss for words, not knowing what to do. Mia looked at Zumo, feeling wronged yet more angry. If this music was original, the rightful creator should be Zumo. Why did Suzai claim the original creator's title? Ms. Irina, may I say a few words? Mia stood and asked Irina. Irina looked over and smiled, of course. Ms. Suzai is not the creator of this music, Mia said, looking at Suzai. Ms. Irina, if you don't believe me, you can ask Elsa. The church murmured with hushed voices, debating the creator of the music. You must be Miss Mia? Suzai asked knowingly, smiling kindly. I heard from Elsa that you also helped inspire Wind Valley. Thank you, Ms. Mia. With that, Suzai bowed slightly to Mia, leaving her stunned and at a loss. The surrounding people began to applaud and give praise. The priest smiled and said, May God praise Ms. Suzai's wisdom, kindness, and generosity, and also praise Miss Elsa and Ms. Mia for their inspiration. That's not true. Mia shook her head, it's not hers. All eyes turned to Mia. Suzai asked again, Miss Mia, are you claiming to be the sole creator of Wind Valley? No. Mia shook her head again. My father works in the city's state council, and my mother is a singer. I grew up surrounded by music, but even I think Wind Valley is something beyond my creation. It took many people's efforts. Miss Mia, I assume you two come from a distinguished musical family? Since Miss Mia does not claim to be the original creator, who created this music? Suzai, aware of Mia's family background, asked rhetorically. Mia was speechless. Could the daughter of a general store owner create Wind Valley? Or would anyone believe that Zumo, from a working-class family, created Wind Valley? Seeing Mia lower her head, people turned away, murmuring among themselves, seemingly criticizing Mia. Jealousy is a part of human nature. As long as you recognize your mistake, God will forgive, the priest prayed sincerely. Zumo's goodwill towards the church vanished. He raised his head to look at the priest and asked, Has God told you the truth? The priest was stunned, looking at Zumo. I hope God teaches you to discern right from wrong, Zumo said, looking at the dejected Mia beside him. The kind Miss Mia was clearly no match for Suzai. He turned to Elsa, Miss Elsa, aren't you going to say something? Elsa stammered, at a loss. She had met Suzai through their elders. Her father once took her to visit Suzai's house. Zumo turned away and looked at Suzai. If musical talent is inherited, why should it be you creating good music? Who are you? Suzai asked, looking at Zumo. I'm a servant from Ms. Mia's house, Zumo replied immediately. Suzai's eyes showed disdain and mockery, but she quickly masked it and asked, What do you want to say? Zumo sneered at Suzai, then looked at Irina. Ms. Irina, although Miss Mia isn't good with words, she is a true music lover. If you don't mind, I believe she can provide inspiration for Miss Suzai on the spot. Chapter 17, Gunshots in the Church. Zumo's words made the church quiet down. Providing inspiration for Suzai on the spot? Irina also looked at Zumo. Zumo, who claimed to be a servant, seemed calmer than his employer, and she wasn't entirely convinced by Suzai. But in the argument between Suzai and Mia, it was clear that Suzai had the upper hand. She had no choice but to watch the situation unfold quietly. Okay. Irina nodded, willing to give Zumo a chance. Mia also looked at Zumo beside her. Zumo smiled and said, Miss Mia, a few days ago you mentioned hearing the music My Soul in a dream. Maybe it could provide some inspiration for Miss Suzai. Mia naturally understood Zumo's intention, looking at him in surprise. This also confirmed her suspicion that Zumo might really be the composer of this music. She had curiously asked him before, and he only said he heard it in a dream without admitting it. Yes. Mia nodded vigorously. Good luck, Ms. Mia. Zumo smiled encouragingly. Mia walked out, holding the instrument, and stood next to Irina. At that moment, she seemed to enter an imaginary musical world. Her fingers danced on the strings, and a beautiful melody, no less exquisite than Wind Valley, danced in the church, instantly transporting everyone to another kind of beautiful realm, one different from Wind Valley. Suzai's expression changed, looking somewhat unpleasant. Irina was delighted, immersed in the music. Miss Mia, if you keep playing, how can Miss Suzai create? Zumo interrupted Mia, his voice tinged with sarcasm. Irina was a little disappointed but heard Suzai say, this proves nothing. Zumo glanced at the still determined Suzai and said, Miss Mia, how about your favorite Sky City? Yes. Mia nodded, continuing to play while holding the instrument. The beautiful melody of Sky City began to play, and the entire church fell silent. Suzai's face was now extremely unpleasant. This time, Mia stopped on her own without needing Zumo's reminder. She didn't want Zumo's music to be plagiarized by others. No one spoke in the quiet church. The right and wrong were evident enough. How could someone who could compose such music merely provide inspiration? Such beautiful music. Thank you, Ms. Mia. Irina broke the silence in the church, applauding Mia. The church was instantly filled with applause, as if everyone had forgotten what had just happened. It seems that personal character and family status aren't absolutely related. Priest, will God forgive plagiarists and slanderers? Zumo asked the priest, clearly not forgetting. The priest looked at Suzai, who bowed her head and apologized. I'm sorry, Ms. Mia. Although I perfected Wind Valley, the most complete music still came from Miss Mia. Ms. Mia is the original composer. What do you mean by the original composer? Zumo found Suzai's words somewhat laughable. So, she was the subsequent composer? Since Miss Suzai has already apologized, God will forgive all who admit their mistakes, the priest replied to Zumo's earlier question. Miss Mia, let's go back. Zumo said to Mia, feeling a bit disgusted by the church. Yes. Mia nodded, holding her instrument as they walked back. Bang. A gunshot suddenly rang out, causing many people in the church to scream. Everyone's heart skipped a beat, and when they turned to look, they saw an employee near the door fall. Bang. Another gunshot, and another person was hit and fell down. Amidst the screams, people in the church hid under the tables. Mia dropped her instrument, covering her head as she moved to the side, trembling. Brother. Yaoer started crying in fear. Zumo held her, crouching down, covering her ears gently, and comforting her. Brother is here, Yaoer, don't be afraid. Elsa hid behind Zumo, clutching his clothes with her trembling hands, also shaking uncontrollably. Zumo. Mia called, her voice panicked. Miss Mia, don't move from there. Zumo said calmly, while Elsa held his clothes tighter. Miss Elsa. Elsa's coachman, Cooper, crawled over from under the table, approaching them. Zumo sensed that Cooper was exceptionally calm. He wasn't a simple man. At the same time, his awareness extended outward, seeing two figures striding towards the church, with a sniper hiding outside. Zumo was surprised to recognize one of the two men. He had met him twice before, once in the black market and once recently on the street, though this time the man wore a mask. Who exactly was he? Was the hidden sniper the woman who had shot his dart earlier? The two men walked into the church, standing on either side without obstructing the sniper's view. The man Zumo had seen before was dressed in leather armor, wearing metal gloves on his hands as he had in the black market. The other man was shorter, holding a gun which he played within his hands, wearing a ghost-faced mask. Watch here. I'll go find someone, the man in leather armor said, then began walking forward, saying to the church, nobody move, or I can't guarantee your safety. As he spoke, he walked down the aisle, passing by a middle-aged man dressed in formal wear hiding under a table, who had a gun in his hand but did not move. The leather armor man walked slowly, and as he passed the middle-aged man, the man suddenly raised his gun and shot, hitting the leather armor on his waist but not injuring him. Screams erupted. Zumo covered Yaoer's ears tightly. Bulletproof vest. The middle-aged man's face changed, standing up and aiming at the man's head. Bang. The ghost-masked man at the door shot, hitting the middle-aged man in the head, causing him to collapse in a pool of blood. The sound of crying could be heard, and it wasn't just Yaoer crying, many young girls were also crying in fear. The leather armor man ignored it and continued walking forward. Ah! A startled cry rang out. Mia was pushed out, standing right in the aisle. She looked in horror at Suzai beside her. It turned out she had been hiding beside Suzai, who had pushed her out. At that moment, Zumo's heart leaped to his throat, and a cold killing intent reflected in his eyes. Suzai had done it intentionally. She's just here for the concert. Zumo placed Yaoer on the ground, stood up with his hands raised, indicating he had no hostile intent. The ghost-masked man at the church door immediately fired a shot, the bullet speeding towards Zumo. Zumo moved the moment he sensed the man pulled the trigger, his body instinctively leaning back. Bang! The gunshot rang out, grazing his face, which felt a burning pain, while his body felt chilled. Though Zumo reacted quickly, he couldn't outpace the bullet. If he hadn't anticipated the man pulling the trigger, he might have been hit. The ghost-masked man exclaimed in surprise. Was it a coincidence? Brother! Yaoer cried, clinging to Zumo's leg, looking up at him with worry. We're all just here for the concert, Zumo said to the leather armor man, his hands raised but not moving. His eyes were fixed on the front, calculating the distance, knowing he couldn't outpace a bullet. Moreover, his telekinesis wasn't strong enough to alter the bullet's path. At this moment, Zumo's senses were on high alert. He could hear everyone's breathing. The ghost-faced man glanced at Yaoer but didn't fire again. Move! The leather armor man shouted at Mia. Come quickly! Zumo called, snapping Mia out of her daze. She quickly ran to Zumo's side and crouched down. Zumo! Mia's voice was filled with tears and hoarse, realizing she almost got Zumo killed just now. Zumo held Yaoer, gesturing for silence. Mia leaned against him without speaking, knowing this was not the time to talk. More gunshots sounded outside, and Zumo saw people trying to enter being shot by the sniper. No one could approach the church, turning it into a death trap. Zumo then sensed another group of people on the second floor of the church, all armed with guns. What's going on? Zumo wondered. Why are there so many armed people in the church? They came into view, aiming their guns below. Careful! The ghost-faced man shouted, ducking and hiding behind a table, while the leather armor man dashed forward. Bang, bang, bang. The people upstairs began shooting continuously, and the leather armor man hid in a blind spot, pressing against the wall. Ms. Arena, quickly go upstairs! The priest shouted, running to the stairs on either side of the church. Many people below also rushed towards the stairs in panic, causing chaos. Let's go! Zumo carried Yaoer and ran forward with the crowd. Mia and Elsa followed closely behind. Can you? The leather armor man ignored the fleeing crowd, shouting outside. I'll handle this quickly, the ghost-faced man responded, rushing out like a ghost. His speed was incredible as he fired his guns continuously. Bang, 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 bang. Each shot was a headshot. 4 people were killed in a row upstairs, prompting others in the church to flee upstairs in a panic, unimpeded by the sniper outside. How am I doing? The ghost-faced man asked the leather armor man. Ask Sister Butterfly, the leather armor man replied. I wouldn't dare, the ghost-faced man said, shrinking his head and looking up. The leather armor man stepped out, saying, time is short. Let's get to work. Yes. The other nodded. With that, both walked towards the stairs as well. Chapter 18, Throat Slit. The corridor on the second floor of the church was in chaos. Everyone was running madly, rushing into the rooms on either side and locking the doors, completely ignoring the people behind them. Some of the church's children, frightened, ran out. The priest, running at the front of the crowd, saw a few girls running outside and shouted loudly, "Get back inside!" The girls screamed and ran back into their rooms. Some fell to the ground in fear but quickly got up and continued running, their bodies trembling incessantly. The priest led Irina to the innermost room to take shelter. Stay close to me. Zumo held Yaoer as he spoke to Mia and the others. He could sense that the leather armor man and the ghost-faced man had already come upstairs and were behind them. However, they did not shoot but instead followed them forward. The doors on both sides of the corridor were locked one after another. The people who went inside closed the doors immediately. Zumo could only continue forward. At this moment, a door beside him suddenly opened, and a small head peeked out from inside, whispering, "Here." Without hesitation, Zumo led Mia and the others inside. The door closed, and Zumo looked ahead. It was a very frail girl, one of the previous singers. She had changed into ordinary clothes, somewhat tattered. After looking at Zumo and the others, she sat down beside them. Besides her, there were a few other girls in the room. Their eyes were lifeless. When Zumo looked at them, they all slightly lowered their heads and sat in the corners. These girls had not participated in the earlier performance. "Thank you," Zumo said to the girl who opened the door. The girl didn't say anything, still keeping her head down. Zumo felt something was off about this church. Expanding his perception outward, He saw two figures at the end of the corridor, a bald man and another person holding a knife, staring intently at the approaching leather armor man and ghost-faced man. There were even electric sparks flickering on the knife held by that person. Source power. The leather armor man stared ahead, his eyes suddenly becoming particularly serious. Uncle Fang, it seems like we've barged into their hideout, the ghost-faced man whispered. Should we retreat? Destroy it. Uncle Fang, the leather armor man, didn't retreat. He directly charged forward. Seeing this, the ghost-faced man raised his gun and fired at the two people opposite them. The bald man and the knife-wielding man also moved, charging forward, causing the corridor floor to tremble. Bang! The bullet struck the bald man's front, seemingly embedding into his skin but not penetrating or bleeding. His skin seemed fake, like it was made of steel. His body appeared before the leather armor man at an alarming speed, and he fiercely punched out. The leather armor man's steel fist also struck out, the two fists colliding with a crisp sound, a clash of metal. Cyborg. The leather armor man's face changed slightly, his body recoiling. The bald man also stopped, but then an electric knife appeared. The knife-wielding man's body emerged from behind him and slashed toward the leather armor man. The blade light streaked like lightning, extremely sharp. The leather armor man raised both fists to block the electric knife, but the opponent quickly slashed a second and third time, each slash extremely perilous. Meanwhile, the bald man charged toward the ghost-faced man. The ghost-faced man moved quickly, retreating while continuously firing, aiming at the opponent's eyes and head. The bald man shielded his face with his arms. Bullets pierced his arm's skin, revealing the steel underneath. The opponent's clothes tore apart, showing a body covered in armor. The ghost-faced man's expression darkened beneath his mask. He could clearly see the opponent was a cyborg. In the room, Zumo leaned against the door, sensing the fight outside. The leather armor man's power and agility were strong. He fought the electric knife with his steel fists without losing ground. That man's knife was equally fearsome, far beyond the black market fighting arena's level. Any of these four people were stronger than him. The last time he faced the leather armor man, it was mainly the meteor dart's directional changes that caught his opponent off guard and threatened him directly. In a head-to-head confrontation, Zumo was not his match. Uncle Fang, it's difficult. We should retreat first, the ghost-faced man shouted. His dual guns couldn't threaten the opponent, and he kept dodging in retreat. What about those children? Uncle Fang was unwilling. His steel fist's attacks grew more violent, clashing fiercely with the electric knife with a reckless fighting style. They had chased the abduction case to the church, only to find themselves in the hideout. Children? Zumo had always felt something was wrong. These two didn't seem like thugs. They hadn't killed indiscriminately upon entering the church. From their words, it seemed they were here for the children too. On the street earlier, when he encountered them, it was at the location where the magician abducted people. They might be investigating the abduction case too. This church definitely had issues. Zumo's gaze moved from the door, looking at the girls curled up in the corner. His eyes emitted an energy light, penetrating through their clothes. He saw scars on the girls' bodies, some not yet healed, horrifying to see, making his heart clench. How did you come here? Mia asked the girls, obviously having heard the commotion outside as well. The girls kept their heads down, not answering. Where are your mom and dad? Mia continued asking. A few girls shook their heads. A 6-year-old girl pulled a photo from her pocket, holding it tightly. She cautiously opened the nearly crumpled photo, tears falling from her eyes. Can sister take a look? Mia asked heartbrokenly. The girl nodded and handed the photo to Mia. Zumo also glanced at the photo, his expression changing abruptly. Let me see, Zumo said, taking the photo from Mia, who looked at him in surprise. In the photo were 3 people, the girl and a couple, forming a family of 3. Zumo's eyes were fixed on the man holding the girl, a burly man with large hands holding the girl, who clung to his neck, her face beaming with a radiant smile. Autai. Zumo felt a strong wave of sadness, recalling the man brutally killed in the fighting arena. He participated in fights to send his child out of the cruel underworld but died in the ring. Now, his child had been abducted here. He understood why Autai had wanted to send her away. You know my dad. The girl heard Zumo's mutters and looked at him with hopeful eyes. Brother, do you know where my dad is? Zumo raised his head to look at the girl, seeing her tear-streaked face and eyes full of hope gazing at him. He didn't know how to respond. Zumo, Mia also looked at Zumo. Zumo lowered his head, unable to meet the girl's eyes. Brother, please tell me where my dad is. My mom and I have been searching for him but couldn't find him. Then I got caught by bad people and brought here. Did he abandon us? The girl cried heart-wrenchingly, clearly having suffered too much. No. Zumo looked back at the girl, his voice choked. Then where's my dad? The girl cried even more bitterly. Zumo looked at her, reaching out to wipe her tears, saying sadly, your dad always loved you. He worked hard to earn money to send you to a better place, but there was an accident. Zumo's voice was somber. The girl, though not fully understanding, seemed to grasp something and cried heart-wrenchingly. Do I not have a dad anymore? Is mom gone too? They hit and scold me every day. The girl's body shook violently, tears flowing uncontrollably. Mia, listening to this, couldn't help but cry too. Is this really a church? Mia felt it was surreal, unable to believe a holy place concealed such darkness. Zumo didn't answer, unsure of what to say. He continued sensing the situation outside. The steel fist and the electric knife clashed fiercely, with the leather armor man's attacks growing more frantic, as if they had no regard for his life. There was not much time left. At this moment, a man appeared at the end of the church corridor, holding a girl with a knife. He walked towards the leather armor man. Are you here to save them? Zumo had seen this man before. He was the magician's assistant from the street earlier. The knife slashed across the girl's face, causing her to scream in pain and fear. Feast. The leather armor man roared. The man quickly reached the two fighters and said to the leather armor man, she's all yours. Then, he threw the girl directly between the fighters. The knife-wielding man's blade slashed down without hesitation. Uncle Fang, his mind in turmoil without time to think, struck at the opponent's knife with his right hand while reaching for the girl with his left. Slash. As Uncle Fang was distracted, the opponent's blade struck, blood spraying. Uncle Fang's right wrist was severed. He placed the girl on the ground, showing a pained expression, sadly watching the crying girl as she ran away. Uncle Fang, the ghost-faced man, cornered at the other end of the corridor, shouted. Simultaneously, 3 gunshots rang out outside, signaling their need to retreat. Go. The leather armor man's right hand bled profusely, staining the ground red. Uncle Fang. The ghost-faced man's voice was pained. More gunshots came from behind. The leather armor man roared, get out of here. The ghost-faced man didn't hesitate further, his face contorted in pain under his mask. He then dashed down the stairs, with the bald man in pursuit. The leather armor man knew he probably wouldn't survive. The blood loss was too severe, unstaunchable. Although his body was highly resilient, it was untenable, especially facing a genetic warrior now. He removed his mask and tossed it aside, revealing a resolute face, glaring at the two opponents. Pray your children don't suffer the same fate. Kill him, the magician's assistant ordered. The knife-wielding man stepped forward. Just then, the lights above flickered eerily. Huh? The knife-wielding man glanced up, hearing electric noises. What's happening? The magician's assistant also looked at the ceiling. The strange situation persisted, and suddenly, there was the sound of a door opening, as if someone was coming out. In the flickering lights, the magician's assistant saw a figure standing by the door like a ghost, causing his heart to clench. However, he quickly recognized the face and coldly realized it was the boy from the carriage. Was he coming out to die now? But as he thought this, he saw Zumo moving in the eerie light, approaching like a ghost. His face changed, and he reached out to clutch his throbbing throat, blood gushing out. A sharp blade had sliced his throat. Chapter 19 The blood-stained knife. The lights continued to flicker incessantly, the crackling sound of electricity resounded constantly, and under the flickering lights, the man with the knife and the middle-aged man in leather armor both saw the magician's assistant fall. In this eerie atmosphere, Zumo stood there like a ghost, holding a blood-stained weapon. The knife-wielding man's reaction was quick. Under the flickering lights, he could vaguely see Zumo's position, and he lunged forward with the electric knife in his hand, slashing down towards Zumo. Sizzle. The electricity above turned into a lightning bolt, illuminating the darkness, stinging the eyes, and directly striking the man with the knife. The current coursed through his body, causing him to twitch, but the momentum of the knife remained and continued to slash towards Zumo. This knife was as fast as lightning, carrying an electric blow. Being hit by this would surely be fatal, but in this eerie environment, Zumo seemed to have eyes on the side of his head. He moved forward and sideways at an almost perfect angle to avoid the slash. At the same time, he used all his strength to fling the weapon in his right hand straight at the man's throat. Though the electricity couldn't harm the knife wielder, it at least numbed his reactions. The momentum of his forward thrust was unstoppable, and the flung weapon pierced his throat with terrifying force. The knife wielder's eyes widened as he stared forward, the electric knife falling to the ground from his hands, which were clutching the weapon protruding from his throat, bleeding profusely. It seemed to be a hidden weapon with extremely sharp edges on all 4 sides, embedded deeply into his throat. He wanted to speak but couldn't utter a word. He staggered backward a few steps before collapsing to the ground. At this moment, the lights had dimmed, and only a faint light from outside the church streamed in, casting blurry shadows. Uncle Feng looked at Zumo's silhouette, feeling a sense of unreality. Was this the boy he met on the street? He seemed born to be an assassin, cold and ruthless, killing with a single blow. He recognized the hidden weapon. It was the same as the one he saw in the black market's hunter. He now knew who Zumo was but hadn't expected the hunter to be so young. Finished? A figure emerged from the end of the corridor. It was the priest. In the backlit environment, he could vaguely see a dark shape standing there but couldn't discern who it was. Yes. Zumo responded and picked up the knife from the ground, walking toward the priest. The priest saw the shadow coming closer and, under the faint light, realized it was not the knife wielder. Who are you? The priest's expression changed slightly, intending to flee, but Zumo suddenly accelerated, his hand grasping the priest's face and slamming it against the corridor wall. Slash. The knife cut across the priest's throat. The priest held his throat with both hands, his eyes filled with intense fear, and his body convulsed incessantly. At that moment, Zumo resembled the Grim Reaper. God wants to see you. Zumo whispered in the priest's ear, then let go, and the priest's body slumped to the floor, his eyes still open. Zumo turned to leave, stopping in front of a room. He turned to look inside. Suzai had immediately run into the room and locked the door. The room had a wooden door, and Zumo stabbed through it with his knife. The blade was very sharp, piercing through directly. Inside, Suzai's terrified screams echoed. The knife seemed to have eyes, cutting through the door lock in a C shape. The lock fell off, and Zumo pushed open the door. Suzai screamed in terror. When she saw the figure entering, she stopped screaming as she recognized Zumo. Under her suspicious gaze, Zumo walked forward, clasped her mouth with his hand, and lightly slit her throat with the knife. He then stepped back, avoiding the blood splatter. Suzai stared at Zumo in terror, clutching her throat as she fell. Who was the real thug? After finishing, Zumo returned to the original spot, dropping the knife beside the knife-wielding man. He then whispered into the ear of the still-present Uncle Feng. Who were they? Uncle Feng, extremely weak, seemed to be waiting for Zumo. Upon hearing the question, he smiled faintly, showing no fear of death. He knew he had met his match. Uncle Feng reached into his bosom with his left hand and pulled out a dagger, handing it to Zumo, whispering, "Black market number 425, find Sister Butterfly." Zumo took the dagger, and Uncle Feng whispered, "Everything here was my doing. You should go back to your room." With that, Uncle Feng walked toward the stairs. Zumo didn't leave, still standing in the corridor, watching Uncle Feng's retreating figure. He sensed that people were already surrounding the church outside. He knew Uncle Feng wouldn't survive. Standing still, his gaze seemed to follow Uncle Feng as he descended the stairs toward the church's exit. Before he could leave, guns aimed at him, the law enforcement team had arrived. Seeing this, Uncle Feng paused for a moment, then continued to walk forward with a smile, his weak steps firm. Gunfire erupted, multiple bullets hitting Uncle Feng, shattering his resolute face. His body fell straight down. In his final moment, Uncle Feng looked up at the artificial lights above, as if he saw the light. Zumo retrieved his hidden weapon from the throat of a corpse and walked down the corridor. The silence was eerie, and faint sobs could be heard from the rooms. His footsteps were light. He went to the bathroom to wash the blood off his hands and hidden weapon, then returned to the room. Mia, though puzzled, didn't ask where Zumo had been. As for other eyewitnesses, they were already dead. Outside the church, a crowd had gathered. People from all over the main city had rushed over, filled with intense anger at the news they had somehow received. Recently, there had been several trafficking incidents in the main city. Who would have thought the hideout was a holy church? Seeing the ragged children emerge from the church, their fury reached a peak. Some even cursed the city's rulers, questioning how such things could happen under their noses. The crowd, held back by the law enforcement team and city guards from the underground city, wasn't allowed into the church. At the church entrance, the law enforcement captain, Starsea, held a long smoking pipe, his gaze sweeping over the noisy crowd, eyes filled with disdain. As Irina walked out of the church, Starsea handed his pipe to a subordinate, straightened his clothes, and approached her with a smile, bowing respectfully, "Ms. Irina, sorry for the fright." Behind Irina, people continued to file out, including many children. They were in ragged clothes, some even blood-stained. Their eyes were hollow, fearful of everything outside. Irina's face was icy, her eyes burning with anger as she glared at Starsea. "Why did this happen in the underground city main city's church? It was my negligence. One thug has been killed, 2 others fled. We're hunting them down with all our might," Starsea answered. "I'm not talking about them." Irina's voice was cold. "You should investigate everyone in the church thoroughly. Rest assured, Ms. Irina, everyone here has been taken into custody." Starsea glanced at some people behind Irina, and should they be investigated? Those attending the concert are all victims. If you need statements, you can ask me. I witnessed everything, Irina said. Yes, Miss Irina. Songsi nodded. And these children, help them find their parents, Irina said, looking at the children. She seemed to have learned about the dark secrets hidden in the church. Of course. Songsi kept bowing. Zumo and the others also walked out. Suzai's body was carried out. She was the only performer who died, her throat slit by those knife-wielding thugs. The accompanying women covered their mouths in shock. Mia looked complicated. Was Suzai the only one who died? When the thugs appeared, Suzai had pushed her, almost getting her and Zumo killed. Elsa, let's go back, Mia said to Elsa. She didn't want to stay there any longer. Yes. Elsa nodded. Ms. Mia. Irina called out, and Mia turned to look at her. Apologies for the concert, Ms. Mia. I hope to hear your music again someday, Irina apologized. It's not your fault, Miss Irina. There will be another chance, Mia responded. Yes. Irina nodded and handed her a card. If you ever need anything, come find me. Mia took a look but accepted it politely. Thank you. Goodbye. Irina smiled and nodded. She glanced at Zumo beside Mia. Goodbye, Ms. Irina, Mia responded. Then, they walked toward their carriage, now including Atai's daughter. Zumo planned to take her home to her mother. The carriage left the church crowd. The ride was silent. Mia and Elsa remained solemn, still shaken by the day's events. Aizen, a voice called as a woman ran towards them. Mom. The girl beside Zumo shouted. Stop, Zumo ordered. The girl jumped from the carriage to her mother, and they embraced, crying. I've been looking for you, the woman sobbed. Aizen had been lost in the main city, so she stayed, rushing to the church when she learned what happened. Zumo stood nearby, listening, feeling a pang of sorrow. Mom, brother Zumo knows Dad, Aizen said, looking at Zumo. The woman turned to Zumo. Do you know where Atai is? Zumo didn't answer. He handed her a folded garment. Don't let anyone see. Live well with Aizen. He then ruffled Aizen's hair and returned to the carriage. Let's go. The woman watched him leave, understanding. She peeked at the garment, then quickly refolded it, and bowed as the carriage left. In the carriage, Elsa and Mia watched Zumo curiously. What needed to be wrapped in his new clothes? But they didn't ask. Today's events had changed their view of him. Brother, does Aizen have no father, like Yaoer? Yaoer asked innocently. You have me, Yaoer, Zumo said, hugging the girl. She leaned into him, smiling sweetly. Chapter 20, He's a brother general store. Beiwei sat with her right hand supporting her cheek, as if she was thinking about something, somewhat lost in thought. Young lady. A white-haired lady at the entrance waved her hand. Ah. Beiwei was startled and said nervously, Andy, I'm sorry, how can I help you? A bag of compressed biscuits, the old lady said with a smile. Young lady, you shouldn't follow that Zumo boy and pick up bad habits, calling me auntie. I'm quite old now. Beiwei picked up a bag of compressed biscuits from the shelf and smiled as she handed them over. Andy, you're still young. Such a sweet mouth. The old lady was particularly happy when she paid. Take care, auntie. After seeing the old lady out, Beiwei's expression fell, and she muttered to herself, what are you thinking about? Lately, she had been distracted often, occasionally recalling the cold-hearted hunter she had encountered in the black market. She had settled here as per his instructions, and some time had passed, but he had never appeared or came to find her. Perhaps he would never show up again. But when I make money, I still need to repay him, Beiwei thought to herself. Sister Beiwei. A voice came from behind. Beiwei turned her gaze and smiled. Good morning, Zumo. Are you going out? Since Zumo and Ms. Mia returned last time, they've been acting a bit unusually. They didn't mention what had happened. On that day, both Zumo and Miss Mia were very quiet, and they hadn't talked about it in the following days. But Beiwei noticed that Miss Mia's attitude towards Zumo seemed to have shifted slightly, although she couldn't pinpoint exactly how. Yes, I'm going for a walk, Zumo nodded with a smile. Since returning, he hadn't left the house and had been practicing his breathing technique at home. Come back soon. Beiwei said. Zumo walked out of the general store and saw a graceful figure approaching him. It was Elsa. Elsa seemed to have dressed up intentionally, exuding a pure aura in place of her usual elegance, and was lightly scented with perfume. Seeing Zumo, Elsa smiled sweetly and called out, Zumo. Miss Elsa, Miss Mia is upstairs. You can have Sister Beiwei call her, Zumo said and then turned to leave. Elsa watched Zumo's receding figure, feeling somewhat frustrated. It seemed Zumo held a grudge, but she hadn't done it on purpose. In the past few days, as Elsa thought more about it, she found it increasingly suspicious. Zumo didn't seem like an ordinary servant. Moreover, she discovered that the chauffeur her father arranged for her wasn't simple either. Additionally, were those musical pieces really composed by Mia? Given Elsa's understanding of Mia, it was highly unlikely. So, who else could it be besides Mia? She recalled Zumo's various actions and Mia's attitude towards him, and she had a guess in her mind. Zumo likely had a remarkable talent in music. Moreover, he was intelligent, brave, and fearless. If only he wasn't a servant. Zumo had no idea Elsa was thinking about all this. His understanding of Elsa was that she was inherently kind, though proud, and had a decently privileged background in the underworld. As for anything more, he wasn't interested. The black market was as bustling and chaotic as ever, with fights happening all around, and women's shouts were abundant, too. Zumo observed the house numbers in the black market, his eyes scanning the area. With his strong perception, the house numbers in the black market presented themselves clearly and orderly in his mind. Walking along the streets of the black market, Zumo wandered through, gradually distancing himself from the busy main road and heading down a side path. In a corner of the black market, this area was much quieter compared to the main road, with mostly native residents of the black market frequenting here. Zumo stopped in front of a storefront and looked up. The sign read, 425. Looking at the small storefront, it appeared cramped and cluttered inside, with only a young man about Zumo's age sitting there, bored, playing with a Rubik's Cube. His hands moved quickly, solving the cube in just a few seconds, repeatedly scrambling and solving it deftly. The storefront was pitifully small, but the back was quite large, like a huge box, clearly indicating there was more inside. Zumo noticed an iron door, blocking his perception. Before Zumo could speak, the young man fiddling with a Rubik's Cube said, "We're closed." Zumo glanced inside the store, which looked like a hardware shop or a machinery repair shop, messy and disorganized. "I'm looking for someone," Zumo said. The young man finally looked at Zumo, showing no surprise at his masked face. After all, one could see anything in the black market. Zumo noted the young man appeared even younger than him, with very fair hands. Squinting his eyes, Zumo asked, "Who are you looking for?" "Sister Butterfly," Zumo replied. "Don't know her." The young man's expression remained unchanged upon hearing Zumo's words, continuing to play with the Rubik's Cube as if he genuinely didn't know her, making Zumo doubt if he'd found the right place. Extending his hand, Zumo pulled out a dagger and placed it on the table. The young man's hands froze, staring at the dagger on the table. This dagger didn't look very shiny or particularly sharp, but it had two words engraved on it, Skywalker. "Where did you get this?" The young man squinted his eyes and stared intently at Zumo, a hint of coldness in his gaze. "Someone gave it to me and told me to find Sister Butterfly," Zumo replied. "Who?" the young man continued to ask. "The church," Zumo said. The young man stared at Zumo for a few moments, then jumped off his seat, closed the shop, and turned to say, "Follow me." Zumo walked around the table and followed the young man into the back of the shop. Inside there was a narrow door, which led to the iron door. The young man placed his hand on a spot, and the iron door opened, making Zumo's eyes light up with curiosity. Beyond the iron door was a narrow passageway. The young man gestured for Zumo to enter, and Zumo walked in without hesitation, with the young man following and closing the door behind them. Inside felt like a sealed space. Passing through the long, narrow passage, Zumo glanced sideways, his pupils narrowing slightly. This place looked like an old abandoned factory, possibly a small military factory, with weapon parts scattered everywhere. Inside the abandoned factory, there were many assembled guns and various weapons, and in the middle, there was an old fighting arena. A muscular man with a bare upper body appeared in front of him, standing at 2 meters tall, his frame all solid muscle. He had been staring at Zumo since he walked in. Bang! Suddenly, the sound of a gunshot rang out, causing the closed space to vibrate. The noise was somewhat piercing, but Zumo remained unfazed, having anticipated it. Someone was practicing shooting ahead. Gunshots continued to ring out. Zumo stopped as he reached the shooting range. In front of him, a woman in tight black leather was practicing. Zumo glanced at the moving targets, each shot was dead center. A moment later, the woman finally stopped, turning to scrutinize Zumo. Zumo also scrutinized her. The tight leather suit perfectly outlined her S-shaped figure. She had an oval face, and her long black hair was tied back. Not just her figure, but everything about her appearance, height, demeanor was impeccable. Counting his previous life, Zumo had never seen anyone like her. "It's her," Zumo thought to himself. The young man handed Zumo's dagger to her and whispered a few words. The woman listened quietly, staring at Zumo. "Hunter?" "It's me," Zumo nodded. "Buzz." The woman suddenly moved, taking 2 steps forward. Her long, slender leg lifted and, in an instant, exploded with tremendous power, full of violent beauty. The pointed high heel of her shoe slashed towards Zumo's face like a dagger. Zumo sensed her movement and leaned backward. The high heel swept past his face, stopping unreasonably close, then descended straight down, defying inertia. Zumo pushed off the ground with his right foot, retreating. His physical prowess was now incomparable to before. The high heel hit the ground with a sound, and the heel didn't break. The woman charged forward, kicking straight at Zumo again. This kick was fast. Although Zumo predicted the trajectory, he couldn't completely avoid it. Instead of dodging, he reached out to grab her leg. As expected, he caught her ankle, but the force was overwhelming. Oof. Zumo was struck and knocked down. Stubbornly, he didn't let go, trying to bring her down with him, only to see her body lift off the ground, sweeping her other leg towards him. Zumo had to release her, narrowly avoiding the kick. Stumbling back, Zumo glanced at his chest. It hurt, but he could tell she had held back, reducing her strength upon impact. Good reflexes, the woman said, staring at Zumo. Where's your hidden weapon? No need, Zumo responded. Why were you at the church? The woman asked again. Attending a concert, Zumo replied. The woman seemed surprised, looking at Zumo. Since you're already here, shouldn't you be honest? Zumo took off the hood of his cloak, then removed his mask. Having decided to come here, he had naturally prepared for it. He could tell from the experiences of that day that this was a special organization, and leaving without revealing his identity was unlikely. With his mask off, Zumo revealed a somewhat youthful face, surprising the woman. She had maintained her composure since Zumo arrived, but finding that the hunter in the fighting arena was a 15 or 16-year-old boy startled her. So, you're a little brother. The woman suddenly smiled enticingly, with a hint of captivating charm. Chapter 21 Yikingdi Zumo's face darkened a bit. What did she mean by being just a little brother? Being scrutinized by the woman with an unusual look made him feel a bit odd, although the hunter's identity indeed did not match his age. Zhaoqi, this little brother is even more handsome than you, the woman smiled at the boy beside her. Zhaoqi also looked at Zumo curiously, noticing that he was about the same age as him. What's your name? The woman asked. Zumo, Zumo replied. I'm Yikingdi, just call me Sister Butterfly. He's Zhaoqi, and the big guy you saw earlier is Seth, the woman said with a smile at Zumo. Do you want to join us? Zumo shook his head. The woman nonchalantly asked, why, is it because sister isn't pretty enough? Or is the figure not good enough? Zhaoqi shrank back a bit, looking somewhat scared. Zumo looked at Yikingdi's smiling face, sensing charm with a hint of danger. Don't you have a lot of questions to ask? Zumo looked at Yikingdi. He wondered why he was here, how Uncle Fang died, what happened. She hadn't asked any of these. Yikingdi's smile vanished, and her expression turned serious, becoming somewhat heavy. Seeing that she didn't answer, Zumo continued, what kind of organization are you? And who were those people in the church? Shouldn't you answer me first? Yikingdi looked at Zumo. What happened after Uncle Fang broke his hand, and why did he give you the dagger? Zumo eyed her, realizing the ghost-faced man had returned alive, and she already knew what happened in the church. I helped him kill the murderer. You? Yikingdi scrutinized Zumo. Did he use hidden weapons? That day, during his brief encounter with Uncle Fang, she saw Zumo wasn't strong, but his hidden weapon was eerie. If it struck a vital point in an ambush, it was indeed possible. But if that was all, why did Uncle Fang give him the dagger and ask him to come here? He probably had some secrets. What is your purpose for being here? Yikingdi asked. I have some questions I want to clear up, Zumo replied, then thought for a moment before asking, what is source power? This was a term he heard from Uncle Fang. His breathing technique should be related to it. Yikingdi looked at Zumo with interest. He didn't know what source power was. I heard you're pretty good at gambling. Yikingdi didn't answer but instead looked at Zumo and asked. Not bad, Zumo nodded. Under the rules of the last dice game, can you guarantee a win? Yikingdi asked. Yes, Zumo nodded. Under those rules, he couldn't lose. Hearing the definitive answer, Yikingdi revealed a bright smile. Take me to earn some Federation coins? Zumo was stunned for a moment. Yikingdi actually asked him to take her gambling. Is that a condition? Zumo asked. You could put it that way, Yikingdi nodded. Besides telling me about source power, I need a gun and need you to teach me how to use it. Zumo glanced at the abandoned factory. Yikingdi could hit the moving meteor dart, her gun skills were undeniably strong. Outside the church, she should have also been sniping. And at the moment, he really needed means of self-defense. No problem, Yikingdi replied. There are people in the casino who are hostile towards me. If something happens, can you handle it? Zumo asked again. Don't worry, Yikingdi said. You have quite a lot of demands. Wait while I go change my clothes. Yikingdi turned and left, and the boy beside her timidly asked, "Can you take me too?" Zumo looked at Zhaoqi beside him. Were these people all money grubbers? At such a young age, you should learn to behave. Do a good job in the store, Yikingdi's voice came, and Zhaoqi immediately looked crestfallen, appearing a bit depressed. Moments later, Yikingdi returned after changing her clothes. Zumo was somewhat stunned by the sight before him. Now, Yikingdi was wearing a long red dress, with her collarbones clearly visible. At 1.72 meters tall, paired with high heels, she was significantly taller than Zumo. Her previously tied-up hair now flowed down her back, exuding mature charm. "Let's go, little brother Zumo," Yikingdi said with a smile. "All right," Zumo nodded, putting on his hat and mask. In an instant, he transformed from a boy into a hunter. The stark contrast made Yikingdi find it quite amusing. She also put on a mask, adding an extra layer of mysterious beauty. The place they exited through was a side door leading to another shop. If Zumo had been alone, he might not have been as conspicuous. But when walking with Yikingdi, they immediately stood out on the streets. Many people stared at them, but not knowing their background, no one dared to act rashly. The two walked to the outside of the casino. It was as bustling as ever, a gathering place for people from the black market. Many eyes were fixed on Yikingdi, with greed and desire clearly visible, not the slightest bit concealed. This was one of the most chaotic places in the underground city. Yikingdi wore a smile on her face as she naturally hooked her arm around Zumo's and headed towards the iron door, making Zumo feel somewhat helpless. After all, he was not actually 15 years old, and such intimate contact tested his willpower, especially with a top-notch beauty. As they entered through the iron door, someone deliberately bumped into Yikingdi. "TSS." A painful voice was heard as Zumo saw the person fall forward directly. Simultaneously, Yikingdi skillfully sidestepped, leaning against Zumo's arm, avoiding the collision. But this made Zumo feel even more distressed. The casino buzzed with loud music, mixed with a noisy crowd, and Zumo didn't like the atmosphere here. "Hunter." Someone recognized Zumo, causing their pupils to shrink, and they quickly stepped aside. Upon hearing this, others also refrained from causing trouble, making Zumo realize that he seemed to have gained some fame here. Zumo walked to the gambling table from before and sat down, with Yikingdi sitting beside him, drawing many eyes. "Mr. Hunter," a voice called from upstairs. Zumo looked up to see the man with gold-rimmed glasses who had lost to him last time. He seemed unbothered by the previous grudge, smiling, "Long time no see." Zumo ignored him. The man with gold-rimmed glasses didn't mind Zumo's attitude. He glanced at Yikingdi beside him and continued, "A beauty by the side, Mr. Hunter surely has good taste. Would you be interested in playing upstairs? The first floor isn't suitable for you." The casino had 5 floors, with fewer people upstairs, and the stakes were higher. "Not interested," Zumo replied. The man with gold-rimmed glasses smiled indifferently and went towards the stairs. At this moment, a bald man passing by stared intently at Yikingdi, his gaze burning. Few women visited such places, let alone such a stunning woman. Although Yikingdi wore a mask, just by looking at her figure, skin, face contour, and eyes, one could tell she was a seductress, igniting imaginations. Stunning, the bald man sat at the gambling table opposite Zumo, staring at Yikingdi. "How do you want to play?" The surrounding crowd burst into laughter. Zumo glanced at the man. Most people in the casino were desperados, full of savagery and violence. Expecting them to have manners was unrealistic, but it was still grating to hear. Yikingdi's eyes flashed with a smile, seemingly unbothered. She looked at the bald man and asked with a smile, "How many Federation coins do you have?" The bald man placed a stack of Federation coins on the table, over 20,000. All of this was earned in the casino and fighting arena, risking his life. "How much do you want?" Licking his lips, the bald man stared at Yikingdi. He had never encountered such an enchanting woman. Yikingdi also took out a stack of Federation coins and placed them on the table, over 20,000 as well. She pushed them towards the table and said, "One game?" The bald man stared at her hand, hesitating. "This is all?" Yikingdi scoffed mockingly. The crowd roared with excitement, with many cheering. "All right," the bald man's face turned slightly embarrassed. Yikingdi showed a satisfied expression and looked at Zumo beside her, whispering, "It's all up to you." Zumo looked at the 2,000 Federation coins Yikingdi took out. It seemed she truly aimed to make a fortune in the casino with his help. She was a ruthless person. "Sir, miss." A waiter approached, greeting both of them. He handed the dice cup and dice to both of them to inspect, then placed them in front of them. "Please." Zumo glanced at the opponent, casually shook the dice, and removed his hand. Meanwhile, the bald man looked unusually serious, clearly acting on impulse. Gamblers were easily hot-headed. After shaking for a long time, the bald man finally stopped. Zumo glanced at the dice cup and showed no reaction. The waiter first opened Zumo's dice cup. 1, 2, 4, 7 points, not very high. The bald man's eyes burned with intensity, as his winning chances seemed greater. But as the waiter lifted his dice cup, revealing 1, 1, 3, his face turned ashen instantly. Over 20,000 Federation coins, earned with his life. The waiter handed the Federation coins to Zumo's side. Yi Qingdi unceremoniously took them and then gave 200 to the waiter, smiling with satisfaction at the bald man. Thanks. The bald man checked his pockets but found nothing. His earlier impulse was gone. He looked lost, filled with anger and regret, but he had nowhere to vent. From afar, the wild music and deafening shouts from the fighting arena drifted to his ears, seemingly calling out to him. The bald man's body moved involuntarily towards it. That place seemed like the final destination for gamblers. Zumo remained seated, while many onlookers watched. Let me try, another person approached. Zumo let him win a round, so this person increased his bet but then lost 3 in a row and left in despair. More people, unwilling to accept defeat, took a seat. No one left unscathed. Gradually, more and more people gathered around Zumo and Yi Qingdi, and their gazes changed, becoming more cautious. Yi Qingdi looked at the pile of Federation coins in front of her and smiled brightly at Zumo. What a treasure of a little brother. Several people on the upper floors looked down. One of them, with glasses perched on his nose, glared coldly at Zumo. 2 of his men had died because of this hunter. Chapter 22, Gambling with Life. Zumo seemed to sense something and looked up, immediately spotting the man in glasses. The man's gaze made Zumo very uncomfortable, like he was being stared at by a poisonous snake. The man also noticed Zumo looking at him and actually smiled, but his smile sent chills down one's spine. Cobra, you've killed one of his men, Sister Butterfly whispered in Zumo's ear. Zumo's pupils constricted as he looked away. Sister Butterfly, continuing might cause trouble, Zumo whispered back in Yi Qingdi's ear. Don't worry, leave it to me, Yi Qingdi said confidently. Wait for someone, help me win against him. Hearing Yi Qingdi's words, Zumo suddenly realized that her purpose at the casino wasn't just to earn Federation currency. However, since she wasn't afraid of causing trouble, she should be able to get away unscathed. Many people had come down from upstairs, including the man in gold-rimmed glasses, who stood by the gambling table, smiling at Zumo. At this time, a man in black walked through the crowd. He wore a black hat, and when he appeared, the people around him instinctively gave way. Discussions erupted around the casino. Senior brother. The man with gold-rimmed glasses called out to the man in black. Upstairs, many people were also looking down. The gambling table where Zumo was located had become the absolute center of the large casino. Tang Sen, a gambling master, known as the Dice King, specializes in hunting experts, Yi Qingdi whispered in Zumo's ear, so close her lips almost touched his ear. He possesses source power, can change the dice numbers of others. Are you confident? If not, we should back out now. Her main target at the casino this time was Tang. Senator Zumo nodded slightly. He could see through the dice and change them with telekinesis. On this gambling table, he was invincible. Want to play around? Tang Sen asked Zumo. Stakes? Zumo asked. All your Federation currency, plus her, and one of your hands, Tang Sen replied to Zumo. Pretty ruthless. There was a murmur from the crowd. Tang Sen not only wanted Zumo's Federation currency but also the sexy woman and one of Zumo's hands. Was this to avenge his junior brother? Zumo frowned, seemingly hesitant. The man in gold-rimmed glasses adjusted his glasses and smiled. Mr. Hunter, if you're afraid, we can bet smaller, such as just the Federation currency and the woman. There was a wave of mocking laughter from those around. Zumo didn't respond immediately but looked at Yi Qingdi. He didn't have the right to use her as a wager. Seeing Zumo's look, Yi Qingdi understood his meaning and smiled. Can you win? I won't lose, Zumo replied. Then let's bet. Yi Qingdi looked at Tang Sen and said, what will you wager? She had already warned Zumo about Tang Sen's trick, but Zumo still insisted. She chose to believe in him. Double the Federation currency, Tang Sen replied. And one of your hands, Yi Qingdi countered. Tang Sen stared at her, so greedy? Zumo's stake was 150,000 Federation currency. This woman was indeed beautiful, but doubling the amount plus a hand, was she worth 150,000? That wasn't a small number. Scared? Yi Qingdi taunted. There were boos from the crowd. The Dice King was being mocked by a woman. Alright. Tang Sen stared at Yi Qingdi with a sinister smile. He was already imagining what he'd do to her after winning. With that, he took out 30 bills of 10,000 Federation currency and pushed them to the attendant. Can you ensure the smooth execution of the wager? Yi Qingdi asked the attendant. The attendant hesitated, glanced at Tang Sen, and seemed a bit unsure. Of course, came a voice, and the crowd automatically parted. Mr. Qin. Mr. Qin is here, the crowd murmured. A middle-aged man appeared at the gambling table and looked at Yi Qingdi. In the casino, any wager can be executed smoothly. Saying this, he walked towards the attendant. Let me. The attendant stepped aside. Brother Tang, it's been a while since I've seen you in action. How about I witness this for you? Qinzong smiled at Tang Sen, and maybe earn some pocket money. Mr. Qin, you jest. In that case, I'll trouble you, Tang Sen replied. He didn't mind who it was. Mr. Hunter, I'm Qinzong, the person in charge of the fighting arena and the casino. I've seen your fights before, very impressive, Qinzong said to Zumo, who nodded in acknowledgement. This man, capable of managing both the casino and the fighting arena, was not someone to be underestimated. He appeared refined and courteous, a stark contrast to the casino's atmosphere. Qinzong rechecked the dice cup and dice, then pushed them towards Tang Sen and Zumo. Please, both of you. The crowd around the table grew much quieter, many people clustered around, and upstairs, many heads peeked to look down. A total stake of 450,000 Federation currency was not a small amount. In the underworld, that kind of money could buy many lives. Moreover, it included one of Tang Sen's hands, and Qinzong as the witness. This hunter, who had only appeared a few times, certainly had guts. Zumo and Tang Sen stared at one another. Both picked up the dice cups simultaneously and started shaking them. The people around stared at their hands, and some experts listened intently. Many here were seasoned gamblers, but even they felt a bit nervous at this moment. Zumo was the first to set down his dice cup. As soon as it touched the table, he removed his hand. According to casino rules, once set, hands mustn't touch the table again. Qinzong smiled at Zumo, he already knew Zumo's dice count. Tang Sen gave Zumo a cruel smile as he set down his dice cup just after Zumo. At that moment, an invisible energy wave moved along the table, causing Zumo's yet to settle dice to roll. Zumo squinted his eyes instantly, he sensed the source power, yet the table hadn't shaken. He had rolled the highest numbers, 3 sixes. But now, all 3 dice had been changed to 2, 3, and 5. Tang Sen moved his hand away from the table, his dice showed 5, 6, and 6 originally 3 sixes, but just as they settled, one dice rolled again and turned to 5, a slight miscalculation. Tang Sen didn't know it wasn't his error, he should have had 3 sixes. However, it didn't affect the result. The dice cups settled, everything was set. Tang Sen looked at Zumo with a cruel glint, then shot a glance at the sexy Yi Qingdi, already fantasizing about delightful things. Yi Qingdi found Tang Sen's gaze disgusting. She was also a bit nervous, despite reminding Zumo that the opponent could change the dice. Since Zumo knew this and remained confident, he should be able to handle it. But nonetheless, she still felt nervous, losing would cause many troubles. Who reveals first? Qinzong asked the two. Please wait, Mr. Qin. Tang Sen looked at Zumo. Want to raise the stakes? What do you want to add? Zumo responded. Your life, Tang Sen replied, his eyes menacing. Next to him, the man with gold-rimmed glasses smiled at the scene, looking at Zumo with the same cruel eyes. You betting your life? Zumo asked. Yes, Tang Sen nodded. Alright, Zumo agreed, causing an uproar in the casino. Madness. Was he asking for death, betting his life against Tang Sen? Tang Sen was the casino's dice king, known for hunting experts. Mr. Qin, please, Tang Sen said to Qinzong. Qinzong nodded and then revealed Tang Sen's dice count. 5, 6, and 6. Zumo needed 3 sixes to beat him. Some experts knew Zumo was doomed. Upstairs, Kobri glanced down at Zumo. With his cold eyes, he smiled. It seemed he didn't have to do anything personally. Tang Sen was his partner, and he understood his gambling skills. Qinzong looked at Zumo. At this moment, everyone was looking at Zumo's dice cup. Zumo didn't look but stared at Tang Sen, seeing the sinister smile in his eyes as if he were looking at a dead man. Mr. Hunter, I'll reveal, Qinzong said to Zumo, then reached out and, with many eyes watching, lifted Zumo's dice cup. The casino's gaze focused there. Boom. As Qinzong lifted his hand, the casino exploded. Zumo's dice count showed 3 sixes. Exciting. The famous Dice King Tang Sen had actually lost. Even upstairs, people were in an uproar, debating. The man with gold-rimmed glasses showed a look of disbelief. Impossible. Tang Sen's face turned pale instantly. Brother Tang, you lost, Qinzong smiled at Tang Sen. As the casino's manager, winning or losing didn't matter to him. He cheated, Tang Sen glared at Zumo, he must have cheated. The casino's rules, Brother Tang, you should know better than I do, Kenzan continued. Cheated? Hadn't Tang Sen cheated too? According to casino rules, as long as it's not discovered, it's not cheating. Tang Sen stood up and kicked the table, aiming to hit Zumo so he could escape. Bang, bang, bang. Gunshots echoed. Tang Sen, trying to escape, was shot in the head and fell to the ground. The Dice King's first terror cost him his life. Zumo looked up at the machine above, then stood up. Yi Qingdi quickly collected the money, giving a tip of 10,000 to Kenzong. Thank you, Kenzong smiled. Let's go. After securing the money, Yi Qingdi pulled Zumo to leave. The crowd parted, their eyes fixed on Zumo and Yi Qingdi. They had 450,000 Federation currency on them, enough to drive gamblers mad. As Zumo and Yi Qingdi walked out of the casino, countless eyes followed them. Everyone in the casino knew they had 450,000 Federation currency on them. The two didn't speak, but they understood the situation they were facing. Yi Qingdi should have a plan. Exiting the casino, many people followed them out. Yi Qingdi held Zumo's arm. Zumo stopped and looked at her, seeing her bend down to take off her high heels. Yi Qingdi held her high heels in her right hand, smiled at Zumo, then suddenly threw the high heels back, grabbing Zumo. Run. Zumo? This is what you meant by leave it to you. Chapter 23. Cobra. Zumo reacted, and the two of them sprinted forward, a group of people immediately chasing after them. The black market casino was already full of desperados, madmen who valued money over their lives. The two quickly dove into the streets of the black market, where there were many people. They weaved through the crowd, causing chaos as those chasing them also pushed forward. Many were knocked down, cursing loudly. Bang, bang. Gunshots rang out, screams followed as two pursuers were hit in the legs and fell. The people behind them were thrown into disarray, but some desperados continued to charge forward. Bang. This time, a shot hit someone in the head directly, causing them to fall. This finally made many people stop. Sister Butterfly. On the rooftop ahead of Zumo, a masked figure appeared. Through the mask, Zumo recognized it as the ghost-faced man from last time, though he had changed masks since the church escape. Watch out. Zumo suddenly shouted, pulling Yi Qingdi to the left to dodge. Bang, bang. Two gunshots nearly overlapped, hitting people in the street ahead. Three figures emerged behind Zumo and Yi Qingdi, two holding guns. The ghost-faced man on the rooftop fired both guns simultaneously, two bullets slicing through the air to explode the heads of the two gunmen. After the two gunmen fell, a man wearing glasses stepped forward. It was the gold-rimmed glasses man. He squinted his eyes and flicked his arm, sending a dozen metallic playing cards flying like blades toward Zumo and the others. These playing cards were silver, made of metal, extremely thin but incredibly sharp at high speeds, no less powerful than bullets. The ghost-faced man was forced to retreat, trying to shoot, but the cards' edge on flight made them hard to hit, so he had to quickly dodge. Zumo and Yi Qingdi were forced into a nearby shop, hidden from sight. Zumo heightened his senses to the maximum, everything around him became crystal clear. He could see the gold-rimmed glasses man holding a stack of silver metallic cards in his left hand, continuously flinging them with his right hand. The ghost-faced man was in extreme danger under the threat of the flying cards. At this moment, Yi Qingdi charged out, pulling the trigger of her gun. But just as she moved, the gold-rimmed glasses man flung out another dozen cards, like a net aimed at her. Zumo also moved, hurling 3 meteor darts as he stepped out. Bang! The gold-rimmed glasses man dodged Yi Qingdi's bullet narrowly, then saw the 3 hidden weapons shooting towards him. His right hand flicked, launching 3 cards to intercept them. 2 meteor darts were blocked by the metallic playing cards and fell to the ground, but the last one continued forward, scraping past a card. The gold-rimmed glasses man leaned back, narrowly avoiding it, but the dart still cut across his throat. How could this be? His eyes widened in disbelief as he recalled the instant of that moment the trajectory of the meteor dart shouldn't have hit him. The gold-rimmed glasses man fell, but the danger wasn't over. Yi Qingdi fired 2 more shots, as bullets flew from the others pursuing them. Realizing that the 2 gunmen had fallen, Zumo glanced at Yi Qingdi and said, "Let's go." The 2 continued running forwards, while the ghost-faced man on the roof shot to drive back the pursuers and ran in the same direction as them. Behind them, Cobra caught up, seeing his downed subordinates and got a grim look on his face. "Useless bunch." Cobra cursed. As he spoke, his hands and feet started to split, his arms transforming into long mechanical scimitars, about the length of 2 hands, glinting with a cold, white light, terrifyingly sinister. His mechanical legs gripped the ground, slightly bent like springs. In the next moment, Cobra's body launched forward like a silver lightning bolt. Zumo and Yi Qingdi turned into another road ahead. "Hurry, Cobra is tough," Yi Qingdi said. Zumo sensed the situation behind them. A figure was racing along the ground, much faster than they were, the mechanical limbs scraping against the ground, making a sharp, piercing noise and leaving marks as it went. "He's already here," Zumo said, thinking, what kind of monster is this guy? He had also seen someone with a mechanical arm in the fighting arena before, but it was nowhere this extreme. Yi Qingdi and the ghost-faced man soon heard the sound behind them as well. Both turned, firing their pistols precisely, bullets whizzing towards Cobra. Cobra seemed to predict the bullet trajectories, dodging agilely. His flexibility was frightening, and the bullets missed entirely. But Yi Qingdi and the ghost-faced man didn't stop, continuing to shoot. Cobra's mechanical arm suddenly pierced a bystander's heart, lifting the person as a meat shield, charging forward at high speed towards Zumo and the others. Zumo gripped a dart, eyeing the fast-approaching figure. Cobra was very strong, much stronger than the two he had met at the church. Cobra's arm moved, cutting the meat shield in half. Zumo's meteor dart shot towards Cobra. But as it got close, Cobra's mechanical scimitar slashed it down, his speed negating any chance Zumo had to change its course. His glasses had fallen onto the bridge of his nose, narrowing his eyes as he stared at the three ahead like a dangerous snake, hence his codename. Yi Qingdi and the ghost-faced man kept their guns trained on Cobra, who moved forward with his mechanical legs, still eyeing the three ahead, watching their movements intently. While his reaction speed was fast, he couldn't entirely ignore the threat of bullets. If he got hit in the head, he would still die. Just then, Cobra's expression changed, looking past Zumo and the others at an approaching figure. Zumo also sensed the figure behind them. A tall, slender man, around 6 feet, wearing a silver metallic mask, with long black hair falling loosely over his shoulders, giving him a dashing appearance. What surprised Zumo even more was that on his back, he carried a sword. This look was very cool. "You go on ahead," the silver-masked man spoke, his voice cold and mechanical. As he finished speaking, he charged forward, unsheathing his sword, leaping in the air to strike at Cobra. Energy. Zumo's eyes widened. The sword wasn't ordinary, he sensed an energy like the electric knife he encountered in the chapel. Moreover, the sword's energy was stronger. This energy was likely source power. "Let's go," Yi Qingdi said, stepping back. The three turned and left. As Zumo turned, he kept his senses on the fight behind them. The two were already clashing, the sword and scimitar colliding with a sharp, piercing sound. Cobra's mechanical legs hooked onto the walls on either side, his body parallel to the ground like a real snake. The three turned through several alleys, people thinning out until no pursuers were left. Zumo glanced down, seeing that Yi Qingdi was still barefoot. "Exciting." Yi Qingdi laughed, it was her first time experiencing such excitement. "Who was Cobra?" Zumo asked. "A cyborg." Yi Qingdi explained, "Cobra is ruthless, developing his own faction in the black market, made up of desperados. They are one of the main forces in the black market, committing all sorts of evil, and they play other roles too." "What roles?" Zumo asked. Zumo's parents should not have offended Cobra. His men must have been sent for other reasons. "Blades in the hands of certain people," Yi Qingdi said, and Zumo understood. These people must be higher-ups in the underworld. "Why are his mechanical limbs so flexible?" Zumo asked. Cobra controlled his mechanical limbs as if they were his own, governed by his nervous system. The tech in the underworld didn't seem advanced, but mechanical limbs were common. "You don't know?" Yi Qingdi looked at Zumo, a bit puzzled by his ignorance. "Should I know?" Zumo replied. Yi Qingdi smiled, "In the black market, everyone knows the doctor. If you have money, you can buy a new life there. Mechanical body modifications are common, but different materials cost differently. Cobra has heavily modified himself, his mechanical limbs aren't cheap, and surgeries are incredibly pricey. In the underworld, money is vital, extremely vital. The Federation credits we just earned will be spent quickly. There is advanced technology in this world." Zumo thought after hearing Yi Qingdi's explanation. There were applications of mechanical limbs and even genetic evolution liquid. But Zumo sensed that the technology in the underworld was restricted. The powerful figures likely constrained thoughts and controlled technology. Was it to guard against organizations like Yi Qingdi's? Chapter 24 Source Power. The three returned to Black Market Factory number 425, entering through the side door, unseen by others. Back at the factory, all three removed their masks. The ghost-faced man turned out to be quite young, looking only 17 or 18. When he saw Zumo, he was momentarily stunned, appearing very surprised, and said, "It's you." At the church concert, Zumo had suddenly stood up. The ghost-faced man had fired a shot at him, which Zumo avoided. At the time, he thought it was just an accident. It seemed it was no coincidence after all. "It looks like you two have met before." "Zumo, Uncle Fang sent him." This is Fang Zi, only a few years older than you, Yi Qingdi introduced. Fang Zi nodded at Zumo and then walked away alone, seemingly in a somber mood. Yi Qingdi glanced at him and softly said, since that day, he's been feeling guilty, blaming himself. Zumo understood, it was because of Uncle Fang's death. Mentioning Uncle Fang made Fang Zi feel down. Moreover, Fang Zi also carried the Fang surname. Given the circumstances, it's not his fault, Zumo said. Uncle Fang insisted, and by the end, even Zumo himself was in imminent danger. There was no other choice but to retreat. Perhaps in Fang Zi's eyes, he felt he had abandoned his companion, thus feeling guilty. But it was the rational decision. Yi Qingdi turned and walked toward the firearms, with Zumo following behind. Fang Zi was raised by Uncle Fang. After Fang Zi's parents disappeared, he was captured, and it was Uncle Fang who saved him and kept him by his side, Yi Qingdi said with her back to Zumo, causing Zumo's heart to tremble slightly. No wonder. If that was the case, it would indeed be a difficult psychological hurdle for him to overcome. After all, Uncle Fang was gone. To Fang Zi, Uncle Fang was not just a companion but a benefactor and the person who raised him. Yi Qingdi stopped in front of a row of firearms and asked, which one do you want to learn? All of them. Let's start with the handgun, Zumo replied, figuring the portable handgun was essential to learn for ease of carrying. Alright. The tuition is expensive, so we can take it slow. First, get familiar with the parts, follow me to disassemble it, Yi Qingdi said with a smile. At the casino, she had won over 400,000 Federation credits. That brother of hers was quite generous, not even asking her for any. Why did Sister Butterfly go after Tang Sen? Zumo asked, a bit curious. Tang Sen and his junior brother were cheating at the casino, harming countless gamblers. If it were just that, it would be excusable as the gamblers brought it on themselves. But Tang Sen and Cobra cooperated, one gambling and the other lending money. Anyone who fell into high-interest debt would drag their families down, with people coming to collect, or even taking people as collateral, ruining many families. Yi Qingdi's voice turned cold. Zumo thought of Bei Wei, who had lost everything to the man with golden-rimmed glasses and had taken his own daughter to sell. In that light, Tang Sen and his brother deserved to die. What kind of organization are you? Zumo asked again. Do you want to join? Yi Qingdi looked at him with a smile. You haven't told me what source power is. Zumo didn't respond directly, continuing to disassemble the handgun with her. Source power is a type of energy that exists in the universe. According to one theory I've heard, source power is the origin of the universe, and the entire universe is composed of it, omnipresent, Yi Qingdi explained. The human body can naturally absorb source power, although very little. Through specific breathing techniques, the body can align with the source power's energy field, absorbing more and causing the body to evolve. However, it varies from person to person, some absorb it well, others less so. Energy, magnetic fields, dark matter? Zumo thought to himself. In his original world, there was no source power. Although energy was omnipresent in the universe, and some of it could be absorbed by the human body, it couldn't be directly utilized by humans, merely sustaining normal life functions. Could it be that humans in this world evolved differently from those in his original world? You must have used a breathing technique to absorb source power, right? Yi Qingdi asked Zumo. His physical fitness was strong. Without absorbing source power to evolve, it would be challenging to reach such a level through mere practice. Yes, Zumo did not deny it. So, people strong in the underworld have all cultivated breathing techniques? He didn't tell Yi Qingdi that he not only absorbed it but could also directly sense the energy field, even utilizing it. Not necessarily. There are other means, like genetic warriors, cyborgs, and source power weapons, Yi Qingdi said, looking at Zumo with great interest. After absorbing source power, haven't you acquired some special ability? Zumo paused his actions and looked at Yi Qingdi. Do all people who absorb source power develop special abilities? All? Yi Qingdi smiled. No, as far as I know, most people only undergo physical evolution, but to what extent is unclear. At least, I haven't seen anyone evolve to a qualitative change yet. What special abilities do you have, Zumo? This guy looked like he was only 15 and didn't even know what source power was, yet he exhibited extraordinary abilities. So Yi Qingdi was very curious about what special ability Zumo had awakened. Zumo showed a thoughtful expression. A special ability was it the brain's metamorphosis that gave rise to certain abilities? It seemed so. He suspected that not only his body but his brain had also evolved. His vision, penetrating ability, perception, telekinesis, computation power, and even the direct utilization of source power were all due to brain evolution. Is it the visual penetration ability? Seeing Zumo remain silent, Yi Qingdi guessed with a smile. Don't worry, I won't tell anyone else. Zumo was stunned. Had she figured it out? In the casino, several times your thrown numbers weren't high, but you still won. Given that you had the ability, why didn't you throw higher numbers unless you knew you would win because you saw the opponent's numbers? Yi Qingdi continued. Zumo's behavior didn't make sense otherwise. Many seasoned gamblers can tell the numbers by listening, Zumo deflected, not daring to admit it. This ability was too risky to acknowledge. For others, yes, but recognizing the numbers by sound requires training, not just good hearing. Only seasoned professionals can listen to the numbers, and you are too young and have only gambled a few times. During the chase, twice you knew what was behind you, even in the blind spots, and accurately threw hidden weapons, hitting the target without fail. There's only one possibility you can see into the blind spots, which is similar to a form of X-ray vision, right? And in the last game, although I don't know what method you used to keep the dice numbers unchanged, you must have known the numbers, otherwise, you wouldn't have been so confident, Yi Qingdi continued with a smile. Don't worry, I'll keep your ability a secret. Zumo still didn't speak. He couldn't admit it. It's rare to develop extraordinary abilities from absorbing source power. It's a stroke of luck. Knowing your abilities can also help with training. I won't mind, Yi Qingdi reassured. Zumo looked skeptically at Yi Qingdi, who smiled gently. He nodded and said, just a bit better perception and vision, with some degree of penetration power. Of course, if I don't focus, my vision is just slightly better than normal, Zumo added, fearing she might misunderstand. So you can see, right? Yi Qingdi smiled at Zumo, but her smile made Zumo's spine tingle. Sister Butterfly, I don't quite understand, Zumo feigned ignorance. Think again, Yi Qingdi stepped closer to him. Normally, I can't see, Zumo said, feeling aggrieved. Didn't you take quite a few glances when you arrived? Yi Qingdi asked. Zumo explained, that's because Sister Butterfly has a great figure. He was telling the truth. You seemed to look at me a few times in the casino too, Yi Qingdi continued smiling. He must have focused at the casino, he could see the dice inside the cup, after all. Zumo's expression darkened. Sister Butterfly, you said it was fate, and you wouldn't mind. I don't mind. I just want to spar with you, Yi Qingdi said, lifting her bare foot swiftly, kicking Zumo hard, leaving a gust of wind. The distance was too short for Zumo to dodge, so he blocked with his hands. Her slender, beautiful leg kicked him squarely, sending him flying and crashing to the ground. Zumo got up, a bit angry, his gaze slid down Yi Qingdi's body as he said, pink. Maybe it was his anger, but Yi Qingdi's face turned red. She rushed at him quickly, and Zumo, just getting up, was kicked again, hitting the wall, feeling like his bones were about to break. See? Zumo shouted loudly. Bang, bang, bang. The factory echoed with dull sounds. Fangzi and Zhaoqi rushed over and saw Zumo crouching against the wall with his head down while Yi Qingdi stood nearby with arms crossed, staring at him. The two looked at each other, weakly asking, Sister Butterfly, what happened? Nothing, just sparring with Zumo. Go about your business, Yi Qingdi turned and smiled at them. The two looked suspiciously at Zumo. Was this sparring? Scram. Seeing that the two hadn't moved, Yi Qingdi spat out a word. The moment she finished, they quickly disappeared, vanishing in an instant. Chapter 25. The last ruffian. Zumo walked on his way back, constantly recalling everything that happened today. Due to the evolution of his brain, he also had an extraordinary talent for firearms. After just a few hours of practice, he could hit a moving target with every shot. Additionally, from Yi Qingdi, he obtained a lot of useful information, learning about the existence of source power, genetic warriors, source power weapons, and cyborgs. This world not only possessed technology but was also highly advanced. However, whether it was source power or technology, they were invisible in the lives of ordinary people. Everything in the underworld might be artificially controlled. Those big figures did not want them to know too much. Hiss. A wave of pain surged through Zumo's body, which was now covered in bruises. Even his face had a bruise. Sister C was too harsh. Was it just because he looked a few more times? Was it worth it? This painful lesson made Zumo realize one thing: no matter which world, one should never believe a woman's words, especially not those of a beautiful woman. The street outside the department store remained bustling with people coming and going. From a distance, Zumo saw a beautiful woman in a purple dress playing with Yaoer by the side of the street. Yaoer was holding a balloon, a bright smile on her face. Yaoer, be careful not to let the balloon fly away. Mia was standing not far from them, happily calling out. Seeing this beautiful and tranquil scene, Zumo momentarily forgot the brutality of the underworld. No one had ever played with Yaoer like this before. The girl holding her hand was Elsa. Seeing this, Zumo felt a bit more favorable towards Aisha. Besides being a bit proud, she wasn't a bad person. Now, being willing to play with Yaoer was probably due to their previous experience. Zumo didn't disturb Mia, intending to sneak into the department store. But as he approached, he heard Beiwei at the entrance call out, "Zumo is back." "I'm done for," Zumo thought to himself. "Zumo. Brother." Sure enough, two voices called out. Zumo knew he couldn't avoid it, so he turned around silently. Yaoer ran up holding her balloon, and Zumo pinched her cheek. "Brother, what happened to your face?" Yaoer asked in a childish voice, noticing the bruise on Zumo's face. "Zumo, what's going on?" Mia obviously noticed as well, her expression changing. "I accidentally bumped into something," Zumo said guiltily. "How did you bump into something so serious?" Mia was a bit worried, pulling Zumo over. "Come with me to apply some ointment." "Yaoer, go play with Sister Elsa." "Okay." Yaoer obediently nodded, turned around, and walked towards Elsa. Elsa glanced over at Zumo's direction, then continued playing with Yaoer. Mia pulled Zumo to sit at the entrance of the department store and went inside to get some ointment. "How were you so careless?" Beiwei remarked upon seeing him. Zumo smiled bitterly. Mia returned, applying the ointment with her fingers and gently rubbing it on Zumo's face. "Hiss." Zumo gritted his teeth, thinking that he must get back at Sister C tomorrow. "Does it hurt?" Mia's fingers gently applied the ointment, blowing on Zumo's face. The tingling sensation made Zumo's eyes strange as he looked at her close-up face. Mia hadn't thought much of it initially, but seeing Zumo's eyes and meeting his gaze, her face instantly turned red. She quickly stepped back, lowered her head, and put the cap back on the ointment. "Miss Mia, why has Miss Elsa stayed here for so long today?" Zumo asked curiously. "To learn music." Mia replied to Zumo, "She said she wanted to apologize to you." Zumo, although Elsa was a bit wrong that day, it wasn't intentional. "Look how happy Yaoer is playing with her." Zumo nodded, not really minding those things. On the street, a motorbike was approaching, and there were two people on it, both quite young, around 24 or 25, and from a distance, they saw Elsa's beautiful figure. Vroom, vroom. The dull sound came from the motorbike, sounding like a roar. In this area, motorbikes were still quite rare. While it roared past, the two people on the bike whistled at Elsa. Elsa raised her head and glanced at the approaching motorbike, frowning slightly. This rude behavior disgusted her. "Isn't that from the Batu family?" the one in front remarked suddenly. Then a cry came from behind them, and they looked down to see the girl playing with a balloon, showing a smile. It turned out to be the girl Master Batu had rescued. "Why are you crying? Do you remember your brother?" The motorbike stopped next to Elsa and Yaoer. The man in the back jumped off, squatting in front of Yaoer with a smile. Yaoer fell to the ground in fear, crying uncontrollably. A short while ago, she had been very happy, but now her eyes were filled with terror, as if she had been severely frightened. "Yaoer, what's wrong?" Elsa, not understanding, squatted down to hug Yaoer. Zumo's body rushed forward, immediately picking up Yaoer, and stared at the young man squatting in front of him. Mia also ran over from behind, still not understanding what had happened. Zumo's strong reaction, seemingly worried that Yaoer would get hurt, shocked her. Elsa was also startled by Zumo's actions. What had happened? The young man squatting on the ground squinted his eyes when he saw Zumo. He slowly stood up, and the young man on the motorbike also stared coldly at Zumo. How was he still alive? They had confirmed that he had no pulse. But they couldn't possibly mistake this young man. These two were the other two killers who had broken into Zumo's house. They were brothers, both very young. If Brother Cobra found out they hadn't completed the mission, they would die horribly. In Zumo's arms, Yaoer's crying gradually subsided but didn't stop completely. She clung to Zumo, burying her head in his chest, seeking some semblance of security. The incident had clearly inflicted a severe trauma on her young heart. The motorbike roared continuously. The young man who had dismounted got back on, and the motorbike started, circling Zumo and the others. "What are you doing?" Elsa and Mia had never encountered such a situation before. Their faces paled. Zumo still held Yaoer. They were thinking about what to do, and so was he. Killing them here was clearly unrealistic, it would expose him thoroughly. The law enforcement team wouldn't let him go. But if he didn't kill them, would they go back and snitch? Would Cobra come after him? The two on the motorbike were contemplating the same question, how to handle this. This incident had to be dealt with before Brother Cobra found out, or they were dead. At this moment, a figure rushed over from afar, flying through the air and kicking one of them off the bike. The motorbike scraped the ground with a screech, sliding towards the street. The crowd scattered, but a few pedestrians were still hit. The two got up, staring coldly at the intruder. It was Cooper, Elsa's chauffeur. Zumo wasn't surprised. He knew from their trip to the main city that this chauffeur also played a role in protecting Elsa. Elsa's parents must not be simple people. The two youths stood up and glared at Cooper, who stood protectively in front of Elsa, his fierce eyes on them. One of the youths reached behind him for a spring knife, but his companion stopped him. "Let's go." The spring knife was retracted, and the youth shot a cold look at Zumo. The two walked over to their motorbike, picked it up, and with a roar, sped away. "Yaoer, it's okay now." Zumo gently comforted. Yaoer stopped crying but still clung to Zumo's arm and didn't want to get down or speak. She looked like a different person from the lively girl she was moments ago. "Zumo, who are they?" Elsa asked. She felt like the two recognized Zumo. "I don't know them," Zumo replied. "Thank you, Miss Elsa." There was no need to tell Elsa. "It's all right." Elsa shook her head. Looking at Zumo, she hesitated before saying, "I'm very sorry about what happened that day." Zumo nodded and walked back holding Yaoer, not saying much. He didn't have the mind for it right now. Elsa was slightly stunned, feeling a bit disappointed that Zumo ignored her. From her conversations with Mia, she had guessed those pieces of music were Zumo's creations. This guy was a music genius. "Miss Elsa, shall we go back?" Cooper asked. They had been out for quite a while now. "Okay." Elsa nodded, saying to Mia, "Mia, I'll come to see you tomorrow." "All right." Mia nodded. The two said goodbye, and Elsa left in her carriage. Zumo returned to the department store, his brows tightly furrowed. "Zumo, what happened?" Beiwei asked. "Nothing." Zumo shook his head, holding Yaoer and returning to his room. "Yaoer, take a nap," Zumo said to Yaoer. Yaoer nodded obediently, lying down quietly and hugging Zumo's leg. Zumo looked at the girl in his arms and touched the gun at his waist, which he had brought out from the abandoned factory. Besides the gun, he also had hidden weapons on him. With his heightened perception and improved physique, he now had some strength. But having seen Cobra in action, he knew he was still far behind, unless he found an opportunity to kill him in one strike. Would those two inform Cobra? If they did, would Cobra care enough about a small fry like him to act personally? He could leave with Yaoer now, but that might implicate Master Batu and Mia. It seemed he needed to have a talk with Master Batu. Chapter 26, Not Human? Zumo coaxed Yaoer to sleep and then went up to the rooftop. Master Batu's obese body was carefully watering the flowers. Zumo watched quietly without disturbing him. Flowers in the underworld are difficult to cultivate. They require a lot of time and effort. A slight mistake, and they wither, Master Batu said softly, as if talking to himself. But Zumo felt like he was using the flowers as a metaphor for people. Flowers are like people in the underworld. Without Master Batu's protection, kind-hearted Ms. Mia would find it hard to survive here. "Master Batu, I encountered the killer downstairs just now," Zumo said. Master Batu seemed to already know. He continued watering in silence until the watering can was empty. He placed it aside, walked over to a chair, and sat down to rest. His size made it difficult to fit into the chair. "What are your thoughts?" Batu finally raised his head and asked Zumo. "Did Master Batu save Yaoer?" Zumo asked. "No one cares about kids. A bit of money settled it," Batu didn't deny it. He noticed Zumo had changed a lot since his parents died. He had matured. "Do you hate me?" Master Batu asked as Zumo remained silent. Zumo shook his head. His feelings toward his parents largely stemmed from the original owner's memories, allowing him to rationally view the situation. He was merely a hired hand at Master Batu's store. Batu saving Yaoer was already very kind. Could he expect him to save his entire family and bring trouble upon himself? The underworld is not a merciful place. Just staying alive is a challenge. Master Batu has his own people to protect. Even with his strength, he cannot guard Mia constantly. Since they took Master Batu's money, they probably wouldn't report to Cobra, Zumo thought to himself. Otherwise, with Cobra's reputation, those two would not be left alone. "Your matters are for you to handle. I can't help you. If you want to take Yaoer and leave now, go ahead. If you choose to stay, face it yourself. Live or die, it's none of my business. If you die, I'll try to raise Yaoer." Master Batu seemed to know Zumo's thoughts and spoke to him. "All right," Zumo nodded, saying, "Thank you, Master Batu. One more mouth to feed, it's your choice," Master Batu replied nonchalantly. He was also curious about what Zumo would choose. Would he take Yaoer and leave, or face things himself? Either choice meant a difficult survival. His beloved daughter would be heartbroken, but she needed to understand the harshness of the underworld. Master Batu shook his head in self-mockery. Getting older makes one numb to everything. It's up to his fate. Night fell in the underworld. Ordinary people locked their doors and windows, avoiding going out. But people still roamed the streets, troublemakers living in the shadows, doing unspeakable deeds. After sending Bei Wei back, Zumo returned to his room alone, leaving Yaoer in Mia's care. In his room, he took out 2 playing cards, silver metallic cards taken from the golden spectacled man he killed. The edges of the cards were very thin, light, and easy to carry, making them more suitable as hidden weapons than meteor darts and less noticeable. Zumo stared at the cards. They floated in front of him, guided by his mind. The 2 cards spun in opposite directions around his body before falling into his palm. Controlling both cards was a bit difficult, consuming a lot of spiritual power. His time practicing the breathing technique was still too short. Zumo closed his eyes and began practicing the breathing technique, with everything around him imprinting into his mind. His brain operated like a machine. This wasn't the first time he felt this way. Time passed bit by bit. Mia and Yaoer were already asleep, while Master Batu also sat in meditation, cultivating. Outside the department store, a few figures approached from the distance. There were 3 of them, including the brothers from earlier and a tall, lean man carrying a long axe. The axe handle was long, gleaming with a silver metallic sheen. The 3 headed toward Master Batu's department store. They were obviously here to kill. Their orders were to kill the 3 adults. Although Yaoer could be sold to the black market, the money wouldn't be theirs. Master Batu's payment went directly into their pockets, making it embezzled. Besides, there was still a survivor. If King Cobra found out, they'd be in deep trouble, even if alive. So Zumo had to die. When they reached the street corner, Zumo had already gotten up and opened his door. He walked downstairs, opened the department store door, and stepped into the darkness. They ran into each other unexpectedly. The 3 saw Zumo and froze. The brothers then sneered, feeling lucky not to have to knock. Seeing Zumo's panicked expression, he immediately turned and ran. The brothers grinned mockingly, thinking, trying to run? They started chasing him, with the tall man wielding his axe and following. His strides were large, and he sprinted fast. Master Batu stood by the upstairs window, watching the chase. He didn't realize Zumo had such courage at his age. He had underestimated him before. But how did Zumo just happen to encounter them as he stepped out? Zumo sprinted down the street, with the 3 men in hot pursuit. The people of the underworld were accustomed to such scenes, silently stepping aside. At night, these things were common. Early morning sanitation workers often found bodies. This kid really can run. The 3 chased Zumo without closing the distance. He kept darting into alleys as if familiar with the terrain, leaving them panting. After numerous alleys and fewer people around, Zumo finally stopped. The 3 pursuers also halted, bending over to catch their breath. They were exhausted from chasing. An overwhelming stench of decay filled the alley, making them want to vomit. They glanced around at the damp alley filled with trash, unsure of where Zumo had led them. Can't run anymore? Keep running, you little brat. One of them taunted, I planned to spare that girl, but now I think we should take care of her too. I like seeing her cry. You won't get the chance. Zumo's voice was steady, with a cold edge, freezing them in their tracks. This was eerie. How did his voice carry such an unsettling chill? This place is perfect for hiding a body. Cobra wouldn't find out. One of them said, advancing with a knife, eyes gleaming with murderous intent. Zumo didn't move as the man quickened his pace, intending to finish him off with one strike. Zumo drew a card and suddenly lunged forward. The man raised his arm to stab Zumo. The card flew like a sharp blade, slicing a perfect arc across his throat. Blood spurted as he continued to charge but clutched his neck in terror. Moments later, he collapsed forward. What happened? It was too dark for the other 2 to see clearly. They watched in horror as their companion fell, turning their gaze to Zumo. Was he leading them into a trap? What's going on? The tall man with the axe asked his companion. Weren't we just killing a kid? How did one of us end up dead instead? This has nothing to do with me. I'm leaving. The tall man backed away, addressing Zumo. He had just come to help. Zumo threw the second card. The tall man tilted his head, but the card flew in a curved path and slit his throat. Blood sprayed as he turned in shock, glaring at his companion with a mix of despair and fury. He was betrayed unto death. Bang! His body fell. The remaining thug, the one who had scared Yaoer earlier, stared in terror at the scene. Seeing the card return to Zumo, hovering and spinning in midair, his legs went weak. How could Zumo be alive? He was sure he had died. You're not human. You're not human. He turned to flee, legs trembling, barely able to stand, almost stumbling. Zumo rushed forward, grabbed his collar, and pressed the card to his neck. Can you cry? Zumo whispered in his ear as liquid dripped to the ground. Zumo slowly drew the card across his throat. The thug trembled violently, paralyzed with terror. Blood gushed from his throat as he stared ahead until he was lifeless. Zumo wiped the blood from the cart, tossed the body aside, pulled up his hood, and walked out of the alley. At the department store, Bata stood outside, waiting but not seeing anyone return. He probably won't come back, Bata thought. After waiting a bit longer with no miracle, he sighed, turned slowly, and walked inside to lock up. Just as he was about to close the door, he saw a figure approaching from the street. Bata was stunned and then opened the door. Zumo walked up. "Master Batu," Zumo called. Bata stood dumbfounded, forgetting to open the door wider. "Master Batu, it's done. I'm going to rest." Zumo pushed past and entered the store, heading upstairs. Bata glanced outside at the chilling underworld night. Yet, at this moment, Bata felt he no longer understood the night. Chapter 27 Extremely fierce Elsa got up early and sat on the second-floor balcony playing music. She was playing a piece called My Soul, taught to her by Mia. She really liked this music, it carried an elegant beauty, and it felt as though it contained many stories, sparking her imagination. As she played, Elsa thought of a delicate figure. He was only 15 years old. What kind of talent could create such beautiful music? Elsa smiled as she finished playing the piece quietly. "Elsa, breakfast is ready," a gentle voice called from downstairs. "Okay, Mom." Elsa responded and got up, heading downstairs. In the luxurious dining room, a gentle and beautiful woman was sitting there. Elsa tried a piece of cream bread, and the woman smiled, saying, "Don't eat too much, or you'll get fat and won't look as pretty." "Just a little." Elsa smiled back. She looked towards the kitchen and called out, "Dad, you don't have to keep busy. Come join us. It's all done." The man turned around, carrying a plate of fruit salad to the table. He then took off his apron, picked up a fork, and handed a piece of fruit to his wife, saying gently, "Try it." The woman opened her mouth to take a bite. Seeing this, Elsa chuckled and said, "Are you two pretending I don't exist? Sweetie, have a piece too." The man smiled warmly. "Mom, Dad, how was the music I played?" Elsa asked. "It was beautiful," the woman replied with a smile. "Did your friend teach you?" "Yes." Elsa nodded. "Mia plays even better than I do. She is very talented, but of course, the person who created this music is even more talented. Bring Mia over sometime," the woman said to Elsa, then as if remembering something, she turned to her husband and asked, "Is that okay?" The man hesitated for a moment, then nodded and said to both of them, "We might be moving soon." "Moving?" His wife and Elsa were both taken aback and looked at him in surprise. "Where to?" they asked. The man smiled at them. "Don't worry, we're going to a better place. It'll definitely be better than here. Maybe, Elsa, you can attend a music academy." "Really?" Elsa asked excitedly. "Really?" The man smiled at his daughter and nodded. He had been dreaming of this moment for years, finally having the chance to move up. "Don't work too hard," said his wife softly. "If we move, you won't be able to spend as much time with the children. Let's make the most of our time together before we move," the man said gently, and his wife nodded. "Mrs. Ellis, the children are here." A servant called out from the backyard. Mrs. Ellis glanced that way and said, "I'll be right there." Mrs. Ellis was well liked in the area, gentle, kind, and generous. She loved children. Her husband had opened an early childhood center for her, where she taught children to read, write, and play. She loved this job, and many women from the neighborhood joined her. "I'm heading out too." The man stood up. The woman handed him his coat and draped it over his shoulders, asking softly, "Will you be back today?" "The factory has been busy recently, I'll try." The man kissed his wife gently and then left the house. Zumo encountered Elsa again as he was leaving the department store and greeted her before leaving. At Factory 425 in the black market, Zhaoqi led Zumo inside and quietly asked, "Brother Zumo, we're about the same age. Can I call you brother from now on?" Zumo looked at Zhaoqi, whose eyes were smiling at him. "Sure." Zumo nodded. Given their actual ages, it was perfectly appropriate for Zhaoqi to call him brother. However, Zumo felt there was something fishy about this kid. "Brother, I heard you made a lot of money yesterday?" Zhaoqi blinked and asked softly. "Not bad." Zumo understood. "How much?" Zhaoqi asked curiously. "Ask Sister Butterfly," Zumo replied. "Forget it." Zhaoqi laughed and said, "Brother, I have some money too. When are you taking me to play? I'll give you a cut if we win. I went yesterday and got chased after. It's too dangerous to go again, and no one will gamble with me now," Zumo said. "It's fine. Just change your equipment, and no one will recognize you," Zhaoqi suggested to Zumo. "To be safe, let's hold off for now," Zumo said. "Alright, Zumo, The metallic poker you mentioned yesterday is quite complex to make. It will take some time. Zhao stopped walking, no longer calling him brother. Zumo blinked. Was it really that pragmatic? Don't mind this kid. Sister Butterfly asked him to do it. He wouldn't dare not to. Seth's voice came from ahead. In front of him stood a humanoid robot made of steel, looking like a mecha. Mind your own business, Zhao scorned. Seth, what's this? Zumo asked as he approached the steel figure. Mecha, Seth replied, his eyes showing a hint of fervor, indicating his passion for mechas. This mecha is quite old, Zumo thought, though he didn't say it aloud. Given the technological limitations of the underworld, it was already impressive that they had managed to get a mecha, even if it was old. He had yet to witness mecha combat. Zumo. Fangzi approached Zumo. Zumo nodded at him. Fangzi asked, did Uncle Fang say anything in the end? As his words fell, Zhao, who had been leaving, paused, and Seth's hands froze. They had never mentioned this matter before, it weighed heavily on their hearts. No. Zumo shook his head. Fangzi looked disappointed upon hearing Zumo's response and walked away with his head lowered. Zumo watched his back, seeing the guilt in his eyes. But he was only 17 or 18. Seth sighed behind him, and Zhao also walked away. Zumo continued forward. Yi Qingdi was practicing her shooting. Not wanting to disturb her, Zumo watched as Yi Qingdi hit the bullseye with every shot. She stopped shooting and turned around. She was still wearing leather pants and a leather jacket, her hair tied up, looking very efficient, and her figure was perfectly highlighted. Does it look good? Yi Qingdi smiled at Zumo. Seeing her smile gave Zumo chills. He smiled back and said, Sister Butterfly, raising one's vision consumes a lot of spiritual power. I don't normally look unless it's an emergency. Is that so? Yi Qingdi smiled at him. I didn't see you getting tired at the casino. Zumo felt he couldn't clear his name. He truly wasn't that kind of person. Then why were you looking down just now? Yi Qingdi walked towards Zumo. It's a natural reaction. Zumo responded honestly. Any normal man would do it. A powerful leg swept towards him before he could react. Bang. Zumo was kicked back and glared at Yi Qingdi with some displeasure. Natural reaction, Yi Qingdi said with a smile. Zumo glanced and said, black. Yi Qingdi's face turned slightly red, and she lunged forward at great speed. Seeing Yi Qingdi's kick sweep towards him, Zumo muttered angrily, it's still a C no matter how much I look. Do women never make sense? Bang, bang, bang. Another round of marvelous combat ensued. However, Zumo was utterly overpowered, though he performed slightly better than the day before. Why are they fighting again? Black Sea? Zhao voice came from afar. Scram. Yi Qingdi cursed, causing Zhao to flee instantly. A few minutes later, Zumo was in excruciating pain. The bruises on his body from yesterday had not yet healed, and now he had new ones. Moreover, his face was hit precisely where it was injured yesterday. Zumo wondered how he would explain this to Mia. Did he accidentally bump into something again? Yi Qingdi stopped and looked at the panting Zumo. You've improved compared to yesterday. Your reaction speed is excellent, but your fighting skills are close to zero. In the black market fighting arena, relying on just speed is sufficient against ordinary people, but it won't be enough against experts, she said. Zumo was taken aback. Was she trying to hone his fighting skills? Sister Butterfly, can you just talk next time? Zumo was touched. An accomplished shooter must also have good close combat skills, Yi Qingdi said, looking at him. Continue. And so, another round of beating ensued. Zumo thought he felt grateful too soon. He didn't know how many rounds he endured. Zhao even peeked in secretly during the process. By now, Zumo was utterly depleted, lying on the ground. Though his breathing technique had significantly improved his physical endurance, he couldn't withstand Yi Qingdi's prolonged punishment. Can you go on? Yi Qingdi still stood there, seemingly at ease, looking down at Zumo as he rested. Zumo looked at Yi Qingdi. He felt insulted, so he stood up. But he soon collapsed again, this time lying flat. Since coming to this world, Zumo had never been so embarrassed. Clearly, someone was seeking revenge. Too fierce. Once you've rested, choose a weapon. You've used a knife in the fighting arena. We have various knives here. Go pick one and start training your combat skills with Seth. He used to be in the fighting arena, Yi Qingdi said to Zumo. Okay. Zumo nodded. He sat up and closed his eyes, adjusting his breathing. Although this woman had a vengeful intent, Zumo could see that Yi Qingdi was genuinely training him. Although the training was intense, Zumo didn't let himself suffer too much. Shooting skills and combat skills were essential for him. In the past, he relied on perception and reaction speed in the fighting arena, not true combat abilities. Facing experts like Yi Qingdi, his skills were insufficient. He needed to improve his abilities in all aspects. Chapter 28, Clues to Parents' Death. There was a dedicated fighting arena inside the old factory, where Yi Qingdi would often do combat training. At this moment, Zumo was wearing a set of battle armor, holding a knife. Sweat dripped continuously from his forehead, and his bones felt like they were falling apart. Opposite Zumo, Seth held a shield in his left hand and a heavy sword in his right. The sword wasn't sharpened, clearly to prevent accidents during the fight. He was also wearing heavy battle armor to avoid accidental injuries. The fighting arena was surrounded, and Yi Qingdi was sitting comfortably on a soft chair below, watching their fight with enjoyment, seemingly relishing Zumo's struggle. Bang! Seth's body charged forward, causing the arena to tremble. He swung his shield directly at Zumo. He was 2 meters tall, excelling in power, though speed was not his forte, thus requiring the shield to aid in combat. Zumo suddenly fell to the ground, swinging his knife towards Seth's legs. However, Seth's reaction speed wasn't slow. His shield struck the ground, scraping along the arena to collide with Zumo's knife. Simultaneously, the heavy sword descended, forcing Zumo to push off the ground and slide to the side, using his knife to block the sword. A loud crash sounded, and the heavy sword's impact made Zumo's wrist go numb. The knife almost slipped from his grip, but his strength had improved enough to barely hold on to it. Seth, however, didn't give him a chance, continuously chopping down with his heavy sword. Soon, Zumo couldn't hold on, and the knife fell from his grasp. Seth then stopped attacking. Zumo lay on the ground panting, his arms numb, drained of strength. "Seth, your power is too strong," Zumo said, sweating profusely, addressing Seth. "This is the fighting arena, which limits your potential. If we were outside, with your agility, it wouldn't be easy for me to hit you," Seth said to Zumo. "You're not suited for ring combat, you're better at life or death hunting." Though Seth was strong physically, he wasn't stupid. Through rounds of combat, he had noticed that Zumo had strong reactions but lacked in power and endurance. He was better at ambushes and assassinations. "Seth, you can go now," Yi Qingdi said. "Okay." Seth nodded, removed his gear, and walked out of the fighting arena, leaving Zumo lying there. Yi Qingdi looked at him and laughed. "Feeling okay? Again?" Zumo said angrily. "Do you want to try?" Yi Qingdi paused, then smiled at Zumo. "Where do you want to try?" Zumo shrunk his head at Yi Qingdi's smile. Did she understand him? Indeed, still a little brat, Yi Qingdi, seeing Zumo didn't dare respond, laughed. "Today is just the beginning. As a member of the organization, from now on, the organization will give you special training. Besides being skilled in mechanics and combat techniques, you need to understand different combat modes." Zumo looked at Yi Qingdi, though her words made sense. "When did I become a member of the organization?" Zumo asked, bewildered. "Was he forcibly recruited? What's with the look? You think you can just walk away after seeing everything?" Yi Qingdi stared at Zumo. Zumo was left speechless. "Just seeing everything means joining? You still haven't told me what kind of organization this is," Zumo said. He somewhat trusted Yi Qingdi since Uncle Feng had vouched for her with his life, but it didn't mean he completely trusted an unknown organization. Moreover, Zumo wasn't willing to sacrifice himself. He didn't have that high of an awareness. Yi Qingdi stood up and looked at Zumo. "Come with me." Zumo stepped down from the fighting arena and followed Yi Qingdi. They walked to a giant blackboard covered with numerous photos and writings. Zumo glanced at it and saw that the writings recorded the criminal activities of the people in the photos. Most of the cases were related to human trafficking. It reminded him of how Uncle Feng had tracked a trafficking case to a church and ended up losing his life. Yi Qingdi pointed to a photo, which was ironically of Tang Sen, who had died in the casino yesterday, and it was marked with a cross, indicating that the target had been eliminated. A clue extended from Tang Sen's photo to another familiar face, Cobra. Clearly, Cobra was also a target to be eliminated. Zumo looked at the crime records for Cobra, which were horrendous: murder, loan sharking, human trafficking, committing all sorts of crimes, yet such a person could live well with the law enforcement team turning a blind eye. "What do you think our organization is like?" Yi Qingdi asked Zumo. "Law enforcement team?" Zumo responded. It felt like he was watching a crime film from his previous life. Yi Qingdi was introducing him to criminal cases. Compared to the outside law enforcement team, Yi Qingdi and her group seemed more like a law enforcement team. Yi Qingdi was surprised by Zumo's words, then laughed. It was the first time she had heard such an analogy. But it was quite fitting. Although it's fitting, I don't like those 3 words. Those big shots control the voice of the underworld, and they set the rules. Is the law enforcement team really enforcing the law, or are they controlling the underworld? Yi Qingdi said, "As for us, there is too much darkness in the underworld. We mainly investigate human trafficking cases. Both Tangsen and Cobra are involved. There are black market spots selling children. Zumo felt moved by Yikingdi's words. Uncle Fang had broken into the church and was labeled a thug and killed, but who were the people in the church and those behind them? Is the law enforcement team really enforcing the law? If you want to know what kind of organization we are, Yikingdi looked at Zumo and said, I don't know either. I only know that we are doing the right thing. How many people are in the organization? Zumo asked. I don't know. Members of the organization are independent of each other. Yikingdi smiled. Most of the ones I know you've already seen. As for the others, I don't know who they are or how many there are. Others don't know about our existence either. The organization is more like a collection of independent individuals, not conspicuous at all. Zumo nodded. It was easy to understand. They were an underground organization. If they were exposed, they'd be eliminated. If everyone knew about each other, it would be a big problem if someone got caught or betrayed. Of course, now Yikingdi might not necessarily reveal everything to him. Welcome to the organization, Brother Zumo. Yikingdi extended her hand and smiled. Did I agree? Zumo retorted. You've seen what you shouldn't see, and you know what you shouldn't know. What do you think? Yikingdi smiled brightly, making Zumo involuntarily take a step back. What's in it for me? Yikingdi paused, then smiled. The kid had an interesting thought process. The organization will train you, help you improve your skills, and provide weapons. Isn't that enough? Yikingdi said. As for other benefits, you'll need to grow up a bit more. Zumo's gaze drifted down from her beautiful face, asking expectantly, really? Yikingdi froze, then cracked her knuckles, making a crisp sound, and took a step toward Zumo. You want to freeload off me? Zumo raised his hand to block her. Freeload off him? That bastard. What do you want? Yikingdi asked, smiling, cunning flashing in her eyes. Help me get rid of Cobra first, Zumo said. Cobra was a threat. He didn't have enough strength, but the other side had the ability. He wanted to borrow Yikingdi's strength to clear the immediate threat. Moreover, Cobra was already a target for them, so his request wasn't unreasonable. Are you worried about retaliation for killing his men? Yikingdi asked. You haven't exposed your identity, you won't be in danger for now. We can't touch Cobra for the time being. He holds important clues. Clues? Zumo thought of his parents' death, wondering who ordered Cobra. Were the clues Yikingdi and her team were tracking related to this? No, it's not that reason. Cobra sent people to kill my parents. Ryan and his team were the killers, Zumo said, looking at Yikingdi to see if she knew anything. Yikingdi seemed stunned, a bit surprised. You mean, you already had a grudge with Cobra, and you killed Ryan in the fighting arena for revenge? Yikingdi asked. Yes. Zumo nodded. Who were your parents, and why did Cobra kill them? Yikingdi asked. My parents were ordinary workers at the armory. They seemed to have discovered something and reported it to the law enforcement team. Later, Cobra's people came. I survived by luck, Zumo replied. Yikingdi fell silent after hearing Zumo's words, then seemed excited, whispering, which armory? Zumo thought for a moment and said, I think it was Valen Armory. Are you sure? Yikingdi's eyes brightened. Yes. Zumo nodded, sensing Yikingdi's reaction was somewhat unusual. Yikingdi smiled brilliantly and patted Zumo's head. Good boy. Zumo glared at Yikingdi angrily. A head pat? Is this humane at all? Wait for me a moment. Yikingdi left, leaving Zumo clueless. He pricked up his ears and saw Yikingdi instruct Zhaoqi, who then walked out of the factory. Yikingdi then returned and said to Zumo, your parents' death might be linked to an important clue, related to the trafficking cases we've been investigating. As for Cobra, he has long been our target. However, acting against him isn't easy. Aside from his strong abilities, he has powerful backers. Yikingdi had mentioned before that Cobra was a tool for certain people. It seemed like Cobra was linked to higher-ups in the underworld. Removing Cobra would require significant effort and come with considerable risk. Give me your address. I'll have someone keep an eye on your place. Meanwhile, train well these days. When the time is right, I'll inform you to eliminate Cobra, Yikingdi said to Zumo. Zumo nodded. Why did he feel that in trying to get rid of Cobra, he might get sucked into an even bigger whirlpool? Chapter 29, Hunt the Cobra. Outside the black market casino, a figure wearing a golden mask approached the casino entrance. Behind him followed several people, dragging a figure on the ground. That figure was covered in blood, staining the ground red, a very miserable sight. The people guarding the casino door bowed respectfully and greeted, Secretary Jin. The figure in the golden mask walked straight in, followed by the others. The guards wiped their sweat, feeling a strong oppressive aura from Secretary Jin as he passed by, perhaps an instinctual fear. After Secretary Jin entered the casino, the atmosphere became noticeably quieter, with some people automatically following him. On the top floor of the casino, there was an extremely luxurious room guarded by many people outside. People arrived one after another, including some big figures of the black market, such as Cobra, who mingled in the black market, and Kenzong, the manager of the casino and fighting arena. In the room, the figure wearing the golden mask sat on a large sofa, playing with a knife in his hand. 2 characters were engraved on it, Skywalker. The knife's owner lay in front of him, the previously dragged figure, weak and covered in blood. Secretary Jin. Secretary Jin. The newcomers greeted respectfully and stood aside, no one dared to speak. A place like the black market was filled with sin, impossible to sustain without protection. Moreover, a massive amount of federal currency flowed through every day. The casino alone made high daily profits, money not easily swallowed by just anyone. A ruthless person like Cobra was merely a thug, while Kenzong was only the manager of the casino and fighting arena. Moke, do you recognize this? Secretary Jin handed the knife to a masked figure beside him. Moke took the knife and nodded, his body bent, not daring to stand straight. Show them. Secretary Jin said. Moke passed the knife, and Cobra, Kenzong, and others took a glance before returning it to Secretary Jin. This organization has been particularly active lately, disrupting many things. He is a member. Secretary Jin's voice was cold and mechanical. He leaned forward, stabbing the knife into the man's palm, piercing through. The weak figure on the ground screamed, his hand pinned to the floor. Secretary Jin squatted, his golden mask close to the man's face, coldly asking, "Who is your leader, and how many people are in the organization?" There were many such organizations in the underworld. He never paid attention to them, considering them underground rats, and neither did the underground city care about their existence. At most, a few people would die. However, this organization seemed to be investigating him recently, targeting his operations, which was intolerable. No one could disrupt his business. "Kill me," the man said in pain. Secretary Jin snorted coldly, sat back on the sofa, and said icily, "Believe me, you won't die if you don't confess something." Cobra stepped forward, squatted, and twisted the knife embedded in the man's hand, speaking with a chilling tone, "Talk." The man screamed in agony, wishing for death. "The organization is dispersed. We don't know each other. The leader is Lao K, but I've never seen him. Messages are relayed through dark channels. I truly don't know Lao K's real identity." The man howled in pain, "That's all I know. Kill me. Think again." Cobra's arm split into a blade, piercing the man's back, while his other hand continued twisting the knife, showing extreme cruelty. "Lao K might be in the black market. I truly don't know anything else." The man screamed in pain. Cobra looked up at Secretary Jin, who nodded. The blade plunged directly into the man's heart. Blood spilled from his mouth, staining the floor red. Soon, he breathed his last. "Moke, investigate outside. As for Cobra, have your men in the black market keep an eye out." Secretary Jin instructed. The group bowed, "Yes. There's a mission in a few days requiring your cooperation." Secretary Jin gave more instructions before finally saying, "Kenzong, arrange for me to go to the fighting arena. It's been a while since I stretched my muscles." "Yes, Secretary Jin." Kenzong nodded and then left the area. Cobra and the others sneered. Secretary Jin joining the fight was purely for the pleasure of killing. How could the people in the fighting arena be his match? To them, Secretary Jin was invincible. Even Cobra, as ruthless as he was, greatly feared Secretary Jin, knowing he was merely a dog under his command. Just as they expected, a bloody one-sided massacre soon occurred in the fighting arena. Cobra, Moke, and others watched the slaughter from the VIP room, their fear of Secretary Jin deepening. Zumo trained in an abandoned factory for most of the day, returning to the department store near nightfall. Mia waited at the door for him. Seeing Zumo with his head down, Mia felt strange and asked, "Zumo, what's wrong?" "Miss Mia, it's nothing," Zumo said, head still down, trying to slip past, but Mia grabbed his hand and moved it away. Noticing the bruises on Zumo's face, Mia was taken aback. Zumo, bracing himself, said, "Accidentally bumped again." Mia glared at Zumo. She wasn't stupid. But since Zumo didn't say, she didn't ask, quietly saying, "I'll get some medicine." Zumo sighed. "Zumo, did you do something bad and get beaten up?" Beiwei whispered nearby. She guessed correctly. "Sister Beiwei, what bad could I do?" Zumo denied. "Good." Beiwei muttered, "If you really did something bad, they wouldn't hit your face unless it was a woman." Zumo. Mia brought ointment and applied it to him, showing a pained expression. Yesterday's injuries were not fully healed, and now he was hurt again. She wondered who could be so ruthless. Although curious, Mia respected Zumo's silence, and could only speculate. "Zumo, Elsa wants to invite us to her house." Mia spoke as she applied the medicine. "Us?" Zumo asked, surprised. "Yes." Mia nodded. Elsa probably guessed. Zumo understood Mia's meaning. Given Elsa and Mia's relationship, it was easy to guess some of the music wasn't Mia's work. Seeing Zumo silent, Mia continued, "Elsa knows many people. Suzai was her friend, and Suzai's father works at the city state council. Though Elsa hasn't mentioned it, I suspect her father also has ties there. If Elsa is willing to help, she might better protect you and Yaoer." Recently, Elsa had been asking a lot about Zumo. Being sensitive and perceptive, Mia naturally noticed. Mia glanced at Zumo's face. He seemed to be getting more handsome, having grown taller, now even surpassing her. Zumo was a bit surprised. He hadn't realized Mia had thought so much. He could see that Elsa's family might be very well off, even her driver seemed skilled, possibly doubling as a bodyguard. It seemed that while Mia was kind, she wasn't foolish. In this underground world, she often preferred to play dumb, making things easier to endure. "No." Zumo responded, looking at Mia. "Why?" Mia asked, "Are you still upset about before?" Elsa is a bit proud, but she has a good heart. "Miss Mia, I'm going to rest." Zumo ignored her, heading upstairs. Mia was stunned. Zumo had never been so impolite. However, after a moment of daze, a faint smile appeared on Mia's lips, fleetingly. The mind of a young girl is always so complex. In the following days, Zumo went out early and returned late. Mia didn't question him, knowing he was no longer the same and had his own ideas. Beiwei, on the other hand, was sometimes curious about what Zumo did every day. She even secretly guessed if Zumo had fallen in love. If Zumo knew her thoughts, he would probably be speechless. These days, he had been undergoing brutal training, with his strength improving rapidly. He discovered that cultivating the breathing technique after intense exhaustion seemed more effective. At that moment, in the fighting arena of the abandoned factory, the clash of knives and swords rang out continuously. Zumo's knife strikes were fierce. Seth's heavy sword carried immense strength. Although stronger than Zumo, Seth couldn't suppress him anymore. Over these days, Zumo's progress involved more than just fighting skills. His physical fitness, perception, and reflexes had all improved significantly. At that moment, Seth's heavy sword slashed down. Zumo raised his knife to block, using the force to retreat, and then suddenly propelled himself forward, slashing swiftly. Seth was about to sweep with his heavy sword when Zumo's knife movement changed, drawing an arc and bypassing the heavy sword to deliver a series of strikes. The knife and Seth's armor created a sharp screeching sound. Hiss. Seth's shield rubbed against Zumo's knife. Zumo leveraged the force to slide back, distancing himself from Seth. "Impressive." Seth said to Zumo, "Zumo, you're improving too fast. Without the armor, I'd be dead." "Seth, my strength is still not as great as yours." Zumo replied. Seth's strength was indeed powerful. "You both should stop flattering each other." Yikingdi, watching from the side, remarked. She had noticed Zumo's remarkable improvement over the past few days. His talent was unquestionable. According to him, he only started cultivating the breathing technique and source power after his parents died. Zumo looked at Yikingdi. She continued, "Ordinary people are no longer your match. The enemies you face in the future might be cyborgs, genetic warriors, and transcendent source power users. If you can't break armor, what's the point?" Zumo was too familiar with such rhetoric to be fooled, but he didn't bother exposing her. Besides, Yikingdi made a valid point. From what he had gathered over the past few days, the power held by the big shots in the underworld far exceeded theirs. He was increasingly curious about what the world above was like. "Alright, rest well today. We start the mission tomorrow," Yikingdi said. "Mission?" Zumo asked. "Hunting Cobra." Yikingdi smirked. Chapter 30. Strand Street. Early the next morning, Zumo sat cross-legged, surrounded by flying metallic poker cards, seemingly suspended by an energy field. This was Zhao Qi's help. Although only 15, Zhao Qi was very talented in mechanics and made use of the old factory's mechanical equipment. Zumo carefully controlled the cards, watching them fly back in front of him, stack together, and fall before him. Phew. Zumo exhaled and opened his eyes. His control over source power had strengthened, and he could now manipulate multiple metallic poker cards simultaneously. Killing Cobra, he should be able to breathe easier, right? Previously, he had killed 4 intruders who broke into his home, but there was still a risk. Those 4 were just the perpetrators. Cobra directly ordered them. As for who else might be involved, Zumo could not be sure. After killing Cobra, maybe no one would know of his existence. There was movement outside. It was Mia, who always woke up early. After washing up, Mia heard knocking at the door downstairs and went to open it. "Good morning, Sister Beiwei." Mia greeted with a smile. "Good morning, Miss Mia," Beiwei replied. "I'll start preparing breakfast." "No need, I'll do it." Sister Beiwei doesn't know what Zumo and Yaoer like to eat. Mia smiled. "All right then," Beiwei smiled and nodded. Zumo also got up, washed, and went downstairs, calling out, "Good morning, Miss Mia, Sister Beiwei." "Good morning, Zumo," the two responded with smiles. "Zumo, are you going out today?" Mia asked. "Yes," Zumo nodded. Mia seemed pensive, then said to Beiwei, "Elsa has invited me a few times, and today I want to visit her. I won't take Yaoer alone, so can you take care of her? I'll ask Dad not to go out today." Elsa had been visiting more frequently lately, and naturally wanted to invite Mia to her house as a return gesture. "All right," Beiwei smiled and nodded. "Thank you, Sister Beiwei," Mia said. "I'll go prepare breakfast then." Zumo, hearing their conversation, smiled. Yaoer had never been treated so well before, no one ever doted on her. Sitting at the counter of the department store, Zumo looked outside. "Zumo, Miss Mia is really nice," Beiwei said to Zumo, believing he would understand her since they shared a similar plight. In the department store, she felt warmth. Miss Mia never treated her like a servant. "Yes," Zumo nodded earnestly. Because of Mia, the department store seemed out of place with the outside world. "So, be good to Miss Mia in the future," Beiwei said with a smile carrying a hint of deep meaning. "Of course, I'll always protect Miss Mia," Zumo replied. Beiwei, seeing him look outside, wasn't sure if he understood her meaning. After breakfast, as more pedestrians appeared on the streets, business at the department store also picked up. The three of them sat idly at the counter, with Yaoer also present. At this moment, a striking figure appeared on the street, walking towards them. "She's so beautiful," Beiwei said quietly, seeing the woman approaching. Women, too, enjoyed looking at beautiful women. The woman walking towards them was about 5 feet 9 inches tall, wearing tight leather clothes and low-heeled leather boots that accentuated her figure perfectly. Her long, beautiful legs were enough to make any woman envious. Not only beautiful but also valiant and with a commanding presence, Beiwei felt a bit nervous as she approached, saying, "Hello, miss. What do you need?" Yi Qingde looked at Beiwei and Mia, then at Zumo. For a young guy, he sure knows how to live well. Living quite comfortably. "Big sister is so pretty," Yaoer, sitting on Zumo's lap, said, sounding particularly sweet. "Really?" Yi Qingde smiled brightly, looking at Yaoer. "What's your name?" "My name is Yaoer," she replied. "Yaoer." Yi Qingde pinched her cheek, then looked at Zumo. "Aren't you going to introduce me?" "This is Miss Mia, and this is Sister Beiwei," Zumo introduced. Then he pointed to Yi Qingde. "This is Sister Butterfly." Yi Qingde nodded to both women. Mia and Beiwei seemed a little stunned. This beautiful sister was here to see Zumo. Seeing their reactions, Yi Qingde smiled at Zumo and said, "Shall we go?" "Yes," Zumo nodded, handing Yaoer to Mia. "Miss Mia, I'm heading out." "All right," Mia nodded. Zumo walked out, and Yi Qingde turned to leave. Mia and Beiwei watched their retreating figures, somewhat dazed. "Zumo has been going out every day lately. So, it really is," Beiwei said in a low voice, stopping mid-sentence, feeling it was odd. Despite Yi Qingde being very beautiful, she was much older than Zumo. "She's really pretty," Mia smiled, but her smile seemed somewhat bitter. "Quite a good fortune, little brother Zumo," Yi Qingde teased as she walked beside Zumo. Zumo ignored her. "Do you like older sisters?" Yi Qingde's smile was ambiguous. Both Mia and Beiwei were older than him. Zumo continued to ignore her. They walked to another street, meeting up with Seth and the others. Zhaoqi and Feng Zi were there too. Including Yi Qingde and Zumo, there were 5 people in total, all carrying packs, obviously combat equipment. They were well prepared this time. The last time they went to the church, it was an impromptu investigation chasing a lead. "Where is the silver-masked man?" Zumo asked, referring to the silver-masked man who had helped them intercept Cobra at the black market. His strength was significant, capable of facing Cobra head-on alone. "He's already waiting," Zhaoqi said. "Let's go," the group set off. The buildings on either side of Strand Street weren't tall, mostly 2 to 3 stories, with a wide road in the middle. The residents of this street were well off, making it a wealthy area in this region. Most of the shops on either side had a mechanical vibe. The streets were bustling with pedestrians and vehicles. Zumo and Seth were in a second-story room next to the street, looking out the window onto the street. They had paid the house owner with Federation coins to rent the place for a day. Zhaoqi and Feng Zi were across the street, while Yi Qingdi found a vantage point somewhat distant from the others. Seth was unpacking and assembling equipment, saying to Zumo, "Zumo, Sister Butterfly asked me to bring you the Source Power Battle Blade and Battle Armor. The armor is basic, though, we couldn't get more advanced gear." Zumo stepped forward and put on the basic battle armor, which didn't fit perfectly but was still bulletproof. Additionally, he had a battle blade, a gun, and metallic poker hidden weapons, making him quite well equipped. "When will Cobra come by?" Zumo asked. "Don't know, just wait for Sister Butterfly's gunshot," Seth, carefree, didn't worry about those details. "Alright," Zumo nodded. "Are we sure he'll pass through here?" "We got the tip-off," Seth replied. He didn't know more, they were just executing the mission. Zumo didn't ask further. The organization clearly had more teams, and Yi Qingdi hadn't disclosed everything to him. "Don't blame Sister Butterfly for not telling you everything. You haven't agreed to join us yet, but she's already put in a lot of effort for you, personally sparring with you." "I didn't get such treatment when I joined," Seth remarked, sensing Zumo's thoughts. "Sparring?" Zumo muttered to himself, suspecting Yi Qingdi had a sadistic streak. "I understand," Zumo replied, acknowledging that he hadn't yet agreed to join their organization. Yi Qingdi had no obligation to tell him everything. However, killing Cobra was their common goal. "Did Sister Butterfly join before you?" Zumo asked. "Yes," Seth nodded, "I joined last. After a conflict with someone, I got arrested by the law enforcement team. My wife pleaded for my release, but those bastards." Seth paused, still unable to forget that humiliating hatred despite the time that had passed. "Then I joined the fighting arenas, wanting to die there. It was Sister Butterfly and Uncle Fang who found me," Seth continued, "so I joined the organization and killed the two enemies who had harmed us." Zumo stayed silent. The organization's members must have all experienced the darkness of the underworld, with no way out. When Uncle Fang and Yi Qingdi followed him back then, they probably wanted to figure out his background. Zhao Qi's background is also tragic. Otherwise, he wouldn't have joined the organization so young. Despite his carefree demeanor, he's a pitiful person, Seth added. "You'll see in the upcoming battle." "Alright," Zumo nodded. Seth was straightforward. Zumo had noticed this during training. He was very honest. Every team member must have a story. He wondered what Yi Qingdi had gone through. As time passed, more people filled Strand Street. Zumo frowned as he watched the crowd below, noticing something odd. Expanding his senses, Zumo covered the street with his perception. His brain worked like a machine, tracking every movement of the crowd. His frown deepened, sensing something unusual, though he wasn't sure if it was just him overthinking. In the distance, a carriage headed their way with a girl laughing joyfully aboard. "Mia." Zumo's eyes showed surprise. It was Elsa's carriage, with Mia and Elsa aboard. The carriage passed below his room, and he heard Elsa say to Mia, "We're almost there." Clearly, Elsa's house was nearby. She had just picked up Mia, and they were heading to her home together. Chapter 31, Trap. Zumo sensed the horse-drawn carriage with Elsa and Mia moving forward, and after traveling a certain distance, they encountered several small vehicles coming towards them. The small passenger vehicles in the underworld were unlike the sedans of the previous life. They were more akin to tricycles, but larger. The carriage at the back had windows and could seat 4 or 5 people, making them simple yet practical, like an upgraded version of a horse-drawn carriage. Many children were sitting in the small vehicles, chatting noisily. Each vehicle's carriage had a woman looking after the children. Cobra. Zumo's pupils contracted. He saw that the driver of the vehicle at the back was Cobra. Were these children being abducted without knowing it? Elsa's carriage met the vehicles head-on, and the woman on the vehicle called out, "Miss Elsa." "Sister Elsa," the children greeted enthusiastically. They were obviously acquainted with Elsa, who responded warmly to each of them. Zumo's mind was racing. He couldn't quite understand the situation. If these people were being abducted, why didn't they know? Did Cobra have his people posing as drivers? Elsa knew the children, but what was their relationship? As the vehicles approached, Zumo's sensing ability reached its peak. He noticed some suspicious individuals stopping, and suddenly many people appeared in the rooms on either side of the street, standing by the windows with guns in their hands. "This is a trap." Zumo's face turned grim as he said to Seth beside him, "Seth, this is a trap. We can't take action." "A trap?" Seth was stunned for a moment as the vehicles below approached their position. Bang! At that moment, a gunshot rang out from outside, as the vehicles were only a few meters away when the gunshot sounded. Yi Qingdi had fired, instantly killing the driver of the leading vehicle. Screams erupted, and the street descended into chaos. The women looking after the children pulled them out of the vehicles and ran back. In the distance, Elsa and Mia also heard the gunshot, turning back in concern. "Elsa." A middle-aged man walked towards them, and Elsa looked at him, asking, "Dad, what's going on?" It seems to be a criminal group. The law enforcement team has received the information. There's no need to worry, you should go back first, the middle-aged man said to Elsa. Okay. Elsa nodded, and the children began running back as well. Bang. Another gunshot rang out, causing Elsa and Mia's hearts to skip a beat. Another driver was shot and killed. Simultaneously, the sound of breaking glass came as Zhao and Feng Zi jumped down from a second-floor window, landing on the ground and heading towards the vehicles opposite them. Zumo's face was not looking good, they had already taken action. Zumo, stay up there and don't come down, Seth instructed Zumo. While he believed that this might be a trap, they had no choice now. He jumped out of the window, landing heavily on the ground. Zumo hesitated for a second, then followed suit. He was the only one capable of locking onto the enemy's positions. Staying up there would endanger the others. Don't go out. Take cover, Zumo shouted at the others. Many people appeared upstairs, shooting at Zhao and Feng Zi first. Both were hit, but thanks to their battle armor, they had not been killed. It's an ambush. Both of them realized it as well and quickly took cover in the shops on either side of the street. Bang. Another shot was fired, and a figure fell from the second floor, killed by Yi Qingdi's sniping. The people on the street had all taken cover, creating an eerie silence. The children ran back along the original route, and the once bustling Strand Street was now devoid of pedestrians in this area. Yi Qingdi and the others realized that this was not a kidnapping case but a deliberate hunting operation targeting them. Who had set this up? Among these people, there were members of the law enforcement team and Cobra's men. Both the law and the underworld were involved. Cobra got out of his vehicle and walked forward. He wore a helmet, and after taking off his clothes, he revealed a body covered in mechanical armor. His limbs were sharp mechanical limbs emitting a menacing aura, creating an oppressive feeling. Bang. A bullet whizzed by as Cobra fixed his gaze on a distant position, tilting his head slightly to dodge it. His reaction speed was incredibly fast. Zumo sensed many people moving towards Yi Qingdi's hiding place, clearly intending to deal with her. The situation was extremely dangerous. With his heightened sensing ability, everything on the street came into his mind. He extended his hand and fired directly at a window. Bang. One shot to the head, and the target slumped over the window. Impressive, Seth praised, but Cobra came running towards Zumo's position. The metallic limb scraping against the ground created a piercing sound. Bang. Another shot from the sniper, but Cobra was incredibly agile even while running at high speed. His mechanical legs were more nimble than real legs. Just then, a sound came from above, and glass shattered outwards. A silver-faced man leaped down, wielding a source power sword aimed at Cobra below. Cobra, as if he had eyes on top of his head, raised his arm-turned mechanical blade and slashed it down towards the sky, clashing with the sword, sparks flying. Several people poked their heads out, aiming at the silver-faced man and firing. At the same moment, Zumo and Feng Zi also leaned out and began shooting. Gunshots echoed continuously. Zumo killed 2, and Feng Zi killed 1. Feng Zi glanced at Zumo in surprise. He was using dual guns and had been training his gun skill with Sister Butterfly, making him highly proficient. How long had Zumo been practicing, and yet his gun skill was so accurate? Cobra was already fighting the silver-faced man. The clash of blades and swords continued to create sharp sounds, their moves lethal and incredibly dangerous. Zumo could tell that the silver-faced man was highly skilled and could single-handedly contend with Cobra. Gunshots came from a distance. A gunfight had erupted on Yi Qingdi's side, making it impossible for her to provide support here. Another figure emerged, wearing steel armor, holding alongside a Grim Reaper scythe. He wore a metallic mask, with only his eyes exposed, and charged towards Cobra's battlefield, swinging the scythe down swiftly. The silver-faced man was forced back. A small figure dashed out. It was Zhao Qi, moving just as quickly. Zumo realized Zhao Qi was also a cyborg. His hands transformed into sharp blades, slashing towards the scythe-wielding figure. I'm going to help. Zumo, I'll leave the gunman to you, Seth said, charging into the battlefield. Though his body was covered in armor, getting hit by bullets still had an impact, and their eyes were still exposed. A man wielding a submachine gun appeared on the floor above, firing wildly at Zhao Qi. Zhao Qi protected his face with his hands, continuously dodging, but he was still hit and forced back. Zumo noticed that Zhao Qi's body was also modified with mechanical components. Zumo put away his gun and brought out a set of metallic poker cards. He walked out, throwing one card forward. The figure holding the submachine gun ducked back, but the card curved midair and flew inside, slashing his throat. His eyes widened in disbelief, not comprehending what had happened. You cover my side, I'll cover yours, Zumo said to Feng Zi as he ducked back to his position. He switched back to his gun. While bullets couldn't change direction, they were faster. Got it. Fang Zi nodded, and both stepped out, shooting at those peeking out. Bodies fell from Zumo's line of fire as Fang Zi watched in awe. What kind of gun skill was this? Zumo seemed to be predicting their movements, shooting them in the head the moment they appeared. Zhao Qi's body launched like a spring, running along the wall like a gecko, slashing at figures hiding by the windows with his blade arms. With the three of them coordinating, those in hiding were continuously eliminated. Zumo's sensing ability covered the entire area. Only a few were left, not daring to expose themselves. Fang Zi, Zhao Qi, go help. I'll cover up here, Zumo instructed Fang Zi and Zhao Qi. Okay. They nodded, having thought Zumo would be inexperienced, but he turned out to be highly coordinated on his first mission. If not for Zumo, things would have been far more complicated. Another person tried to peek out to shoot. As his head emerged slightly, Zumo fired, predicting his move. The bullet grazed the target's eye, causing an agonizing scream. Moke's face looked grim under his mask. Many of these people were members of his law enforcement team, resulting in significant losses. They probably wouldn't complete Secretary Jin's assignment with just these forces. Seth and Zhao Qi launched a frenzied attack on him, with a gunman threatening from behind, putting Moke in a perilous situation. It seemed the opponents intended to eliminate him first before dealing with Cobra. With no one interfering, the silver-faced man continued clashing with Cobra head-on. Aside from the noise of the battle, Strand Street was eerily quiet. From a distance, a figure walked towards them, his footsteps audible in the silent street. He wore an exquisitely fitting red battle armor, perfectly molded to his body, even the helmet. The front of the helmet was gold, resembling a golden mask. The eyes behind the mask were cold, devoid of emotion. As the figure approached, Zumo sensed a feeling of imminent danger. This person was very dangerous. Chapter 32, Bloody Battle. Get out of the way. Secretary Jin said coldly. Cobra and Moke's bodies retreated, disengaging from the fight. The silver-faced man, Seth, and others stared at Secretary Jin, their expressions grave. Bang! Fang Zi fired his gun directly, hitting Secretary Jin, but only an energy halo appeared on his combat clothes, merely making his body shake before he continued moving forward. Bang! Bang! Fang Zi fired continuously, but after a while, Secretary Jin seemed to adapt to the gun's power, ignoring it. Suddenly, he accelerated, sprinting forward, and the street ground trembled. Energy. Zumo stared at that side, sensing the flow of energy from the opponent's battle armor. This was an advanced battle armor, different from the basic model they wore. It's an advanced source power armor, Fang Zi said beside him. The gun was useless, the firepower was too weak to shake the source power armor. This kind of advanced source power armor wasn't something an ordinary person could wear, it came from the technology of the upper world, only possessed by big figures in the underworld. Clearly, this person's identity was not ordinary. Seth also stepped forward, wielding a heavy sword in his heavy armor. His strength was inherently powerful. When he wielded the heavy sword, it was as if Mount Tai was pressing down, slashing directly at the opponent's charging body. The opponent raised his left arm, directly blocking the heavy sword with his hand. With a loud crash, the fierce power of the heavy sword was blocked by his arm, merely making his arm shake. Energy halos flowed, and at the same time, his right arm punched forward, hitting Seth's heavy armor directly. The sound of cracking was heard, the heavy sword cracked, and Seth's body was sent flying, crashing heavily to the ground. Armor breaking. Zumo stared at the battlefield. Was this the armor breaking that Yi Qingdi mentioned? When the opponent attacked, energy flowed on his battle armor, combined with his tremendous power, shattering the steel-built heavy armor. How strong must this power be? How powerful was the armor's augmentation? Even wearing source power armor, the opponent must have cultivated source power and was absolutely strong. Zumo realized that the figure in the golden mask was the one behind Cobra, the same person who ordered Cobra to kill his entire family. The law enforcement team and Cobra's men were all present. His parents were killed because they went to the law enforcement team to report them. The silver-faced man also rushed forward, his source power sword cleaving downward. The opponent didn't confront it head-on as before but dodged sideways and then punched. His movements were fluid, indicating he was not only strong but also skilled in combat techniques. Or rather, killing techniques. The silver-faced man's combat power was stronger than Seth's. His sword was fast, curving to slash at the opponent's eyes. Secretary Jin retracted his right hand to block the sword and attacked forward with his left hand. Hey-ias! The sharp noise forced Secretary Jin to slide to the side, but at the same time, the silver-faced man was hit by his left hand, retreating even further. Bang! Gunshots rang out. Fang Zi shot at Secretary Jin's head. Secretary Jin's head tilted, the bullet hitting the part of his face covered by the battle armor, making his head shake slightly. He stared at Fang Zi, his eyes flashing with cold killing intent. Buzz. His body suddenly erupted with terrifying speed, rushing toward Fang Zi's position. Seth stood in front of Fang Zi, and simultaneously, the silver-faced man rushed toward the opponent, his sword slashing at the opponent's head. Secretary Jin directly clashed with him, both fists striking repeatedly, clashing with the sword, their speed so fast it was dazzling. With a loud crash, the silver-faced man's chin was hit by a fist, and his body was sent flying. Secretary Jin's body didn't stop attacking. As the opponent flew up, he still advanced, his foot stomping on the ground. His body leaped into the air, stepping down. Boom. The ground cracked. The silver-faced man crashed heavily to the ground, spitting blood. Secretary Jin's foot stepped on him. Fang Zi and Zumo fired simultaneously, but Secretary Jin ignored the bullets, raising his hand. The bullets hit his palm, causing energy halos to flow and his palm to shake, but his foot kept stepping down on the silver-faced man. Get lost! Seth roared, rushing in with his heavy sword slashing down. At the moment Secretary Jin's foot stepped down, the heavy sword arrived. Secretary Jin raised his hand to block. In his haste, the powerful force made his body shake back, but the silver-faced man took another kick. Even with battle armor, he couldn't bear it, spitting blood again. Zhaoqi rushed forward, dragging the silver-faced man's body back. Zumo looked at the critically injured silver-faced man, his face changing. The man in the source power armor was someone they couldn't deal with. Who was he? In his previous perception, there had never been such a person on Strand Street. He must have appeared during the fight. This person's sense of oppression was too strong. In front of them, he was invincible. They couldn't break through his source power armor. Creaking sounds were heard continuously. Seth was enduring the opponent's frenzied attacks. The cracks in the heavy armor grew more and more, accompanied by the sound of heavy armor breaking. The steel on Seth's chest was shattered. The opponent didn't stop, his fist striking again, intending to punch through the broken area. At this moment, Zhaoqi's body leaped, his arm turning into a blade, slashing at the opponent's eyes. Secretary Jin's attack stopped, raising his hand to grab Zhaoqi's transforming blade, crushing it forcefully but still not letting go. His other arm punched out. With a crisp sound, Zhaoqi's body flew out, his mechanical arm breaking off. Zhaoqi! Seth shouted, desperate. Why was it like this? Who was this person? How could he be so strong? Zhaoqi's body crashed heavily to the ground, blood seeping from his mouth. Zhaoqi! Zumo glanced at the broken arm, only to see the opponent lifting his head, looking at Zumo and forcing a bitter smile. Luckily, it's a fake. His smile was bleak, whispering, you should go, this has nothing to do with you. Zumo was unwittingly dragged into this. He just wanted to kill Cobra for revenge, he wasn't part of the organization. They thought it was a hunting mission, so they let Zumo participate, but it was a trap. Zumo heard Zhaoqi's words in silence. He was only 15 years old. Zumo truly wanted to leave, but could he? Cobra and Moke had been watching him from the beginning. They didn't even participate in the fight, just watching. They both had mocking smiles in their eyes, as if watching Secretary Jin torture those in the fighting arena. This feeling was quite enjoyable. These people were all going to die here today. Secretary Jin would make their deaths miserable. Secretary Jin looked up, seeing Zumo and Fang Zi still standing there. He wasn't in a hurry to kill. He wanted these people alive. This time, his target was Zumo. Seeing the opponent running toward him, Zumo gripped the source power battle blade in his hand. He had no way out. Boom. Secretary Jin's fist, wrapped in a terrifying energy storm, sent a wave of pressure. Zumo could feel the oppressive force. He sidestepped, dodging the punch, his blade slashing out. But Secretary Jin's left arm blocked it directly. The battle blade scraped against his arm, unable to break the armor. Secretary Jin twisted his body, his right arm striking Zumo's chest. Zumo felt as if all his bones shattered and his body flew out, crashing to the ground. Under absolute power pressure, he was no match at all. Secretary Jin continued walking toward Zumo when Zumo suddenly said, Elsa. Secretary Jin paused, his eyes staring at Zumo. Seeing his reaction, Zumo knew he guessed right. He had been recalling when this person appeared. Before, this person didn't appear on the street. A middle-aged man walked toward this area, and Elsa greeted him. The middle-aged man disappeared. Yesterday, Mia mentioned Elsa to him. Suzai's father worked at the city state council. Elsa knew Suzai, which meant Elsa's father might be related to the city state council, having an unusual status, and her home was nearby. The man in the battle armor in front of him could command both Cobra and the law enforcement team simultaneously. He was Elsa's father. Our people should have arrived. If you want her to live, don't move, Zumo reminded. Secretary Jin's eyes were freezing cold. He suddenly turned and ran back, shouting, Kill them on the spot. Seeing Secretary Jin retreating, Zumo knew they didn't have much time. Retreat quickly. Cobra and Moke moved, their eyes filled with ferocity. Moke lunged at Zumo while Cobra lunged at Fang Zi. Seth stood in front of them, his heavy sword sweeping out, shouting to Zumo and Fang Zi, "Go!" But he was already severely injured by Secretary Jin, moving slowly. Cobra's blade was swift. "Watch out!" Sensing Cobra's movements, Zumo's face changed, charging forward with his battle blade slashing, but Moke blocked him. Swoosh! Cobra's mechanical blade pierced Seth's shattered heavy armor, going through his body before Seth's heavy sword fell. Zumo was pushed back by Moke. Seth. Zumo gazed at the hulking figure in front of him, his heart twitching. Seth. Fang Zi also looked at Seth in terror. At this moment, he remembered Uncle Fang's death. Fear made his body tremble. "Retreat," Seth said with difficulty, turning to Zumo and Fang Zi. Cobra's mechanical scimitar sliced through his body, staining his battle armor with blood. "No." Fang Zi's voice trembled, his footsteps retreating continuously. Watching Seth's body fall, he trembled. "I don't want to die, I don't want to die." Fang Zi turned, wanting to escape this hellish battlefield. Zhao Qi watched Fang Zi's fleeing figure. He didn't feel hatred, he wanted to die. Seeing Fang Zi escape, Cobra smirked, chasing after him. He was faster, while Moke still faced Zumo. In the distance, Yi King, having defeated her opponent, rushed over. Bang! Fang Zi was caught. Cobra kicked him down, stepping on him. "Let him go." Yi King raised her heavy spear at Cobra, but the mechanical scimitar in Cobra's left hand hooked up Fang Zi's body, blocking in front of him. The mechanical scimitar wrapped around his head, pressing against his neck. "Why is this happening?" Fang Zi's voice trembled, tears falling. "Sister Butterfly, I'm scared." Swoosh! The mechanical scimitar slit his throat, blood flowing. Yi King's face showed extreme pain. Fang Zi's eyes remained open in despair, looking at her. He was terrified. But the Grim Reaper showed no mercy. Cobra dropped Fang Zi's head and looked at Yi King opposite him. Bang! Yi King shot at Cobra, making his body retreat. Bang, bang, bang. Yi King fired continuously, wanting to know why. Why was the intel wrong? Why did they fall into a trap? Yi King felt a chilling fear. Was it exposed from above, or were they sacrificial pawns? Whichever was the case, she dared not think. Chapter 33, Brutal Cobra's body kept retreating, protecting his head. Even though he wore armor and cultivated source power, the impact was still very uncomfortable. While Yi King was shooting frantically, she stepped forward. The heavy spear repeatedly struck Cobra, making his entire body numb. Even with the protection of battle armor, without a strong physique, he would have been finished long ago. Bang! Another shot sent Cobra's head tilting. Yi King drew the source power sword from her back and dashed forward. Clad in dark red battle armor, she was like lightning, the source power sword in her hand glowing with energy, slashing toward Cobra. Cobra sneered, swinging his dual blades forward. They collided with a source power sword, emitting a sharp sound. Yi King seemed to have gone mad, attacking wildly. Meanwhile, Moke was battling Zumo, wielding the Grim Reaper scythe and slashing at Zumo. Zumo's war saber blocked the attack, his body knocked back. Moke's strength was not much weaker than Cobra's. He was the leader of the law enforcement team in this area. It could be said that the death of his parents was directly related to Moke. Holding the Grim Reaper scythe, Moke stepped toward Zumo. Zumo's eyes were exceptionally cold, and a few metallic poker cards appeared in his left hand, which he threw directly at Moke. Moke sneered, slashing down continuously with the Grim Reaper scythe. The metallic poker cards couldn't get close to his vital points, and he continued to advance on Zumo. Zumo retreated, while more metallic poker cards spun toward Moke. Not only did Moke not stop, he even accelerated, charging at Zumo with the Grim Reaper scythe slicing straight down. He let the metallic poker cards hit his battle armor, rendering them meaningless. At that moment, two more metallic poker cards flew past Moke's sides, but he ignored them, considering them no threat. He looked at Zumo with a mocking gaze. Did such an attack have any meaning? He couldn't understand why Zumo was doing something so futile. Two metallic poker cards were positioned on either side of Moke, but he paid no attention. Suddenly, they accelerated as if they had eyes, like lightning, sweeping toward Moke's eyes. Unlike Secretary Jin, Moke's battle armor was not a complete set, and his eyes were not covered. The distance was too close. Moke's face changed dramatically. The mocking look vanished, his heart pounding. But it was too late. At such a short distance, how could he dodge? The high-speed spinning metallic poker card slashed across Moke's eyes, blood splattering, and Moke let out a scream, his vision becoming a blur. Bang! At that moment, Zumo stepped forward, grasped the war saber with both hands, and struck with all his might at Moke's face. With a crack, the metallic mask on Moke's face split open, revealing a bloody wound. Moke's body trembled, the Grim Reaper scythe in his hand fell to the ground, and he collapsed. After killing Moke, Zumo did not stay and headed toward the battle between Cobra and Yikingdi. They were engaged in a fierce battle, and Zumo's war saber slashed down from Cobra's back. Cobra turned, his right hand's long scimitar slashing at Zumo, blocking his saber, while his left hand's mechanical scimitar blocked Yikingdi's sword. Zhaoqi also ran over at this moment, leaping into the air, and his mechanical arm aimed directly at Cobra's eyes. Cobra's arm exerted force, shaking Yikingdi and Zumo back. His mechanical legs slid backward, avoiding Zhaoqi's attack. Cobra squinted his eyes, staring at the three in front of him. Silver Mask Man also stood up, holding a source power sword and walking over, seemingly still able to fight. Retreat. Zumo did not continue attacking and spoke to Yikingdi. They had no time, Secretary Jin's home was nearby, and he could return quickly. Yikingdi was extremely distressed, but she knew now was not the time to fight. If they continued to delay until Secretary Jin returned, they would all die. No one here could stop him. Let's go. Yikingdi made the difficult decision, and the group retreated. Cobra hesitated at the sight of their retreating figures. But with a 4-to-1 ratio, even though he could stall for a while, the outcome was uncertain. He took a step forward, following their retreat, but saw Zumo with poker cards in both hands. These were the same metallic poker cards that had blinded Moke. He became cautious and stopped. Retreating a distance, Yikingdi glanced at the corpses of Seth and Feng Zi, then turned to leave. In the end, Cobra didn't dare to pursue them. He glanced at Moke's corpse on the ground and cursed softly, useless. Secretary Jin returned home and removed his helmet. He saw Elsa and some friends comforting the children, who were clearly frightened. Secretary Jin breathed a sigh of relief, though he knew he had been tricked. But did they find out his identity? It seemed the organization had to be eliminated completely. Was it him? Secretary Jin had a vague idea who Lao Ke was. He had suspected last time and had been testing him. Now, the answer was nearly clear. Daddy, is everything okay outside? Elsa called out when she saw Secretary Jin return. No problem, Secretary Jin said with a gentle smile, shaking his head. The children were all frightened. What happened? Elsa asked. A group of thugs. The law enforcement team is handling it. I'll go check again, Secretary Jin said. Okay. Elsa nodded. Be careful, Daddy. Don't worry. Secretary Jin nodded and walked out of the room. Just as Secretary Jin stepped outside, he saw a motorcycle roar loudly and stop right at the door. Secretary Jin's pupils contracted. Very few people knew his true identity, only the factory insiders. The factory was attacked, the rider said, and Secretary Jin's face turned extremely grim. A small organization was no concern, but if the factory had issues. He was responsible for the Valen factory here, and once this final task was completed, he could leave, taking his family to the surface world. He knew how dangerous it was below. Even he had to tread carefully. But if the factory had a problem, leaving aside departure, even keeping his head would be problematic, and his family's heads would be on the line. Secretary Jin's face was extremely grim as he stared at the rider. I want results. They launched a suicidal attack, completely reckless. Many have been killed, but someone has broken into the factory's interior, the rider replied, and Secretary Jin's face turned pale as his body trembled slightly. He might be finished, the factory's interior must remain hidden. Get lost, Secretary Jin ordered. The rider got off the motorcycle, and Secretary Jin mounted it. With a loud roar, the motorcycle sped away. Yikingdi and the others returned to the abandoned factory. Outside the abandoned factory, many people were already there, even preparing to pry open the internal iron door. They were fully armed. Seeing them, Yikingdi felt a chilling coldness all over and asked, Who are you? Yikingdi, someone called out her name. Who are you? Yikingdi asked again. Lao Ke sent us to take over the factory, the person replied, causing Yikingdi to tremble slightly. Why? Yikingdi's voice trembled, as if the outcome was the most unbearable to accept for her. But why did it have to be this way? Orders, the person responded bluntly. The faces of Yikingdi's group changed. Lao Ke had sent people to take over the factory. What the hell happened? Why had their mission failed? Zumo also sensed it. The failure of this mission was no accident but a conspiracy from the start. Ignoring the others, Yikingdi and her group walked inside, only to be stopped. Yikingdi suddenly acted, kicking out. The person blocked, reacting swiftly. The powerful force made him stagger but not fall. He raised his right hand, slicing at Yikingdi's leg with a hand chop, hitting her below the knee and making her leg tremble slightly. Evidently, the opponent's strength was on par with hers. The people behind him simultaneously raised their guns, aiming at Yi Qingdi's group, and said, "Cooperate. Put them down." A voice came from afar, and they lowered their raised guns. Another person walked over. This person dressed plainly, wearing a metallic mask, followed by others. When he arrived, the figure opposite Yi Qingdi made way. It was Lao Ke. "Zhao Dai, you've worked hard," Lao Ke said to Yi Qingdi upon reaching her. Yi Qingdi looked at him. Lao Ke never met her in such a setting. What had happened? Why did Lao Ke send people to take over the factory? "Why are you doing this?" Yi Qingdi demanded. "This mission was carried out excellently," Lao Ke did not answer directly. "Seth and Zhaozi are dead," Yi Qingdi retorted coldly. "The mission was carried out excellently. Not just them, many others died, but their sacrifices were worth it. The underworld is changing, we've won," Lao Ke continued. "I don't understand," Yi Qingdi said. "You will understand," Lao Ke replied. "Zhao Dai, you've followed me for many years. These years have been tough. Now, it's all over. Let them go," Yi Qingdi demanded. Lao Ke glanced at the people behind him, then waved his hand, and they retreated. "Have a good rest," Lao Ke told Yi Qingdi, then turned and left too. Even now, Yi Qingdi's group still didn't understand what had happened. "He didn't expect you to come back alive," Zumo said after Lao Ke left. "I can see that," Yi Qingdi nodded, feeling a deep sorrow. Perhaps her survival had surprised him? Before they returned, Lao Ke had already sent people to take over the factory, clearly expecting them to die outside. This was not an information error but a deliberate trap for them to jump into and die. Seth and Zhaozi were killed by their own people. Zumo suddenly felt that the murky underworld had no ideal organizations, only the naive fantasies of some kind-hearted people. Yi Qingdi and her group were just tools in others' hands. He remembered Uncle Feng's death. Uncle Feng had died with a smile, perhaps believing he would eventually see the light. But could the light ever shine into the underworld? Chapter 34, The Secret of the Valen Factory. As she entered the factory, Yi Qingdi saw Seth's favorite mecha. A wave of sadness hit her. At the church, she had lost Uncle Feng. Now, she had lost Seth and Zhaozi as well. Even more terrifying, it seemed her faith was also collapsing. Seth trained numerous times but never actually fought in this mecha. Yi Qingdi's voice was tinged with sorrow. Zumo glanced at the ordinary-looking mecha. That straightforward man was gone. He also wanted to see what it would be like when Seth got into the mecha. Unfortunately, he would never see it. Was it Kenzong? Zumo asked. Lao Ke's aura and voice felt familiar to him. Searching his memory, he realized it resembled Kenzong. Recalling Yi Qingdi's confidence when she took him to the casino and Kenzong's deliberate role as a server, Zumo guessed Kenzong was the leader of that underground organization. Yes. Yi Qingdi nodded. "He saved me many years ago, and I've been following him ever since, thinking I was the core of the organization." Her voice seemed a bit ironic. Unexpectedly, she was merely a disposable pawn. Seeing those people outside, Yi Qingdi suddenly understood she was never the core. There might be many people like her. She was just a pawn raised by him, nothing more. But, what did he do? Why did he do this? Yi Qingdi's voice was pained. She didn't understand. What was Kenzong after? We should know soon enough. Zumo also didn't know, but since Kenzong did this, his purpose would be exposed soon. In Yi Qingdi's previous understanding, the black market was controlled by the underworld forces led by Cobra. But now, to Zumo, it appeared Kenzong was the real king of the black market. Perhaps he had started planning to control the black market long ago. Kenzong, who managed the casino, inherently had an advantage. Zumo, Yi Qingdi turned to Zumo and said, "I still want to invite you to join us, but now it seems unnecessary. I'm sorry for dragging you into this, we owe you a life." Her eyes carried an apology. If it weren't for Zumo, they wouldn't have made it back today. It's come to this, these things don't matter. There are still people outside, they probably stayed to monitor you. It's unclear what Kenzong intends to do, so we should find a way to escape, Zumo said. There are a few passages inside the factory that only a few of us know. Even he doesn't know them. You wait here, I'll escort you out later. Remove your war saber and battle armor, Yi Qingdi said to Zumo. Zumo didn't know what Yi Qingdi planned to do, but he obediently removed the war saber and battle armor as instructed and handed them to her. Yi Qingdi wrapped up the war saber and battle armor and then took out a stack of Federation currency, placing it inside. She looked up at Zumo and said, "These Federation coins were originally yours. I kept some to reconstruct a mechanical body for Zhaoqi. Once you leave with these, don't come back." "You aren't leaving?" Zumo asked. "It won't be easy for us to leave, and I don't want to leave just like that," Yi Qingdi said to Zumo. They haven't seen your true face, so no one will recognize you outside the black market. Follow me. Zumo understood Yikingbe. Following Yikingbe toward a hidden door, both remained silent. After walking some distance, a door appeared ahead. Yikingbe extended her hand to Zumo with a smile and said, "This might be a final farewell. It was nice to know you, brother Zumo." Zumo also extended his hand and took hers. Yikingbe leaned forward and hugged Zumo, then withdrew with a smile and said, "I've always wanted to tell you, sis isn't a C. Did you feel that?" Zumo couldn't help but laugh. "I felt it, quite fierce," Zumo responded with a smile, neither showing any sadness. Yikingbe helped Zumo put on a backpack, like sending off a younger brother, and said, "Go. Find a quiet place to cultivate. You have a strong talent. When you're powerful enough, try to go above ground. If you're lucky, we might meet again up there. This underworld is no place for people to live." "Alright," Zumo nodded seriously, feeling his eyes sting a bit. "Go on." Yikingbe opened the door for Zumo. Zumo removed his mask and walked out without any special farewell. Leaving this door might mean life and death separation, no one knew their fate. When Zumo reached the black market entrance, he sensed the entire place enveloped in a peculiar atmosphere. The usually bustling black market had suddenly become quiet. This quietness wasn't superficial, it was the absence of the previous restlessness. His senses spread out, clearly feeling the black market surrounded by people, even traps. He also saw people lying in ambush. But outwardly, everything appeared normal. Feigning calm, he walked out. No one stopped him, as he was just a 15-year-old boy. No one paid him any mind. Leaving the black market and walking down the street, passers-by were discussing something. "Have you heard about the Valen Armory?" "Yes, some say they saw photos." "Is it true?" "If it is, it's inhumane." "Did the law enforcement team go?" "Yes, many went. They say Valen factory has been overturned. Captain Mocha, the law enforcement team, is dead. He was killed by the culprits during an arrest attempt. Several law enforcement team members died too. Some even say the law enforcement team are the culprits. It's chaotic, chaotic. Let's see. If the Valen factory story is true, I'll definitely go to the city state council." "Me too." These voices reached Zumo's ears, making him realize something had happened at the Valen Armory. What was at the Valen Armory? His parents' cause of death might also be revealed. When they intercepted Cobra, did Kenzong send people to attack the Valen Armory? Given that the armory owned by these bigwigs must have had strong defenses, even if Kenzong trained many people like Yikingbe, attacking the Valen Armory would likely result in many deaths. But perhaps Kenzong didn't care about deaths. However, what was his purpose? Pedestrians hurried on the streets, discussing incessantly. But it was all rumors, possibly spread by someone intentionally. The underworld had no communication devices. It was either due to lack of signal or human control, or both. News spread only by word of mouth, limited unless it was an exceptionally major event. But given what Zumo saw along the way, he felt someone was orchestrating the spread of information. This was a premeditated operation. When Zumo returned to the department store, Mia was also back. Master Batu had personally fetched her. At that moment, Mia was crying. Seeing Zumo's return, she walked up to him. "Zumo," Mia called softly. Zumo gently asked, "What's wrong?" He didn't call her Miss Mia. He could tell something was off with her. Her mood was extremely low since she had been to Elsa's house. "Zumo," Mia walked up and hugged Zumo lightly. Zumo stood quietly, not disturbing her. He saw Beiwei also had tears in her eyes, holding some photos, her tears continually falling. Outside, a commotion burst forth. Many people rushed out, some even grabbing weapons, causing chaos. Amidst the chaos, screams and cries could be heard. "My child." Some knelt on the ground, crying bitterly, enduring immense pain. Mia released Zumo. Zumo walked forward. Beiwei looked up at him, retracting her hand, not wanting him to see the photos. But Zumo had already seen a bit. He took the photos from her. An intense rage surged from his heart, causing his heart to seemingly stop, his soul trembling. "Bastards!" The photos fell to the ground. Zumo clenched his fists, veins bulging. What a dark world this was. He finally understood Uncle Fang and Yikingbe. This was a world that devoured people. They wanted to do something but found they could do nothing. Zumo suddenly felt a wave of intense sorrow. Why had he came to such a world? Master Batu, with his obese body, walked out, picking up the photos and tearing them up, then throwing them into a nearby trash can. He appeared calm as ever. "Dad," Mia cried, "is this true? Does the factory really conduct experiments on children? How can they be so heartless? Are those people cold-blooded?" Master Batu gently held Mia. He said nothing, Any words of comfort were meaningless at this moment. Those are children. How can they do this? How can they do this? Doesn't anyone stop them? Mia cried bitterly in Master Batu's arms, drenching his clothes with her tears. Master Batu opened his arms, holding Mia, letting her cry in his embrace. Zumo looked towards the street. More and more people surged onto the streets, almost frenzied. The underworld's lower-class citizens usually endure depression yet still struggled to survive. However, the cruel truth they saw made them feel there was no hope in their survival, only endless sorrow. Zumo realized his parents might have been one of them. Perhaps, after accidentally discovering something, they went to the law enforcement team and were killed for it. Maybe they didn't want their son and daughter to become part of the experiments. Master Batu, what kind of experiment is this? Zumo asked Master Batu, suppressing his anger. Genetic warrior cultivation. Master Batu replied.